There we go.
こうすると頭がシャキッとするんです。ペルシカ博士がコーヒーに砂糖をたくさん入れるのもそういった理由からなんですよ。もちろん私もです。
All right, there we go. Super late, super duper late, but I didn't want to not live stream, so here we are. Casually drinking some Mountain Dew on the side. I'm still really wondering if I want to buy this this costume. It's funny. It's like the only reason why I don't want to buy this is because it's actually it just feels so out of character for like 416. And that's like the main reason why I don't want to buy it. And usually like out of character skins are fun. Like that's why Girls Frontline is about to have a fucking Lolicon costume package again. But I don't know. For some reason, this one just doesn't sit with me. Howdy, howdy. Welcome to the Friday's live stream. It's only Friday for me for like another hour, and then it's about to be Saturday. So, yeah, me and my super late live streams. Super duper late live streams. Anyway. I'm not going to complete the rest of chapter... I'm not going to complete the rest of the 416 event right now. I am going to do the Pierides, the Pierides art sector chapter, because I want to be able to appreciate the side story more. So I want to do the canon story first. So that's where we're going with today's stream. And then possibly maybe tomorrow I can do the 416 the 416 event. We'll see. To be fair, I have a month. I literally have like an entire month to finish the event anyway. Well, not a month. We got 20 days. We got plenty of time. And then Aberrant's Chain. We got till the 13th. So this one was like a month. I literally could not finish this event until I got Kluke. I literally could not. This is why I got stopped on stage 15. It's like no amount of retrying the boss or like using different formations I had was good enough. So I assume it just means that like I just didn't have the right characters to like try and beat the story with. Because I have more than enough experience to get everyone to level 60, honestly. But like I did look up like who I could use and shit, and other than like trying like really bank on like getting like certain protocols or like certain functions, basically trying to luck sack into it, I just couldn't finish the stage. And then with a 4-star Kluke, boom, fucking owned it. Kluke is OP as shit. Holy crap. I just fucking rocked it. I was like, oh wow, okay then. I can't even get 5-star Kluke just yet. I don't have enough neurofragments for it, but I'm at 4.5. I'm at 4.5 stars, and that's good enough. That's good enough. I got all the fragments for Sockdogger? I have no idea how to say her name, but I got her to 5 stars, and apparently she's actually good. I didn't know if she would be good or not, but apparently she's the physical version of 416. I'm just gonna say 416 from now on, but 416 is a magical gunner, which sounds kind of weird to say, and then like Sockdogger is a physical sniper. Okay, 416 is a operand damage. Which basically makes her a spellcaster, which seems kind of weird to me, but she's like a spellcaster. It's weird. It's more easy for me to say spellcaster, but operand damage. Kluke is an operand damage spellcaster sniper, and then Sockdalager is a physical shooter. So I guess they're both useful to raise, but Kluke is more apparently powerful. You actually have to like kind of work a little bit to get Sockdalager better, I guess. And holy crap, I went into the fucking rabbit hole of Alma Inscripta, which I guess apparently people have renamed this to Digimon. Like, I saw like at least like 10 comments refer to the Alma Inscripta as Mod 3. Or like, some of the girls don't need Mod 3. They're good with like Mod 2 or like Mod 1 of the Alma Inscripta. So we straight up just using Girls for Line terminology for this, basically. Anyway, it seems that DeLacy is a Mod 3 character. So she's good with level 3 Alma Inscripta. And I think people were saying that Chauncey is a Mod 2. She's a Mod 2 Alma Inscripta character, so she's good at level 2. Apparently, it'll be time for me to, I guess retire Persicaria in the future. Apparently, Emotep is better, and Emotep is a better, she combos better with 416 as well. Her Alma's not on the English server right now, but I can prepare for it. I just got her to 2.5 stars just now. She was at 2 stars. So, by the time that Emotep gets her Alma Inscripta thing, I should be ready, I guess. Normal attack, steer, operand damage equal to hash rate, heals, blah, blah. Deals operand damage based on hash rate, blah, blah. So the way I read Emotep is, she will be a really good healer, but then, like, she acts like a sniper or something. So she's, like, a healer with, like, the ability to actually, like, damage. Versus someone like Persicaria, who Persicaria is a straight-up healer. So Persicaria is not dead, but she's just a pure healer. But then Emotep is really good at, like, being able to, like, dish out damage. And then, apparently, DeLacy is also a good combo for 416 as well. Just because, like, of her little thing, she tethers herself. So if I could tether her to 416, and then she'll make 416 stronger. So that's cool. It's like, the only bad thing about DeLacy is that, like, she's technically a bad healer, or she's a worse healer than Persicaria, but do you need to heal if you kill everything in 2 seconds? Because that's what I'm doing with 416 right now. And she's only at 4.5 stars. Yeah, she OP as fuck. And then, like, it's kind of weird because I also technically haven't been using 416, if that sounds odd, because I went back to the previous sectors to finish off the endless exploration. And like, what I've been doing is I haven't even been using my 416. Since my 416 is only at 4.5 stars, and I don't have the proper algorithms. So instead, what my ass be doing is I go to the support, I go to sniper, and look at that! People got Kluke as their support, and then I use one of theirs. She's so overpowered! She's so great! It's like everybody needs to have Kluke as their support, which I finally updated mine. At least I think I did what I had to update it, so... So now my support doll is Kluke, Centurasi, and V. It's like, I put so much resources into Centurasi, so, like, it kind of feels weird for me to take her out now, but... I mean, these three are probably my best characters anyway. And then I guess, like, I really need to start building up Emotep. Speaking of which, it's funny, another mobile game that I'm playing is not a gacha game. It's actually not a gacha game. It's just like, I guess the best way to call it is just like a regular AFK game, but it doesn't do gacha though. Instead, you actually... Now, get this, guys. Very old school gameplay. There is no gacha. Instead, you play the game normally, and you unlock more characters just by playing. Insane. Okay, I'm just making fun of it there, but another mobile game I'm playing, they also have Emotep. Like, they're doing, like, a whole fucking Egyptian character thing, pack or whatever, and, like, Emotep is in that character pack. And the funny thing is that, like, you can't even pay to win the new characters, actually. Like, you legitimately have to play the game. The best thing you could do is, like, you could pay to win to make your other character stronger, so that way, like, you can make the content, I guess, easier. But it's funny enough that, like, you can't actually pay to win the new characters. You have to kind of play the game still. And then, like, I kind of did a quick Google search on Emotep, and apparently, there's a lot of games out there that have Emotep in it. People loving that whole Egyptian thing. Also, everybody loves teddy bears for some reason. Like, I need to build. I actually read up a little bit about, like, future characters that, like, I need to build. Everybody loves fucking teddy bears. I don't know why. So, teddy bears is all I'm gonna be building for gifts in the gift factory. I'm never gonna have enough teddy bears. And then apparently, I need to start making AI enhancement experience right now, too. Because I wasn't making this, but apparently I need to make this shit. So, I'm gonna be ready for future content, hopefully. Hopefully, I'll be ready for future content. I finally have a reason to use my fucking energizers, because, like, I was actually, like, over cap on energizers, and I didn't know what to spend them on. But now that I read ahead, I know what to spend them on. Yo, why does it take 19 hours to make 12 teddy bears? Surely it doesn't take that long. Especially since it's a factory. If we have a factory, we should be making, like, 100 teddy bears, like, every 10 seconds. This must be, like, the most inefficient factory ever. Also, like, I feel like we should have multiple extraction mines. Because, like, everything gets gated with this part. Like, I need all this fucking, like, rhombus data, square data, triangle data shit. I need a lot of these mid-poly square datas to make a stupid-ass, AI enhancement experience. And then I'm gonna need more of this high-poly rhombus data to make, like, actual, like, AI breakthrough cores and shit. It feels like half of this should just be extraction mines. And then, like, I also recently found out too, like, some 1-star characters and 2-star characters I really slept on. Emotep being one of them. I didn't know Emotep was actually supposed to be a good character. I just thought she was, like, just a regular filler character, but turns out she's gonna be really good. Betty is also, like, a good warrior character. Some say even better than Soul, actually, and you get Soul for free. You technically have to gacha for Betty, but you're bound to get her, though. And then Rise? Or Rise? How do you say your name? Do you ever say your own name in one of these? Rise. It's Rise. Alright, cool. It's Rise. Apparently, Rise is also really good, so I'm gonna have to start leveling her up too, I guess. And I guess I really stepped on to Angela, so I'm raising Angela now, because I guess she's actually like a fucking endgame character. And I thought she was just a, just another filler. I'm loving how, like, my collection's at 72%, because, like, this game doesn't go gacha crazy, it seems. Also, apparently, I need to try and get Puzzle. And I've read that Florence is also pretty good, too. Puzzle and Florence, I need to get. And Helix, I'm not so sure, but apparently Helix is also good in the future, but I already have enough healers, so I don't want to get another healer. And then I read that Hubble was meta, but Kluke kind of trivializes, like, literally, like, every sniper in the game. So, the only reason to have any other sniper is if you just want, like, more snipers, I guess. And then we're gonna get better snipers in the future, too. So, Hubble gets kind of, she gets kind of sidelined. I mean, unless you already have a Hubble raise, you could keep using her, but Kluke is just better. So if I go here, and I look at details... Whoops, not this one. So I already have Centerossi, I already have DeLacy, I just got DeLacy, I already have Chansey and V. So, I don't think there's even a reason for me to even keep doing this one, because there's a high chance that, like, I'm just gonna get a character that I already have. I don't have Evelyn and Banksy, and I don't have Hubble, but I have everybody else here. It's like the only dupe I would want to get would be Kluke, but that's about it. So instead, I got myself a shit ton. Like, I went down to 30 just trying to get Kluke, and then I got like a shit ton of search thingies just from like catching up on my exploration, my endless exploration shit. So apparently I want Florence. Why? Why do I want Florence again? The current target for 4 seconds for every 5. After every 5 normal attacks, boosts the target's attack speed by 50% charm. Heals the ally unit with the lowest HP percentage for 5 attach rate for every 1%. She dog's loss. Healing is increased by 1%. Gains 5 seconds of nursing. Selects one ally unit to grant them 7 seconds of trepidation at the cost of equal to the HP. Attack rate and hash rate. I mean, I already have DeLacy, so now that I'm reading up on this, I don't think I need Florence anymore. But apparently she's good. And then I still have no idea what the fuck I'm doing with Hatsukiri, so I'm not gonna bother. Apparently, for Ian server, we're getting Suyoi at like a very bad spot because like he is supposed to be good, and to be fair, he is good, but it's odd because like we're getting him at the same time we're getting 416. So like again, 416 outright trivializes so many of the offensive characters. So you really don't even need Suyoi anymore. You just don't. So you want, at this point, you just want support characters that can make 416 even stronger. So yeah, I guess I'll get Florence just because I have a lot of tickets, and unless the Mika dartboard does something stupid, and we're literally gonna get like Lind or like Eos tomorrow, which I'm going to assume we don't, because there's no way the Mika dartboard would put more limited characters alongside 416, obviously. So we got time until Lin and Eos gets in, because Lin's supposed to be the second limited doll, and then Eos supposed to be the third limited agent. So we got time. And then apparently Turing. Apparently Turing's supposed to be good too. But again, Mika dartboard. So I just think it's impossible. It's literally impossible to try and predict the future. Because Mika does whatever Mika wants to do. A lot of people are also surprised too that the next major event on the EN server is like skipping an event. But we had that also in Project NeuroCloud. We got the Inadvertent Mordant like early. That one was technically a spoiler because we're not even supposed to go to the Burbank sector yet or whatever, but we went to the Burbank sector during the event. Pierides, Coplay, Sector 7 coming soon. So, we're not supposed to be in the Burbank sector, but we went to the Burbank sector during the event. We're not supposed to be there yet, though. Cause Florence PA-15 segs. I mean, supposedly she's good, so I'll do it. Also, I'm just hoping to get lucky right now, because I have a lot of tickets, so. I'm just hoping to get lucky. What's in here, anyway? Okay, I guess I won't be that sad as long as I get someone I don't already have. So, Hubble, Evelyn, and Banksy, but Florence, preferably. Preferably Florence. Let's go, baby! Let's go! Okay, that's good. That's good. Purple. Oh, shit! Oh! Yo, did I just come? Yo, is that her? Is that her? Uh-huh. Okay, good. Whatever. Oh, is this Florence? I got Hubble! Shit! That's trash right there. Alright, cool. I mean, like, no, legit though, like, I don't have the sniper resources to make a Hubble. I literally don't right now. And I don't even need it, because I have 416. And 416 is all I need. You are a worse version of a sniper that I already have. I can't build you. I literally cannot build you. So, okay, whatever. Yeah, I need more support characters. I'm lacking in support characters. Alright, let's try that again. Okay, alright. 3 purples, that's pretty good. Uh-huh, any golds? Any golds? And no golds? I noticed that, like, it kind of lags a little bit for me when I get to, like, the second set. So when the lag happens, that's how I know I got a gold. You know what, though? This is fueling 416, because I need these neurokits anyway, actually. This is fueling that. I'm okay. I feel like I'm okay wasting search tickets right now, because I should have time for Lind and Turing in the future. I should have time for that. I don't mind. I'm not gonna go hardcore on Turing though, but I probably go hardcore on Lind and EOS. Okay, one of these has to be gold. Oh, I got it! All right. Is that Florence? Is that Florence? So far, I have not gotten a dupe of any 3 stars. I have gotten no dupes yet for 3 stars. Two Mize. Stetchkin! Hey Simo, what's up? You know what? Simo doesn't feel like a 1-star. With how story relevant he was, and with how the story kind of hyped him up as being super strong, you'd think at least Simo would be a 2-star. Oh. You know, I never noticed right here. It actually says the actual date. It says UTC 622303. And that's what time it is for me right now. So that means like every screenshot I take whenever I get like a unique character, like it's telling me what time I got them. That's kind of cool actually. Person in charge, Tetsamaru. Alright, did I get her? Oh, I think I just got her. Ultimate life? Yo, Florence! Alright, I have screenshot it, and it says right there too, on the screenshot itself, 622304. That's when I got Florence. Dash Vinaya, cool. Good talk, got Florence, awesome. I did not mean to click on that. Attain 10 42 lab dolls. Cool. I guess I do need to figure out though, like who am I putting more work into? Am I gonna do DeLacy or Florence? I am gonna put work into Emotep, of course, but I gotta figure out which 3-star I'm working on. Either DeLacy or Florence. Now I'm good on medics. Here's all my medics. I got Jin really early on too. I don't know if Choco is ever gonna be relevant because I did look ahead in the meta and she's not relevant. So Emotep is gonna be relevant once her mod comes in. DeLacy should always be relevant, and I guess I don't know about Florence. Supposedly she is relevant. I just don't understand it, so I just have her now just to have her. I guess. I'll figure something out. It's like now that I read up on the meta, like for the first time ever, it's like now I know like what agents I need to actually raise. Apparently, I don't even need to make Angela like 5 stars. People are saying that 3.5 stars is good enough for her. Just as long as her skills are leveled up. And I have 35. All right, so we're good there. It's like, what are the chances that I actually get something right here, right? It's like there's no way. There's no way. And I don't want to just waste my tickets right now. I don't want to waste my tickets. The only reason for me to even like search for another Kluke is if I want the fragments. But I'm already at 4.5 stars, so I don't need it. I really don't. I did all my searches in the fragment one anyway. So according to this, if I just gacha another 8 more times or 80 more times, I can guarantee that I get a 416. I'm not going to though. Apparently the way you're supposed to do it, and I read about this too late, I guess, but you're supposed to go on the Neuro Kits one. You do the Neuro Kits one until you get to 50. And that's assuming you don't get a 3-star. You do it until you get to 50. If you don't get any 3-star, and then afterwards, then you switch. Then you make the switch to the fragment one, and then you do one. You do one search at a time. Since this game doesn't give you a freebie search. It's not like other games where like they make the times 10 into a times 11 or whatever. This game doesn't do that. So You go to 50. If you're unlucky, you don't get any 3-star, and then you search one at a time for the fragment one. So that way you have a higher chance of trying to get Kluke. I just did it all in the fragment one though, so eh. It says another 40 for the raid up doll. If I wanted like more of the self-pity. I have 35 right now. I don't need it. Time to start considering my tickets again. And then apparently I read that people also get hard gated at like chapter 6, but I think I'm fine now. I think I'll be a-okay for chapter 6. Because 416 is all I need, apparently. 416 is all I need. I have been kind of like not paying attention to like this whole upgrade thingamajig. I haven't been paying attention to it, but getting some stat increases is fun and all. Alright, so before I spoil myself on the Divergent Shadows story again, time to do the Pierides sector, since we went to the art sector. Because the first ones were set in the Enigma sector. We just went straight there, so it's a good thing I did the Enigma sector. It looks like I got all the fragments for these. So the only last bit of fragment I have to get now is from the shop. So you get 30 fragments from this. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Wait, 25? Wait. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. I know people were saying you get 45. You get 15 from her intimacy, which I already got her to 14, I think. She's at 13. All right, so I need that last bit of intimacy to get her to 14, and then I'll get the last bit of intimacy here, or last bit of a fragment here, and then I had to buy the rest. And I'm at 25 out of 100, so I ain't getting that anytime soon. But 4.5 though. At 4.5 stars, she's already wrecking shit anyway. And I've already increased her skills to level 10. It already costs 25 at this point for me to keep buying more of her, so it's getting expensive. I could buy 32 right now, but that won't be enough to fragment her. And then I'm kind of confused at the doll selection for like the vulnerability check in the exception protocol. Like, I don't get like why these agents in particular. I don't know if there's a lore reason or if it's a balance reason or like a developer reason, but these don't seem like they change. So for the exception protocol, just buy up all the fragments. That's actually where I get all my Jin fragments from the exception protocol. And then from here, just get whatever. I do think it is a little bit scummy of Mika to like not let us fragment search for Kluke here, because she's not in here. Apparently, all the time-limited agents won't be in here. So, no Kluke, no Eos, and no Lind. Those three will be, like, not fragmentable. So you're gonna have to buy their fragments from the shop. Doesn't make sense to me, but whatever. So I remember this sector because it was part of an event. Where is the Burbank sector? Like right here or something? I keep forgetting that sometimes you can actually zoom out of this. You could zoom in and zoom out. So you could see like the whole entire map. Oh wait, this is the Burbank sector. That makes sense. Burbank sector's got like all the high-rise buildings. It is kind of weird that this is a digital space, but like for some reason it's built like a continent. So like I remember the beach event, and like this is the section where the beach event was at. So they have water? They have fucking water in like a cyber world and shit. I mean, they also have food. Which I don't think the agents need to eat. The agents eat because they like to eat. They don't eat because they have to eat. So I don't think starvation is a thing in here. Everybody operates on operands. Operands is like the lifeblood of the Magressi server, and I'm pretty sure like they like absorb operands like in the air or something, so you never really need to eat. But if you eat food, it's the same thing as eating operands. So if you eat food, you eat more operands, I guess, which I assume is why eating is pleasurable to the agents, because like it's kind of like how eating is pleasurable to us. When you eat food, you're taking in nutrients, so your brain rewards you with dopamine. That's why when Choco makes cookies, they eat operand biscuits. That's why when Choco makes cookies for Eucharist, Eucharist likes it. Eucharist be all about that be all about them choco cookies and stuff. She loves an operand cookies. She all about that. I like how when we told Angelus that the reason why we were left alive is because Eucharist likes the cookies. She likes the chocolate, but Angelus don't believe us. Little E. Nom, 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 nom. I'm just eating. You guys do whatever. I'm just gonna sit here and eat my chocolate. There's a little menu here for hot drinks. I see cream, add. Because they use digicoins or whatever. So I see hot chocolate. I see cream. I see cappuccino. I see black tea. I can't read that other one. I can't get that last one. Hold on. For once, I'm gonna use OBS for this, because I can't. The last one is like too small for me to read. I need to zoom in. I need to zoom in. What's the menu? What's the fucking menu? Hot choco cotton? Wait, cotton? What? Hot choco, cotton, cream, cappuccino, black tea? Huh? Am I reading that right? What's cotton? I have to like super zoom in on this. Okay, let's see. Okay, what's the these prices are cheaper than my local cafe. Hot drinks. Hot choco, $1.99 or $2.99. I assume that's a size difference. A small hot chocolate is $1.99. And a medium is $2.99. And then cotton is that's zero. You add 29 cents? 25 cents? So so cotton and cream you add, and then cappuccino, black tea, and hot choco is the base. So if you buy a cappuccino, it's $2.99 or it's $3.99. And then if you add cream to your cappuccino, it looks like it's 39 cents. That looks like a 3. So 39 cents to add cream. And it looks like cotton is like you add 29 cents, but I don't know if that's cotton though. It's a little bit fragmented if I'm zooming in so much, obviously, but that's it looks like cotton. It looks like cotton. Hot choco, cotton, cream, cappuccino, black tea. Black tea is $1.99, $2.99 for the larger one. Cappuccino is $2.99 and $3.99 for the sizes. Cream. Is that a G? Gotten? Goiten? Gotten? Now that I'm looking at it, maybe it's not 2 T's. Maybe it's a T-I-O-N. G-T. Yo, I'm gonna fucking Google this shit now. Let's see. G-O-T-I-O-N? I don't know if that's a real word. G-O-T-I-O-N. No. Apparently there's a company. There's a company called this, so I don't think that's it. It's a tech. Apparently that's a tech company. If it is cotton, I don't know if you add cotton to your drinks or something. Assuming that's what it is. Well, apparently it's a cocktail. There is a cocktail called Cotton. But I don't think Choco is making a cocktail though, because it's an add-on. This is an add-on along with the cream. So Choco is not making cocktails. There's a cotton candy cocktail recipe, and then there is also a cotton recipe, which I think this is also another cocktail. Yep. This is another cocktail I'm looking at. I'm going to assume it's meant to be cotton candy, because it's candy. Like Choco deals with candy, so it's got to be cotton candy. It must be, because there is cotton candy drinks. I'm looking up on Google. I'm looking on Google right now. There's cotton candy drinks, and then there's a cocktail called Cotton. So I don't know what kind of menu Choco's got in her business, but it must be cotton candy. But she abbreviated it because like she didn't want to put candy on the side. That's what I'm gonna assume. I'm here playing like fucking CSI on like Choco's recipe or whatever. All right, let me go ahead and turn this back to the original size. There we go. I mean, like, you know what's funny? I don't even see a menu for cookies. Oh, wait. I think I see it up there. Crap, I'm about to do more CSI. Hold on. I'm about to do more. I'm about to do even more CSI. I gotta zoom in. I gotta zoom in on that shit. Ah, there we go. All right, let's see. What do we got here? Menu, dessert and cake. Chocolate! I like how chocolate has 2 exclamation points in there. All right, let's see. Raw Choco. $14.99 and $17.99. Wait. When it says raw Choco, like, is she selling you like the raw cocoa bean? Do people buy that? I guess. 70% pure flat, $6.99, $9.99. 50% pure flat, $5.99 and $8.99. Hazelnut choco flat, $5.99, $8.99. Hey, wait a minute. Don't they sell shit in Digicoins though? Like, is there cents? Is Digicoin the dollar amount? Or like, did the artist for this background, did they not think about the Digicoin thing? Do people ask for like, hey, like your drink is gonna be like 5 digicoins and 99 cents or something? Is that what they ask for? Black Forest, 14.99, 17.99, white choco and coconut. Coconut. You know what? I don't think coconut is a good pay with chocolate. There, I said it. I'm not a fan of chocolate coconut candies. Deutschland Classic, 9.99, and then I can't see the second part because Eucharist is covering it. I see Deutsch chocolate. Hold on. Let me get her off the. There we go. Now I can see the whole thing. Now I can see the whole thing. All right, here we go. So let's see. Deutschland chocolate, 9.99, 12.99. Safety strawberry? Strawberry? Sweetie strawberry. We're all using government cryptocurrency. Sweetie strawberry, 9.99, 12.99. Classic cream, 8.99, 11.99. Chocolate soft cookie, 4.99 and 6.99. Oh, that checks out. I think I remember the first interaction with the Eucharist in the flashback. I think Choco was charging Eucharist 4.99, I believe. Did she? I gotta see that cutscene again now. I must know the full menu. Hold on. Let me go ahead and turn the cutscene back to normal. This is more important than going to the Pierides sector with the art sector. This is way more important. All right, skip. I must know. Okay, I'm pretty sure that was in the Dark Realm. All right. It's one of these. All right, let me see. Was it the first one? It's the first reset, I think. Let's see. All right, here we go. All right. How much? She charges Eucharist. What does she say? How much does it cost? Does it line up with the menu? 1 packet of milk chocolate wafers. Wait, that's not on the menu. That is not on the menu, though. Unless, like, the wafer is the cookie. Is it? Is it the cookie? That'll be 30 digicoins. What? Wait, where? Where is that? Okay, wait, it's 30 digicoins. Does that translate into what I see on here? Or did the artist, like, was not told to make the prices for Digicoin? I must know what the Digicoin conversion is for the dollar amounts. I'm going to blame Mika for not telling the artist to make this in Digicoin amounts. Okay, Choco Soft Cookie is $4.99 and $6.99. And Choco just said it was 30 Digicoins. If I assume that the chocolate wafer is the chocolate soft cookie and she's charging 30 Digicoins, is she charging the $4.99 price or the $6.99 price? What is... And also, I have to think about it too. Is this American pricing? So this is a Chinese game. So I don't even know now. I mean, who uses cents besides America? So American money uses cents and dollar amounts. Canadians also uses cent and dollar amounts. And I think Australia also uses cent and dollar amounts. I know the Japanese just use pure yen. There's no such thing as like a cent in yen money. And I think Mexico just uses pure pesos. No, wait, Mexico does have cents. I've been to Mexico before. I believe pesos does use cents, but this is 30 Digicoins. I must know the translation for that. Wait. What did she order again? Let's see. 1 packet of milk chocolate wafers. She says 1 packet, so I assume she's ordering the basic amount. She's ordering the small package, and that's assuming that we're talking about like the menu that's up here. Wait, is there any other menu in this screen that I don't know about? I'm about to like check every fucking sector of this cutscene. Loose K1 specials? Hot drinks. I still want to know about the cotton. That's gotta be cotton candy. Is that another menu? I don't know if that's another menu. I can't tell. It's not high quality enough for me. I see some chocolate there. Is that made in 3D? That looks 3D. That does not look hand-drawn. Those donuts. Those donuts there look... They don't look like they were drawn by a 2D artist. And I think those are acorns right there. I don't even know. That looks like marshmallows. That's marshmallows. Those are acorns. Those are obviously 3D donuts. I see cookies right there. Are those mushrooms? That's gotta be like... That looks like a very generic thing right there. Maybe those like white chocolate pellets? That looks like mushrooms. I swear to God, that looks like mushrooms. Salt? I see a box of salt up there. I'm going to assume that the menu here is not indicative of everything that Choco sells. I'm going to assume so. I may be the only person in the entire Project NeuroCloud fandom community that even cares what Choco is selling. But I care immensely. I'm about to ask at the next fucking Mika questionnaire thing. Like, yo, what's Choco's full menu? I want to know. Has anyone during the question and answer segment for Mika's community thing, has anyone ever asked like what is the translation between like Digicoins to like real money? Because I want to know. I'm about to ask. I'm about to fucking ask. What's the exchange rate? I would assume that like I've overthought this so much that like not even Mika knows the answer. We're gonna have to fucking ask like the actual writers what the exchange rate is. They don't know. They don't know. I always find it funny how like in hardcore fandoms, the fandoms know they care more about the subject than like the writers do sometimes. Like I think I talked about this same subject before like in previous streams, but it's funny how like when the fandoms are like, hey, you know like this weird fireball power that the main character uses, does the main fireball power use key energy or magic energy? And then like the writer is like, I don't know. Because the writer never thought about it, but for some reason the fandom thought about it, you know? That the fandom is way more into it than the writer. Alright, that was that was a little bit of a off-topic thing, but I'm ready to go to the Pierides sector now. I'm ready. Wait. You get Antonina awards for this? No! That is so worthless to me! I didn't know that you would get Antonina awards for this shit. Okay, Angela rewards, I'm fine with that. I need Angela fragments, but the Antonina awards though, my Antonina's already at 5 stars. Because I did the fragment searches for Antonina. I didn't know. I didn't fucking know that'd be giving that shit for free. I think it took me like a month to of like full fragment searching to get Antonina to 5 stars. And here the game is giving me Antonina fragments. It's like, I don't know if Antonina has an Alma Inscripta in the future, but if she does, I guess I'll be ready for it. Morning. For me, it's almost morning. I got 30 minutes until morning for me. It's 11:30. It's 11:30 my time, so I got 30 minutes until it's morning. Still nighttime for me. What was the Enigma sector giving me? Oh, Enigma was giving me Lamb segments, which Lamb wasn't even in the story. And Max and Lamb fragments. They just seem kind of like random rewards the game's just given me. Oh, you also get Antonina fragments for chapter 1. That makes sense. At least Antonina's in the story. I'm going to hopefully assume in the future that possibly they might want to give every character an Alma Inscriptor in this game. Kind of like how they're giving everyone a Digimind in Girls Frontline. I'm going to assume. But a lot of people are like, yo, Kluke's so overpowered that, like, if they give Kluke a fucking Digimind here, like, she would already be God tier. And to be fair, the fandom is already calling these mod 3s anyway. DeLacy's a mod 3, Chauncey's a mod 2. I believe Emotep is supposed to be a mod 2, but like, people are saying get Emotep to mod 3 anyway, just because it'd be better for her. At the very minimum, people are saying that I need to get Emotep to mod 2 and Chauncey to mod 2. I haven't read up on Fern, but I think the consensus on Fern was that, like, it wasn't worth it to spend any shit on Fern, though. Nothing there. I just read up on, like, the relevant Alma Inscriptas, so... At least the ones relevant to me, anyway. I think Emotep is more what I should be gunning for rather than DeLacy, even though I already have DeLacy. And I don't have the resources anyway to even Alma Inscripted DeLacy, so... I guess I'll just work on Emotep. Alright, so this is right after the Enigma sector. I'm going to assume that, like, within every chapter, there's a little bit of a time skip. The game hasn't really mentioned that, I think, but I'm going to assume that all these chapters are not done repeatedly after each other. In an alternate universe where SF didn't happen, DeLacy is a Griffin doll you use all the time. Yo, Girls Online legit, though, needs some kind of meta class. I think it would definitely turn the strategy, like, up a notch in Girls Frontline. The closest thing I think we have to a medic doll in Girls Frontline is it's the Reinforcement Fairy. Because the Reinforcement Fairy legitimately heals you, actually. I remember I did test out Reinforcement Fairy during Arctic Warfare. So it's like, Reinforcement Fairy heals dummies. So technically you do get HP from it. It's like you have like a damaged doll and it has like one dummy left or whatever. And then you use Reinforcement Fairy. And then like it brings the doll to 3 dummies or something. And then like, if your doll had like 5 HP left, then like it gets brought back up to like 300 HP or something. That is the absolute closest thing we have to a healing fairy in Girls Frontline. But I feel like Girls Frontline should have like mechanic dolls. I mean, saying doctor dolls is kind of weird, I guess, but some kind of like mechanic doll that could just fix T-dolls on the spot a little bit or something. If Mika is afraid of making a brand new class, then they could just make it a handgun or something. I feel like handgun has become like the ubiquitous class for buffers and shit, like buffers and debuffers. So they could just make handguns also healers, I suppose. Put in some new handguns. It's like, oh, they don't shoot. Like, we made Shield don't shoot, so we're just gonna put like another handgun that doesn't shoot, and this handgun just heals or something. It kind of reminds me of Conco. In Conco, we had a repair ship girl, and that repair ship girl, she wouldn't heal characters to 100% HP. She would heal them up to 90% HP. That was like as high as she could go. I mean, like, whatever adjective you want to use. Maintenance dolls, mechanic dolls, engineer dolls, I think, might also be kind of a good name to call them. Whatever you want to call them. Like, it'd be kind of cool to have a healer doll, like, in general. But that's all up to Mika, if they want to, like, fuck around with the balance issues, I guess. Because I assume Mika cares a little bit about balance in Girls Frontline, I guess. I mean, we're technically supposed to be, like, on the lam in Girls Frontline 2. So, like, having, like, a maintenance doll in Girls Frontline 2 would also kind of make sense, I would say. I think so far we haven't seen that, like, in any of the teasers, but it'd be kind of cool if that was a thing in Girls Frontline 2. Like, someone that could, like, heal or whatever. Like, someone has, like, 10 HP left, you bring him back up to, like, 300 HP. Or, like, 500 HP or some shit. You know? Whatever. That could be kind of cool. But yeah, Konko did have a ship repair girl. And, she sucked in combat. So her only reason for existence was to save you, like, a repair slot. Because it was kind of weird, because she actually healed in the base. She did not heal in combat, which was kind of, like, the odd thing about her. But what you would do normally is, you would actually just, like, put her in your party before you logged out, basically. You would put her in the party, and then she would heal while you're, like, AFK, or while you're, sleeping, or you're out having a life or something. And then, when you come back, all of your ship girls will be healed to 90%. And then you could put them in the repair dock afterwards. And then, at the very least, it wouldn't take nearly as long to repair them. And the reason why this was a big deal was that Konko was actually kind of stingy with the repair buckets, unless you were, like, a long-time player. So, like, you legitimately would use, like, 1,000 to 2,000 repair buckets, like, per event or something. And you didn't get that many repair buckets, like, in between, like, events or something. Like, the dailies would give you, like, maybe 3 repair buckets a day. Like, if then, or whatever. Konko was, like, very, very grindy. Like, even more grindy than, like, some other, like, modern, like, gacha games that, like, I played. Super, super grindy. So, having a repair ship girl kind of, like, made all the difference. So, yeah, however Mika wants to do it, actually. I'd be fine if they do it like that, actually. Like, if there was at least, like, a maintenance doll in Girls Frontline that doesn't repair on the field, but maybe she repairs in the base or something, that'd be kind of cool, too, I guess. It would be good from a free-to-play perspective, because, like, not everyone would have enough, like, repair tickets in their account if they're a new player. And not everyone would have, like, 5 or 6 different repair bays. I have 5 repair bays in Girls Frontline on accident, actually. I misclicked. One time I misclicked in the repair bay for Girls Frontline, and I accidentally spent, like, the 400 gems or something for the repair thing. So I have 5. So I could do a full squad, like, repair thing now in Girls Frontline, which is pretty cool, I guess. But I have, like, 10,000. I have, like, 30,000 repair things, so I don't need them no more. But that'd be kind of cool. Or at the very least, I think it would also be interesting too if Girls Frontline did, like, a passive repair function, if they were, like, afraid of, like, an active repair. So what they could do is they could have a handgun character. She does basic damage, like, during combat. Maybe she's, like, a attack buffer or, like, a defense buffer. But then, like, they could make her passively heal, like, when they're not in combat or something. So the way I could see this working in Girls Frontline would be, like, you're not always in combat in Girls Frontline, right? Like, sometimes you go through turns, like, not get into combat with a certain echelon. So basically, in the echelon that the healing girl is not in, if you, like, end a turn with that echelon not going into a fight, she would heal the entire echelon 10% or something. I think 10% sounds fair, right? Like, that doesn't sound broken or whatever. So, like, I think 10% per turn of non-combat is fair. And also, you wouldn't be able to super abuse it during ranking, I think, because obviously ranking is all about getting the most damage per turn or whatever. So it would be good for regular combat, regular chapters, or, like, just casually playing through events or something. You know, it's like, hey, like, I'm barely starting to like beat the stage as a free-to-play player, and my account's only 3 months old, but I have the repair doll with me, so if I want to skip a few turns or something, then I could do that. You have 3 awkward production slots. Oh, you misclicked? Did you misclick? Yeah. I almost misclicked a few times, actually, for the production slots. Thankfully, I always caught myself, though, because thankfully they do ask you. They're all like, oh, are you sure you want to spend the 480 gems to get a production slot? And I always said no, thankfully. But I think I remember, I think I was half asleep. I was like half asleep when I was doing the repair bay. And like, it asked me, are you sure you want to spend like the 360 gems? And then I said yes or whatever. And I'm like, oops, I got 5 repair things now. Funny enough, though, I'm actually kind of glad I got that extra repair thing. Because like, there were definitely times when my account was younger that like, it was more convenient for me just to like wait the 5 minutes to like do like a light repair on my squad where like everybody got hurt instead of like wasting like a repair ticket. I mean, obviously that's me being cheap because any veteran can tell you now that the game just gives you way too much repair tickets. So I would say that like any player, like once they played the game for about 6 months, they're probably gonna have like an excess of repair tickets. So by all means, go ham. Go crazy with repair tickets. You don't even need to save them. All I'm saying, though, is that, like, I think a maintenance doll would definitely be canon, though. How is that not canon? You know what I'm saying? Like, it should be canon. There should be at least, like, some reference, anyway, to, like, maybe, like, maintenance doll, like, would not be a playable character or something if they're worried about, like, balance issues, but I would have loved to at least, like, read up a little bit about some maintenance doll in the game. I mean, hell, they could make Kalina a mechanic. I don't mind that at all. Maybe like in chapters like 1, 2, and 3, they could like had like some like small little cutscenes where like Kalina's like repairing a T-doll or some shit. I mean, Persica doesn't even count as a mechanic, right? Like, Persica's a scientist. Like, that's different. Persica has like a workshop, if that's one way to look at it, but that workshop, like, the machine does all the thing. Persica just like types in random coding or whatever. Like, I don't view Persica as like a full on like do everything kind of character. Persica is like scientist / coder is how I view Persica. I guess my question is like, how much of the mechanical stuff does Persica even know? That's kind of interesting for me to think about. Like, if Persica does know the mechanical aspects of T-dolls, then like I don't think the game has ever shown it off that much. And like I have read about like the extra character bios like in the art books and shit. And the art books is kind of just reinforce stuff I already knew about Persica. Like how she's a scientist, because that's the word they always use for Persica. They say she's a scientist, and they've always talked about how Persica also like led the the coding team for like AIs and shit. So Persica has a lot of AI knowledge, which I assume translates to like basic coding and like, you know, like the insides of a T-doll's like neuroscape and whatever, as well as like the scientific aspect. And to be fair, scientist is a very broad term about like, I guess like robots in general. But I don't know if it's possible for like the commander to just straight up just ask Persica to make a T-doll. I don't think she can do that. I think that's when you would need Javier and like IOP to kind of like get like the basic grunt work done for you. I would assume that like whenever we do like a event or something, whenever we like make one of those weird like custom made T-dolls like Commander's always getting, we have to like put in an order at IOP so like IOP can make it for us. And then maybe Persica like does a little bit of like the mind transfer thing for like the Digimon and shit, but I think IOP is doing a lot of the heavy lifting there. Persica's more into software, while Shaw is better at hardware then. That's what I would assume. That's definitely what I would assume so. Yeah, like, I don't really picture Persica with a wrench in her hand. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. The game story always like touted Persica as like an AI specialist, essentially. She would be at the keyboard. She'd be at the keyboard typing shit up or whatever. That's like her field of expertise. Now, unless we want to make Persica into like a Mary Sue though, and like say she's good at everything, you know, like oh yeah, Persica can also make a fucking tea doll from scratch, which I assume they're not gonna do, right? I assume they're not gonna do that, but maybe we might get that. I would assume that William might be more into mechanics than Persica, actually. Like, I feel like William is kind of like a jack of all trades kind of scientist. At least from what I've seen from, like, how William is meant to be, like, the head of Pierides and shit. The story hasn't really shown me, like, any, like, specific important characters for Pierides besides William and, like, the Naitos. William seems to work almost exclusively with, like, his own Naito girls and shit. Anytime William works with, like, other companies, usually he's gonna backstab them. Like, if you're not directly under William, and you work with William, there's no such thing as working with William. Like, William is going to be like, hey, like, I want to use your company for shit, and I'll pay you money. And then the company is all like, oh yeah, sure, we'll work with you. Like, we know that you're a fucking terrorist organization, but, like, we just care about the money. And then, like, William's like, oh yeah, sure, I'll give you the money, but I'm gonna take it back anyway. I feel like every company that William has ever worked with, like, he's always backstabbed them. Or, like, he doesn't save them from being outed by, like, either the commander or, like, by Stasai. Because if you work with William, you're probably, like, either, like, a black company or you're a company that's doing illegal shit. And when Stasai busts down your door, like, whatever Naitos you're working alongside with, like, they take their shit with them. They make sure, like, there's no, like, connection between, like, the company and Pierides. And then William's like, oh, like, thanks for the help, by the way. I heard you guys are getting, like, raided by Stasai, though, so I'm not gonna help you. Good luck with that, by the way. So yeah, don't work with William. William's a piece of shit. You're more better to work with Javier than you are to work with William. And then I guess KCCO is considered terrorist now, right? Like, KCCO used to be, like, with the government, but not really anymore. KCCO kind of, like, branched off on their own path. KCCO was, like, they're kind of, like, inciting more of a civil war kind of thing now. Like, now there's, like, the people who are, like, really into, like, the nationalism, and those are the ones that went join KCCO. And then you have, like, the regular government. And the regular government now is fighting KCCO. To be fair, William, he made a lot of experience through trial and error and a lot of fails. So you don't mind him being almost good at everything? Yeah, I don't mind that either. And also, to be fair, I would assume that William had to have experimented with himself, right? So, like, maybe he, like, increases mental power or something. Like, maybe he, like, Naito'd his own brain or some shit. I mean, heck, it worked for Dr. Gero in Dragon Ball Z. which I think is insane, by the way. Like, how do you make yourself into an android? I mean, the only way you could even do that is, like, if you make a robot to do surgery on you, and you have to trust that robot to do the surgery in the first place. Because you're going to be unconscious, you know? Like Dr. Gero in Dragon Ball Z must have designed, like, some kind of machine to turn himself into an android. So he had to design a machine that took out his brain. Like, he must have also had to program it with a lot of redundancies, too. Because, like, what if Dr. Gero bleeds out or something? So he must have put in, like, so much medical technology into, like, a certain robot in his laboratory. So that way be like, all right, the robot is going to slice my head open. And it's going to put my brain in a robot body. So obviously I can't do it myself. So I need to trust the robot 100% to turn me into an android. That would be a lot of trust into your own creation, essentially. And, like, so many number of things could happen, right? It's like, the surgery robot could malfunction, or like, you know, it could like run out of power for any like sort of reason or something. That would be like when you're most vulnerable, you know, as a scientist, obviously, when you can't work on yourself. I don't know if William made himself into a full Naito. I'm going to assume he still classifies as human, but I'm sure he must have, like, upgraded himself to some degree, though. It's like what I'm saying to myself all the time. If there's ever, like, any future technology to, like, increase my body, I'm gonna sign up for either, like, robo eyes or, like, get, like, a spinal cord or some shit. That's what I would do to myself. Is it the guy that made Android 1718? Oh, yeah, no, Dr. Gero is technically Android 20. So he made all the androids, 17, 18, 19, and technically he's Android 20. I don't know why Dr. Gero would make himself Android 20 and not like Android 0 or some shit, but that's the way he just went with numbers. But yeah, Dr. Gero made Android 16, which is supposed to be his son. His son died, by the way. So, like, Android 16 is, like, made in memory of his son. And then he kidnapped 2 orphans. He kidnapped 2 orphans, and he made them Android 17 and 18. And then he made Android 19. And Android 19 is a full robot. So, technically, like, an actual android. And then, like, he made himself into Android 20. So, actually, technically, 17, 18, and 20 are cyborgs. They're not androids, actually. It's 20 of them as long as you count Dr. Gero. Because, again, Dr. Gero made himself into an android, so... I know a lot of people are saying that it's technically a translation error, actually. So, we should be calling them Cyborg 17 and 18. It's Android 16, Cyborg 17 and 18, Android 19, and then Cyborg 20. That's the way it should be, but... maybe the translation was wrong, or maybe they just didn't just want to call everyone androids for some reason. I mean, Cell was called an android. He's called a biological android, which makes no sense at all, actually. Because Cell is like a test tube, like, abomination. So, Cell's not a robot. Cell is like a weird monster thing that Dr. Gero made. I mean, would you call that a robot? You wouldn't call that a robot, then. You would just call it, like, a weird organism. But in the entirety of Dragon Ball Z, they keep calling Cell an android. It's like, bro, he's not an android. He's a biological android. What? That doesn't make any sense. You can't call him a biological android and just be done with it. That literally makes no sense. Just call him a monster. That's what he is. He's a monster that Dr. Gero made. There's a lot of things in Dragon Ball Z that don't make sense, but it's a fun shonen anime, so we don't think too much on it. That's why they're fighting gods right now in Dragon Ball Super. Dragon Ball Super's stupid, so only watch Dragon Ball Super if you're gonna turn your brain off. On the other hand, watch Dragon Ball Heroes, because Dragon Ball Heroes is super stupid. So yeah. I feel like Akira Toriyama doesn't understand science. That's why Dr. Gero is such a weird character. Because, like, I remember, like, seeing this thing about, like, writers in the past before, and it's like, remember, guys, a scientist character in your story is only as smart as the writer writing him. So that's why it's really hard for writers to write smart characters sometimes. Because maybe the writer themselves isn't that smart. And for writers that, like, are really into their story, maybe some of them actually do the legwork. Some of them do the research, right? If I'm gonna make my own manga, for example, guys, about, like, animal warriors, then I have 2 ways to go about it. I can either go with, like, whatever residual knowledge I have of animals, or if I want the story to be accurate, I should do research on animals, right? So it's like, if I make like a jaguar like warrior, or if I make like a rhinoceros warrior, then I should do the research on those animals before I make my manga. Or maybe I'm too lazy. If I'm too lazy to do the research, then, like, my manga's gonna have a lot of inconsistencies, you know? Like, what's a fun fact about jaguars? Jaguars can run like 90 miles per hour or something. But then, like, If I didn't do my research, though, then I wouldn't know that Jaguars cannot maintain that 90 miles per hour kind of thing. Like, Jaguars can sprint for like 10 seconds, basically, and that's about it. I think like 50% of like Jaguar hunts end in failure because Jaguars can't maintain their speed or some shit. So, yeah. All you know from anime is the scientists are magicians with white coats, basically. In Bleach, for example, in Bleach, Kubo Tite, he had to do actually a lot of research on like one of his scientist characters because he didn't want his scientist character to be bullshit. So he actually did a good job, by the way. Bleach has a really good scientist character, and the scientist character is not bullshit because Kubo Tite did his research. But also, you don't see that scientist character a lot, though, because Kubo Tite doesn't like to do the research. So you don't get to see him a whole lot, but when you do see him, he's a well-written character. I guess the question is, like, how much science does, like, your writer know, you know? Does your writer know any science, or does your writer not know any science at all? Oh, and same thing too for steampunk, right? Because you gotta have to admit, guys, steampunk is bullshit half the time. It's like, yo, I made a fucking, like, mech made out of steampunk technology. It's like, wait, are you telling me this mech is technically powered by heated water? It's like, how does that work, you know? It depends on whether or not the writer, like, can rationalize, like, having a mech made out of, like, heated tubes with water and shit, you know? It's like, this doesn't make any sense at all. But, like, we're just going to hand wave it in the writing and say, like, it does make sense. I know that, like, in, so, here's one that actually uses a lot of steam power, so it's cleaner and shit. In the franchise Sakura Wars. Sakura Wars uses both magic and they use steam power technology. But they have electricity, though. Don't get me wrong, they have electricity. But a lot of shit they have is steam powered. Which doesn't make any sense in a Weird World scenario. But it does make sense if we include magic into it. So in Sakura Wars, get this, guys. In Sakura Wars, they have steam-powered cars. Like, legit, like the cars and the mechs are steam-powered. But if you include magic into it, now it kind of makes sense. So, like, they use, like, magic stones to heat up the water, and the magic stones are, like, more efficient than obviously burning, like, fossil fuels and shit. So the world of Sakura Wars is actually very clean compared to our world, because they don't burn fossil fuels. They burn pure water. And then, like, they use magic stones to heat up the water. So, like, every functioning device in Sakura Wars just uses, like, magical stones to make everything steampunk. They don't explain the magic system that well in Sakura Wars, to be fair, but it's magic. It's magic, guys. You don't gotta explain shit. I think there is, like, legit, like, one time in Sakura Wars, which I think is Sakura Wars 4, where, like, there was an evil company, like, burning fossil fuels and shit, but, like, once they got rid of that evil bad guy thing, there's no more of that. So, the entire war just runs off of heated water. The electricity is powered by heated water, essentially. No, actually, wait. I think the electricity in Sakura's is powered by electrical stones. I don't even think that's steampunk at all. I'm pretty sure they legit just use giant electrical stones to power their electric devices in Sakura Wars. So they use a magical version of a nuclear power plant, basically. If I remember right, World War II never happened in Sakura Wars. There was World War I, but there was never a World War II. So there was no, like, atom splitting in Sakura Wars at all. There's no need for them to find the technology to split an atom because they have magic. So they use magic for most of their shit. So there is no, like, Hiroshima bombing or whatever. Because, to be fair, the main characters are in Japan. So Japan kind of, like, wrote it that there was no World War II. The main characters are Japanese, and then the secondary main characters are, like, French. Like, there's, like, two bases. The main base is in Japan, and the secondary base is in Europe. They have, like, 3 bases in Europe. They got, like, a French base, and they got, like, a British base or whatever. And then, like, in Sakura Wars 6, they made an American base. But the American base gets shit on, though, by the other bases, because they're the youngest base. And apparently the American base is like the weakest of all the bases. The Australian painter got into the art school? I guess so. There's no World War II in Sakura Wars. I don't know. Maybe Hitler was a mage in that timeline. Maybe he's a magic painter. Sakura Wars is a very idealistic version of our world, I guess. But they do have gunpowder though. They do have guns because like there's a Mexican girl. Actually, you got to give it to Sakura Wars for actually being very racial diversity. In the American base, there's a Mexican girl and she does use handguns. So they do have gunpowder. They also have a black lawyer. They have like a black lawyer chick in the American base as well. But the team leader is a Texas girl. I believe the team leader was like a Texas chick or whatever. So again, very racially inclusive for the entire series. And then like the French base has like European people in it. So they got like French people, they got British people. There's like an Italian girl in there and shit. Sakura Wars has like a waifu of like every race, honestly. They got the Chinese waifu, the Japanese waifu, this Australian waifu, there's a black waifu, there's a British waifu, there's a Mexican waifu, there's a Canadian waifu. Now to be fair, they do stereotype though. Like, not gonna lie, they stereotype a lot in Sakura Wars. So that might explain why Sakura Wars doesn't get translated very often, actually. Because like maybe people might think it's racist, but I think it's very cool for it to be inclusive though. Even if it's stereotypical. Because like the Mexican girl is very Mexican, if you know what I mean. And then like the black chick is like super black. The Canadian girl is super Canadian. The Australian girl is super Australian. The Texas girl is super Texas, like super American, white ass American Texas girl. Like, you can't get any more American than that. The fucking French girl is super French. So you see what I'm saying here. So if you're not into like the waifu culture, you probably might think the game was racist, but I think it's a pretty cool game though. If you're interested in Sakura Wars after my little rant there, it's a dating sim visual novel with like small bouts of RPG-esque in it. So there is like a level up system, there is like a combat system and whatever, but it's a dating sim first though. It's a dating sim first and like an RPG game second. You spend 90% of your time in the dating sim scenes, and then you spend 10% of it like in the RPG scenes. So play it for the waifus, don't play it for the gameplay. Or the waifu is the gameplay. Yo, I've been stuck on chapter 1, screen 1 for like 20 minutes. The professor has his eyes closed, I assumed. Professor? I assume this is Persicaria talking. Ah, I knew it! It was Persicaria. I knew it. It's always Persicaria. Who is the better waifu, 416 or Persicaria? Were you napping just now? Was I? I guess I must have been too tired. Maybe the oasis has been so peaceful lately, I ended up loosening up a bit. You do look very tired. Maybe you shouldn't put yourself too hard. I did bring you to our newly built projection room to watch a movie so you could relax a little bit. Wait, this is a movie date? Yo, this is a movie date! Wait, is it just Persicaria and the commander? Yo, you guys can't tell me that Persicaria does not have a crush on the commander. Like, she totally does. It's a shame that she's not canon. Heh, I thought it seems like the movie's a little boring for you. My gaze returns to the screen, which is currently showing a monster movie. Ear-piercing shrieks seem to be coming from a distance. A girl cleaves a monster in two, and at almost the same instant, the girl is impaled by a monster's tentacle from behind. Well, that took a turn. The girl cuts a monster in half, and then the girl gets penetrated by a monster tentacle. So, are they watching Tamane and Asagi the anime? Guys, she got penetrated by a monster tentacle. On the edge of the screen, a girl in white watches on apathetically, as though she is detached from the story. Suddenly, she turns and meets my eyes. When I look again, all I see is the doll battling monsters. It's as if the girl in white had never existed. Chapter 5, Seedbed. Are you alright? Is this place too stuffy? Maybe we should go outside for a walk. I rub my temples and force myself to nod while leaving the projection room with Persicaria. We find a nearby garden where we can sit down. Persicaria leaves me for a bit before coming back with a cup of coffee. Fortunately, I've been practicing the art of brewing coffee recently. Have some and tell me how it tastes, Professor. I take the cup and down it in one gulp, but the excessive sweetness makes me cough. How much sugar did you put in this anyway? Wait, what happened to my waifu? Guys, my Persicaria downgraded. I put 10 cubes in. Should not have added some. No, what happened? This is I'm supposed to be playing Project Neurocloud. This is Girls Front Line. This became a Girls Front Line stream all of a sudden. Hey, you know what this reminds me of? You know, like those fucking like advertisements where it's like a gang, like mob game or something. It's like Persica is like mob boss level 1, and then Persicaria is like mob boss like level 100 or like some shit like that. That's what it reminds me of. I don't even know what kind of games those are. Aren't those like browser-based games or some shit? It's always like some kind of like gang or like mob boss or some shit, and they show like a level 1 versus like level 100. I think that's like what they're supposed to be though. It's like they're just like a weird browser-based AFK game. And then like you get resources, and then you level up your character, and then like you watch numbers. All you do is you watch numbers on the screen go up and shit, and you level up your character some more. That's about like all you do. This is the real Persica. I want the real Persica. I said I want the real one. This is the real Persica. Level 50 mob boss. Yo, you legit though, like huge ass difference, not gonna lie. Super huge difference. Level 1 grunt. Ah, yes, that's how it is, level 1 grunt. You know, like, other than, like, the posture change, too, like, other differences I've also noticed is, like, how you could see bags, like, under Persica's eyes, but there's no bags. There's no eye bags on Persicaria. Persicaria, like, also wears stockings, it looks like, and, like, Persica doesn't, because Persica probably would find that troublesome to wear. And then, like, other than, like, obviously the boobs being bigger, it looks like Persicaria's, like, hers are, like, lifted. There's no sag. There's, like, no sag for, like, Persicaria's boobs. Whereas, like, Persica has more realistic boobs or whatever. It's like, I'm you, but better. How dare you be better than me? It's like, you made me this way. Don't blame me. I didn't ask to be born. You made me in the perfect version of yourself. Actually, when you guys think about it, wouldn't Persicaria just be better in all regards anyway, though? Because Persicaria is an AI. So, wouldn't that mean that Persicaria could learn more and learn faster than Persica? Like, if Persica, like, were to, like, translate her brain power 100% to Persicaria, and, like, if you take away, like, the human needs, like getting tired and, like, having to eat and sleep and shit like that, then Persicaria should be better by all accounts. She really is just better. Like, if they want to canonize Persicaria, then maybe Persicaria can make like a 6 anti-rain girl or some shit. So I know that Row 65 is supposed to be the best anti-rain girl, right? Like the best mechanically. Because like M4A1, SOP Mod, Star 15, and M16, they're based off of like the second generation of T-Dolls, right? And then Row 65 is like generation 3. So Persicaria would make like a generation 4 T-Doll or something. She would make like the next segment of T-Dolls, and she could make like a new anti-rain member that like surpasses Row 65 or something. Hell, the way I see it, actually, maybe Persicaria can make like a perfect Naito. Because like, you know how like all the Naitos are like flawed and shit? Maybe she could make like a real Naito. Like a real perfect symmetry between like human and cyborg implants or whatever. I don't know. Now it's perfect. I made it better. I'm just spitballing here. I don't know what Mika wants to do. Persicaria. Is something the matter? No, it seems I really am a little tired. By the way, the new projection room seems really good. Oh yes, we managed to retrieve more and more dolls, so the various departments have been established, and have found their stride. We even have the surplus manpower to set up entertainment facilities for the dolls. This is all thanks to you. Don't say that. This is the result of everyone's hard work. We've all seen the sacrifices you made, so you don't need to be modest. Actually, I've been a little worried every now and then, but I believe that was that was with you around. We won't make the same mistakes we once did. You will overcome all the difficulties in your way, won't you, Commander? Persica? Professor? I'm sorry, I'm not feeling very well. Do you need to rest? Persicaria looks at me with concern, and a feeling of anxiety starts creeping up my nerves. Why is this happening? Am I being too eager to return to reality, or... I deliberately avoid looking at Persicaria and stare into the distance instead. That's when I catch sight of a white figure. Persicaria, is that one of our dolls? Where? I look back at where I just spotted her, but there is nobody there. Are you still on edge because of what happened before? The Oasis is now very safe, and the security system will inform us if there is any danger. You should take a seat. No, I need to figure out who she is. Really? Perhaps I have been a little oversensitive. I sit back down, but I can't dispel my anxiety. I know I'm missing something, but... A series of footsteps interrupts my thoughts. Persicaria? Professor? Antonina, what are you doing here? I just finished checking the sandbox barrier and was preparing to head back to the red log. As for you, shouldn't you be watching a movie? The professor's feeling a little unwell, so we stepped outside for some fresh air. Ah, was the girl in white you just saw Antonina? Wait a minute. I never said I saw a girl in white, did I? Clang. Before I could finish, a ball of silver light suddenly ignites the air. It spreads out in all directions and slowly covers the sky. I fall back several paces unconsciously. The light vanishes and the entire world has changed. The previously vivid garden looks like someone has splashed paint all over it, and its dark purple radiance is gloomy and somber. What happened? Why do you look so pale? Can't you see it, Persicaria? Look around us. What on earth is going on? I don't understand. The garden is very pretty, no? Let's forget whatever this is and go deeper into the garden. That way nobody will disturb us. Persicaria? Persicaria's eyes seem genuinely blank, and the apprehension flaring up inside me only adds to my unease. Am I dreaming? Or no, Magressi is located in the second layer, and not the real world. The concept of dreams doesn't exist here. Whoosh. The figure of the girl in white flits past once again, where I saw her previously. Is she guiding me somewhere? Where are you going, Professor? I ignore Persicaria and walk towards where the girl in white is. Professor, wait! Whoa, why the rush, Proof? Persicaria's calling out to you, you know. And where did you come from? What are you talking about? We've been here the whole time. Alright, yeah, this is definitely some sussy ass shit right here. This is obviously a simulation. I try to leave the garden and pursue the girl in white, but that seems to get them worked up. What's wrong with you, Professor? Don't do it, Proof. You can't abandon Persicaria like this. Tchah, I told you before, this professor's unreliable. They both start closing in on me, and So even reaches for the sword hilt at her waist. I flee them and break into a sprint. The scenery begins to distort around me. Don't go, Professor! Come back, Proof. Madness seems to have descended upon those who were once close to me. Fighting against the ground's pull, I run until I reach the edge of the garden. I stumble to a heart. When I turn around, I see the girl from before. It's you! Who are you? You should not be here. She reaches out towards the garden's exit. Everything is quiet there. Even the grass and flowers are unruffled by the wind. Don't go there, Professor! Remember what you ought to be doing. As I take a step in the direction where the girl is pointing, the landscape around me begins splintering and falling away like cracked glass. The fragmented memories become a storm of photographs flashing by. They swallow up the heavens and earth around, and then me. Stay back! This thing is pretty strong. Look out! Professor, run. Oh shit, so like we're already in trouble. 16,000? I think I'm fine here. I don't know why Chelsea's here, but she's here though. Let me see. Tap to view the liquid entropy effect. Wait, this game already taught me this though. But I think it's because like I might have went too far in the endless exploration, because I think this is where I learned about it. Yeah, I gotta watch out for that entropy shit. I don't know how good Chelsea is, but I assume she's not that good because I haven't seen her in any meta team. Liquid entropy were spread to tiles that are not separated by obstacles. Please position your units carefully in the following battle to avoid it. They told me to position my units, but they probably wanted me to be like in the flexible strategy one, but like I'm in the offensive strategy, so I couldn't do that. Ah, okay. I gotta use my real team here. Or you just out heal it. That's good too. That's also good. Just out heal it. I know that there was a strategy thing that like lowers the damage you get from the entropy, but like I haven't unlocked it yet. I think I only get it like after I beat chapter 5, I think. I looked at like the strategic blueprint thingy, and like there was one that like reduced damage. I see no reason why like I should never buy the overclock thing that like where you do more damages to like elites and bosses. You should always buy that one, I feel. Seems to make sense to me. Oh, goody. A sniper function.
私の実力を見せてあげる。こんなのに飽きたわ。
I saw somebody on Reddit said they got stuck on chapter 6, but I guess maybe that person was on a brand new account. It's like literally faster for me just to do this manually.
それじゃあ始めようか。私一人で十分よ。
Hell, I feel like at this point, I could just like do a team with just Kluke, and I'll probably still win.
いざ山の向
I remember reading like about like the bad points about Kluke, and like the only bad thing about Kluke I saw that was written down was that her animations were slow, and like that was about it. So basically, 416 has no weakness. She's slightly slow. Her skills aren't instant or something.
いざ山の向こうへ。おとなしく死になさい。私一人で十分よ。
Powerful enemies. I can handle it. I can handle it.
それじゃあ始めようか。おとなしく死になさい。
Hold on. My animations aren't playing, and I love the animations. Ah, always. I like watching the ultimate animations. I never get tired of watching them.
こんなのに飽きたわ。
Yeah, I needed Kluke to beat the aberrance thing for me. I literally could not beat stage 15 until like I had Kluke. Yeah, Kluke trivialized it for me.
手伝おうか。イージスの盾起動。
Okay, this one is just like a straight, just straight up like just fights. All right.
前方に敵を発見しました。
Yo, I love seeing her fucking passive go off. Her passive just straight up just like deletes people. Every time I see the fucking grenade go off, like I just like, oh, I won. That's it. There we go. It's like heaven forbid the bad guys like clump up or whatever. It's especially great when they clump up. Wait, V counts as melee? That's weird. The thing said, like, melees get a buff or whatever, and I saw V in there. But V is technically ranged, though. Yeah, V should be considered ranged. What a weird-ass warrior character. Discovered a node repair system. Cool. $416! I need you to like stop deleting the enemies so quickly. I don't get to admire the battle no more. I think if I go into flexible strategy, then like most of the time the auto thing should just use the tactical skill on 416. Unless 416 aims in a weird direction. Man, I don't even see a reason to use any of my specials here. But I guess I'll use it here, though. There's a little bit of lag, and I'm pretty sure it's because I'm streaming. So, like, I have so many programs up. I actually would love a double computer stream setup, but like I would need to make a stream computer first. I gotta make a stream computer, get a capture card for it, and then I can have a double stream setup. I know like that's not strictly necessary, but my computer is a bit on the old side, so a double stream setup would be nice to have. I guess to be fair, I could use this computer for the streaming computer, and then I could just make a new computer, but I don't have the money to make a new computer in the first place, so... After the scenery around me crumbles, the memories return to my mind. 2:21 a.m., 1 day ago. In the Oasis Medical Department. Sorry to call you here at this hour, Professor. Something tricky has come up all of a sudden. Please come with me. Area D66 of the Oasis was suddenly attacked 1 hour and 20 minutes ago. Isn't Area D66 under the protection of the sandbox barrier? Also, Antonina and Croquet examined and repaired the sandbox barrier earlier today. Didn't they say there was something wrong with it? Yes, the sandbox barrier is indeed functioning normally. However, those monsters passed through without any effort. That's never happened before. Monsters? Aren't the enemy sanctifiers? Frankly speaking, I don't know how to define them. They're scary black and purple creatures. We can only describe them as monsters. Our defense units managed to defeat them after a tough fight, but... Persecutor brings up a clip of the combat footage up on her portable terminal. This is the combat footage from our frontline fighters, when our frontline fighters realized something was wrong. Someone's passed out here. No problem. We got this side in control. Hurry and bring the wounded. Ugh! A purplish black monster suddenly appears out of nowhere and lunges at the agent. Its writhing tentacle tips create a deep wound in the agent's waist. The agent collapses with a cry. Hey! Medic! Medic! The shaky camera points towards the unconscious agent. Terrifying black and purple veins spread from the wound, and the agent's face contorts in pain. Her neurocloud's firewall is falling apart. She's been infected. Stay away from her, and avoid making contact with the wound. The medical agent quickly summons operants to her hands, and produces a thick spherical barrier around the unconscious agent. Cover me! I need to take her back for treatment. Too many people are down. We won't be able to hold the monsters back like this. Look out! The agent's cry could not help the person filming the scene avoid the black and purple monster in time. The footage suddenly ends, and Persicaria puts her portable terminal away. We're here, Professor. After pushing open the door to the observation ward, I see rows upon rows of unconscious agents surrounded by spherical barriers, occasionally groaning in pain. Many agents go back and forth. Whispered conversations fill the air, and the mood is grim. The monster who attacked us seems to be carrying a very special electronic virus. The agents affected by it had fallen into a coma and can't be woken up. A coma? Correct. The neuroclouds can't sustain normal operations because of the viral infection, so we can't wake them up by normal means either. Since the virus breaks down the firewalls for Dallas neuroclouds, Antonina has been working on reconfiguring the individual firewalls to resist the virus. She's in there now. When you think about it, in this perspective, wouldn't like a computer hacker be akin to like being a doctor then? That's basically what it is, huh? Like, if we're talking about a virus, so a virus is like a sickness because like it controls other programs. So like a hacker. A hacker is like the best doctor you could find. But the way they have it here though is that like Antonina is a programmer and Persicaria is supposed to be a doctor or something. I mean, it's still magic though, because like the way the healers work in this game is like they put their hands together and then like operands like fill their hands and then they use those operands like they jam it. They like jam it into like other agents and like the operands go in like a person's wound and like it heals them up or some shit. The way I see it, it's like you take data. You're taking like raw data and you input it in on like an agent who lost their arm and then like the raw data becomes that agent's new arm or something. I think there was like a segment in chapter 3 or chapter 2 where like I think Soul takes a hit like to her waist or something, and then she has like a chunk of her waist missing, and then like Persicaria like heals the waist, and then like her waist operands, they like heal up the wound or some shit. When you think about it, no one should have one arm in this world because the data can always like give you a new arm or some shit. There's no such thing as being armless or like having a missing leg. Now in the real world though, we have like T-dolls with like missing arms and legs because they don't have the resources to get a new arm. Is this what 45 does? I mean, I guess. I have no idea. Probably. Send me a copy of the NeuroCloud observation logs for agents 31 to 40. Damn, that many? We have a lot of agents in the who have been virused. A lot of contaminated agents. How are things, Antonina? Oh, you're here. The analysis will be ready soon. Give me a bit. Antonina's fingers fly over her mobile terminal. You know what? I do love how like it's weird. It's weird how like how low tech like Antonina's like device looks. Now the thing about it, like, it looks like a fucking laptop with no cover. Like, it's literally like an exposed PCB, and then like there's a fucking wire. There's like a red and blue wire like right here. When you think about it, that's unnecessary, right? Wouldn't this like not be a thing in their cyber world? Like, this only makes sense to me if they were in the real world and like Antonina like didn't have like the materials to like have like a real laptop. I mean, to me, this is what she has. It's a laptop she has, you know, like she has like a tablet or a laptop, however you want to call it, but this is like the legit, just the PCB part. She's basically looking like a straight up motherboard. She has no fucking keys or anything, so the only way that this could possibly make sense in a cyber world is that she directly interfaces with the motherboard. So like she doesn't need a keyboard. Maybe she just like attaches like operands to her fingers, and then like those operands go into the motherboard, and then like she gets like data directly or some shit. It makes no sense in the real world environment, but it kind of makes sense here in the cyber world. Kind of. I think there's still no reason for it to look like this, though. I mean, would you buy a laptop that didn't come with the cover? I mean, I guess you would. If it was like a really good laptop, maybe. Maybe she just likes it. I don't know, because like, they make Antonina and they make Croquet seem kind of like otaku-like sometimes. So, I feel like Antonina would not go with the PCB look. She would go like for more of a fancy bling bling kind of thing. I don't know. Basically, the only way I could justify this in their cyber world is that like there's a mechanical advantage to like having a pure PCB out in the open. And like I said, the advantage would be that like she directly interfaces with it. So a keyboard would slow her down essentially. So she must link up to her directly. And then like maybe it just beams data into her brain or something. Well, I say brain. It beams directly into like her NeuroCloud. And that's how she works so fast. Actually, when you think about it, the entire thing just works off like her connection with operands. she wouldn't even need to use her fingers then. She might as well just have like a backpack. Like, she just have this PCB like on her back or something, and then like she's a walking computer essentially. She would just need to like look at something, and then she could just like run like interfaces, or she could run like data analysis or whatever. But she already has a backpack, and then she also has like a pouch right here. So maybe all of this is also connected to like the PCB she has in her hand or something. I mean, I think I know what the realistic answer is though. And it's not a story writer thing. It's an artist thing. So the writer went to the artist, and the writer's all like, I need you to make me this character called Antonina. Here's what she looks like. She has like green hair, she wears a hat, and she has like a little bit of like a hacker kind of character. And maybe that was like all he gave, like the artist or something. So the artist was like, okay, cool. I'm gonna draw a hacker character. And then like, this is what he came up with. And then the writer was all like, good enough for me. And then this is Antonina as we have it here. That's the way I see it realistically happening. Especially for like gacha games where like they have like different artists and shit. Because like my go-to example for like how there's often like a disconnect between like artists and like writers is often Konko and like Tenryu and Tetsa. Because like in Konko, everyone's supposed to be like a fucking like World War II ship or whatever like that, and there's like a little bit of a theme like with all the characters. But then you look at Tenryu and Tetsa, and like their artists legit like specializes like in girls that are like are kind of like futurist in like a way or whatever. But like Tenryu and Tetsa, they have like weird like hover like technology and crap. Like, what is this fucking hover halo disc thing that Tetsa has? You know, it's like literally only Tenryu and Tetsa are the only girls in Konko that have that. And that's because, again, it's an artist thing. And Kanekawa didn't think that Konko was going to be a big hit. So they just commission like a lot of like random artists to like make work for them. We got all these like fancy lights on Tenryu, and she's got like these weird like rabbit ear things. And it's like, she also has like this weird melee sword, but like they don't fight with melee in Konko, they fight with missiles and shit. And also, it explains why they don't exist in the anime too, because they had to make sure the anime was consistent, but they couldn't put Tenryu and Tetsa in there because like it doesn't make sense for these future girls to exist or whatever. Meanwhile, Azurlane, I think Azurlane does a better job though of justifying the technology there though, because like they do say that like it is a combination of like magic and how like different countries rely on either technology or magic. So like the German girls got all the tech, they got all like the future tech crap. So the German girls, the Iron Blood girls got all like that weird shit. And then like you had the Sakura girls, and the Sakura girls all the Japanesey Miko magic shit or whatever. So I think Azurlane at least had some justification. But with Konko though, they just went to random artists though. They hired like 30 random artists for like the first batch of girls, and they were like, draw whatever you want. Like, the only references the artist had was to Google, like, the ship girl, like, the actual ship itself. And then they were like, oh, I have nothing to work with here. So, I'm just gonna draw, like, a random anime waifu. And then, like, that's what we have now. And then, like, they also, like, had, like, weird shit, too, with, like, the like all the fucking like carrier girls and shit, because the carrier girls, they summon like random planes out of nowhere. They literally had to like fucking magic that shit in the anime, because there was like no way to like justify like the fucking bows being used in the anime and shit. It's like, hey, here's a bow and arrow. It's like, what? I mean, the way it works in Konko is that they shoot the arrow, and then the arrow becomes like a squad of planes or something. It's like, how do you justify that other than magic? Like, it has to be magic. There's no tech. Like, Honko is, like, not really a tech-based series. It's definitely, like, super magical. They're basically, like, glorified magical girls in Honko. Also, Antonina's not a main character. She's, like, a side character. So, I assume that Antonina's art direction was not placed on a high, like... Was not placed on, like, on a high, like, high variance, compared to, like, Persicaria or, like, any of, like, the administrators. Like, I'm sure, like, Persicaria, they specifically had to make sure that Persicaria was modeled after Persica. And, like, Persicaria is, like, in every chapter, you know? So, they had to make sure that, like, she was drawn correctly. But for all the side characters, they probably didn't give a shit. They give more shits about the administrator per chapter, probably. This situation does not look good at all. This is a brand new type of electronic virus, with a certain degree of intelligence and extreme adaptability. It evolves in response to the target it infects, so there are many variants, as there are victims. Yo, is this COVID, the computer virus? Worst of all, it's still evolving independently, so we have no way to directly analyze it. I need to analyze the virus from its source. There is no source. You're a survivor from the garrison of Area D66. We wiped out all those monsters and left none alive. I checked the team logs. Back then, they just treated it as an ordinary virus incursion. Ugh! It's number 27! Medic! Medic! I need Agent 27's code status. A medical agent heads over to Agent number 27. This is bad. The reconfigured firewall has collapsed as well. Unlike the worried onlookers, the infected agent slowly calms down and no longer seems to be in pain. What's going on? Let me see. Persicaria walks over to the infected agent's side and connects to her neurocloud through the neuronet analyzer. Persicaria, her condition has worsened. Her mind is sunk to the territory layer. That's the region used for the most basic neurocloud operations, where the core data is stored. If it's in the territory layer, then that means her neurocloud can no longer sustain anything beyond the most basic functions. Is this the second stage of the infection? Damn it. She's probably in something like a dream world now, so there won't be any pain for the time being. But if the virus invades her territory layer, her consciousness will be lost forever, and she can't even be reset. We need to restore her neurocloud firewalls ASAP. Antonina, give me some time. I need time! I like how in this game, like, the text bosses kind of like shake a little bit when like someone's angry. You don't really see that in Girls Front Line. And I assume it's because Girls Front Line like literally can't do it. Girls Front Line can do like colored text and like take it or leave it. That's like the best they can do sometimes. Antonina's attention is completely focused on Agent 27's firewall code. Use this! Password Ekkar. I assumed since it's all capitalized, I meant to like abbreviate that shit, but I'm not gonna abbreviate that shit. I'm just gonna say a word. The nurse's agent takes the code sent by Antonina and enters it into number 27 system. Ugh! It's working! Just then, the firewall structure on the monitor falls in disarray once more, but it is soon restored by Antonina's code. How is it? Is it better? No, all I can do is suppress it. Damn it, it's evolving too fast. We need to find the virus's source code. Beep. An alarm suddenly goes off, echoing throughout the entire building. It's an incursion alarm! Call request received, now connecting. Persicaria! You're there too, Professor. Situation report. Yes, those monsters are back at the gate of D71. It's exactly as the interior report stated. They crossed the sandbox barrier with ease. We need to evacuate the agents near D71. Permission granted. Authorization has been given. I've already been notified to avoid the wounds they make. Relax. I'll take them out from a good distance away. No, Croquet. We need one captured alive. Alive? Is the treatment not going well? It can't possibly be any worse. We need to directly analyze the original forms. Got it. Don't push yourself too hard. Your personal safety takes priority. Don't take risk if you can't handle them. Relax, Professor. I know what to do. Tja, they're here. Call ended. Persicaria, you and Antonia stay here. I'll go and cover Croquet to see how things are going over there. Contact me ASAP if anything comes up. Also, wake Sol up and have her join me at D71. 2:44 a.m. Area D71, outer rings of the Oasis. Hold the line! Don't let them cross the defensive line. Fire support needed at 3 o'clock. I guess, warm up your guns. Croquet, we've launched into the prey. Should we close the net? Hold on, we haven't beaten them in open combat yet. It's too risky to close in. Roger, ugh! Connor? Hello, Guys, Connor's dead! Not Connor! He was one of the good agents. Rest in peace, Connor. Oh shit, they dead. Through the security camera, Croquet watches as the area that has been set up to capture the monsters gets overrun by the enemy in a sudden onslaught. The agents responsible for the capture are in grave danger. Wake the fuck up, Sol. We got a virus to kill. You know, this kind of reminds me of how in XCOM 1, when, like, Dr. Valen was all like, we need to capture an alien. And then, like, Bradford was all like, are you serious? And Valen's like, yes, we must capture an alien alive. All units, I'm heading towards the net. Concentrate fire and cover on me. Croquet, the professor said safety first. Croquet raises her shield, and the operants around her slowly form a barrier. I like how they basically turned Croquet into a fucking Gundam pilot. She's legit, like, just, she's not even like a guard no more. She's not even a tank. She's legit just a pilot now. I feel like in every other chapter, like, Croquet keeps losing her fucking mech, so we have to keep making her a new mech. We either had to have her mech, like, self-destruct, or, like, it just gets so fucked up during the Sanctifier fight. And then, like, Croquet has to ask for operans to make a new mech. We need to directly analyze the original forms. In the security camera, the monster's horde is about to break through the defensive line. Persicaria, Professor, I'm sorry. Let me play the cool hero just this once. Everyone, do as I say. Roger. 2:52 a.m. Area D71, outer ring of the Oasis. After rushing to D71, I see large groups of agents have formed a defensive cordon, preventing the monsters on all sides from coming through. The battle rages on. I'm here. How are things? I just arrived myself. Wait, Croquet? Don't go over. Stay back. Only when we look past the crowd do we see Croquet in the center of the cordon. Croquet stands in front of the agent, while tightly clutching into a monster's tentacles that pierced her torso. Where are the people from medical and defense? Isolate this area right now. I'm authorizing the use of operants to establish a temporary observation point in D71. Move it. Roger. Winces. Hey, Professor. I did good, right? Taking this guy alive was pretty hard. I thought I told you to prioritize your personal safety. It's alright, see? I'm fine, aren't I? This thing. It's pretty strong. Several agents run past us and begin setting up a quarantine bubble around Croquet. Through the invisible barrier, I can see the purplish black veins slowly climbing up Croquet's neck, from the wound she's taken. Her body is swiftly turning pale. Croquet, no! You know what, guys? If this was like an RPG game, then like Croquet wouldn't be playable anymore. You know who loves to do that? Final Fantasy loves to do that. Like, Final Fantasy loves to have like a character be taken out of action, and then like you can't use that character anymore. Do you know what game I really hate? Just because like the story keeps on separating them. I really hate Final Fantasy 5 and 8. 5 and 8 love like having all the characters together, and then they keep splitting up the characters. So like you end up with like weird parties, and you can't choose the parties. I say hate it, but I like the story still. The story makes sense, and the gameplay makes sense. But sometimes you just want to use your favorite characters, you know? It does make more realistic sense, though, that, like, the party wouldn't be together all the time. She's not okie dokie. She says she's okay! Damn it. If she says she's okay, she's okay. Through the invisible barrier. She's turning pale. Meanwhile, the tentacle squirms in her hands. Croquet. So stares dumbly at Croquet, while Croquet opens her mouth to say something. But then, she realizes that we can't hear from the outside. So she just gives up a thumbs up instead. Why, you? So wants to run up and give Croquet an earful, but the medical personnel around us hold her back. So, Professor, you should step back. We'll take care of this. As more and more agents arrive, the defense team members bear us away from the Croquet side. Okay, I just realized that, like, I never once actually bothered to check on, like, how the pronunciation for that is. So I'm gonna check her pronunciation now. It's a little bit late, but now I'm gonna check. All right, let's see. Let's see. One of these. She has to say her own name eventually. Crow? I've been saying croquet the entire time. Croku. Alright. Well, that's how the voice actor is saying it, so I guess I'll start saying Croku from now on. The first time I saw that, I just assumed croquet. Croku. Alright. I know that I could do this one right now, but I like how you could kind of like just do the battles on one go sometimes, and then you just do the story in one go. I like that. So technically, the game shouldn't even be allowing me to use Croku right now. She dead. She's not here. She's not here. This is a lie. There we go. Oh yeah, I should do this. There we go. Oh, wrong thing. Same thing too for the Dark Realm. I noticed that the Dark Realm also lets you like burn through the stories first, and then like burn through the battles first, and then you could do the story afterward, which I kind of like. That's cool. I do have like a love-hate relationship with games that like force you to like do the combat first and then get the story, because sometimes I just want to get the combat out of the way. But it does make sense for, sometimes though, because obviously the enemy NPC sprites might be a spoiler. So, you know, I get it. Hey, cool, I got a positive protocol out of that. I noticed that, I don't know if this is just me, but during autoplay, if I look at it, I notice that the autoplay only does, it only tends to actually use the character specials, like, after, like, I'm at, like, 2 full bars of, like, the special meter. I don't know if that's just me, but sometimes I notice that. Taking away either Croku or Persicara at times for story reasons would take away some people's only tank or healer. That would fuck up the teams a lot. I mean, to be fair though, story-wise, we have other tanks and healers. I think a good way to do it, if they're worried about, like, people not being able to progress through the story, would be to like straight up like give like a new account after chapter 0, obviously, because chapter 0 kind of plays itself. But after chapter 0, the player should already have access to like maybe like 10 default agents. You know what I'm saying? And like those like 10 agents should already be leveled up besides the main cast. So that means besides Antonina, besides Kroku, besides Persicaria, there should be like 10 default agents that like fill those roles, like healer, tank, and like whatever. And I mean, might as well do one of every role: healer, tank, guard, sniper, specialist, or whatever. And whenever, like, for story reasons, they're taken out, then, you know, obviously you have to use one of the other agents instead. Like, for example, you, if this game was made by Square, because Square loves doing that, chapter 3, right? That's when we didn't have Simo, because Simo was, like, doing his own shit. Simo would be unplayable for the player in chapter 3 then. Up until, like, maybe the final battle. Maybe the final battle, you get to use Simo, and then, like, that's when he dies or something. Obviously, though, different gameplay, you know, of course, because PNC is not an RPG. You know, it's not an RPG game, so to be fair, if this game was an RPG, it would obviously be balanced, right? Like, if this was an RPG, when the game takes away Kroku and Persicaria from you, then, like, the story would balance itself, so that way, like, you could still progress the story without them. Legend of Dragoon, I remember that's a PlayStation 1 RPG. In Legend of Dragoon, there was a spear user, that you get, like, in chapter 1. And, like, you think he's a cool guy, right? You're like, oh, I'm gonna have this guy for the whole game. Spoiler alert, your Lancer dude, he dies in chapter 3. And, like, the way the game was balanced was that, like, when he dies in chapter 3, obviously, for story purposes, he's not there no more. So, he has a trainee, actually. And, like, he was his teacher. So, like, the trainee comes by, and he's like, oh no, my teacher died, but I'm gonna follow in his footsteps. So, I'm gonna join your team now, hero. So, because, like, he was, being trained by your guy, he has the same skills. He has the same skills, and he gets to share the same equipment that, like, his teacher had. So, technically, for gameplay purposes, you have the exact same character, but story-wise, though, your original Lancer is dead. And then, like, in Final Fantasy VI, for example, in Final Fantasy VI, there was a lot of, like, story separation from the characters, where you lose your healer and you lose a tank. So the game was balanced around the fact that, like, you're not meant to have a healer or tank for those certain parts of the story. It's like, oh shit, I only have the brawler guy. I got, like, the fucking suplex martial arts dude. So since you don't have a healer, the game was balanced that way. You're meant to use potions. You're meant to use your potions, and, like, the potions are actually cheaper in that one chapter for you, so that way you at least have a way to heal. But they make the enemies in that area, though, like glass cannons, though. So your martial arts dude can kill them, like, in 1 or 2 hits. But conversely, he doesn't have a healer, though. And then, of course, they balance the boss around that, too. So the boss that's at the end of that area, he's not made for you to spam heals on. He's made for you to kind of, like, rush him down with all your offensive units. Different gameplay, you know, but I like it, though. I like it. Actually, to be fair also, because this game is a gacha game, you could say that, like, if Mika wanted to force players to spend money on gacha, they could have done that, right? Like, if they took away Persicaria and Kroku for, like, story reasons, then, like, they could have been all like, oh, you don't have a healer or tank? Go gacha for it. Or, if they want to, like, give you a little bit of a bone to throw, they could make it so that way you could still use, support, the support thing. So, you can't use your Kroku for story reasons, but then, like, I could go here to guard, and, like, I could just, like, use the support to get through the story, I guess. So I could either use, like, a friend Kroku, or I could use, like, this Banksley, this Evelyn right here, I mean. It's like, well, Kroku was my only tank, so I gotta rely on supports. Oh, I did not know that Alma Inscripta was for her. Oh. So you're mod 2. You're mod 2. That's cool. I don't know if Alma Inscripta is good for her, but this guy's got a level 2 Alma Inscripta. I only vaguely read up on Alma Inscripta, since like I don't have the resources to Alma Inscripta anyway. Only 4 allied dolls may be developed, may be deployed. Damn, I'm sure there's a story reason for that. I'm sure there's a story reason for that, but like I'm skipping the story and doing the combat right now. But that's okay though, because like I'm already I already have Kluke in the party. Which, when you think about it, me having Kluke in the party shouldn't even be canon. Yeah, Kluke should definitely not be canon. Come to think of it, isn't it pretty dumb for the commander to get jacked into Magressi by himself, actually? He should not have been jacked in by himself. He definitely should have brought T-Dolls with him. The only reason why, like, he wouldn't have T-Dolls with him would be for secrecy reasons. Like, Persicaria, like, doesn't want, like, other T-Dolls to know about Magressi, I guess. So, it's like a trust issue. When you think about it, though, wouldn't this be an anti-rain mission? When you really think about it? I feel like Persicaria should have sent anti-rain with you. Obviously, M4A1's not here right now, but maybe she could send Sopmod and Row 635. I feel like that would have been canon. Because M4A1's never at the base. $416 totally came with the proof. Actually, if anyone was gonna come with the commander, I say 45 definitely should have came with the commander then, because 45 is supposed to be like our electronic warfare specialist, right? Like nobody beats 45 in EW. So like if we're talking about EW, 45 is like would be broken then. I've also seen like talk on Reddit on how like Dandelion should also be stupidly overpowered. Cause Dandelion is like probably like higher than 45, maybe at least on the same skill level. So Dandelion would be OP and 45 would be OP. I mean, Row 65 is not bad though. Row 65 did like a bit of electronic warfare during the story, so she'd probably be up there. It looks like if I remember right in the story, like Row 65 does like very by the book electronic warfare, and 45 like does all the weird shit. 45 does like a lot of guerrilla tactics, and Row 65 follows like basic tactics. If Girls Online was like a dating sim in like a high school setting, Row 65 is definitely like student council president, and 45 would be that student that breaks the rules all the time. But 45 would follow loopholes though. So like student council president Row 65, she can't like bust 45 because 45 always like does loopholes. So like technically 45 is not breaking the rules, but like she's totally breaking the rules though. What we actually need is MDR. Yeah, MDR is supposed to be an electronic warfare specialist, but instead we have Kiro, and Kiro's a fucking live streamer. Talk about being completely different. Kiro's a live streamer. MDR in Girls Online is a shit talker, Reddit user, shit talker, electronic warfare specialist. And then Kiro is a fucking cam girl. You can't tell me that like Kiro would not be a fucking gamer cam girl. She totally would. If it meant getting more views, I could see Kiro like playing a game in a bikini or something just to get more views. Kiro is a she's a view. She's a view hog. I can see Kiro doing like a fucking hot tub stream if she was like a Twitch TV or something. It's like, Kiro, you can't do that. That's not family friendly. And then Kiro would be all like, but like, it's not breaking the rules technically. I'm technically not breaking the rules. I ain't showing a nip. I'm in a bikini. It's totally fine. Honestly though, it does kind of hurt my brain knowing that Twitch TV like basically encourages that though, because like hot tub streams should not be on Twitch TV. They really shouldn't. But now that there's a hot tub category in Twitch TV though, it definitely shows like they're in it for the money. They're not in it for like the gaming streaming that they were actually supposed to be. Twitch TV was always advertised as a game streaming service, but now they're definitely not though. Even before Amazon, like before Amazon bought them out, like they have like fucking like vlogging streams now. They have like technology streams. They have drawing streams and shit. And like, not that like I'm saying drawing streams aren't great, because I think drawing streams are pretty interesting to watch, but it's not gaming though. Like, and like, I just don't like the double standard, because every time I wasn't gaming on Twitch TV, I always got soft banned by Twitch TV. I've been hard banned once by Twitch TV, and I've been soft banned like 15 times. It's amazing that like they soft banned me so many times to keep warning me, because and the reason's always the same. Twitch TV mods literally keep getting on my case for not gaming. And I'm like, what? And every time I talk about like other streamers who don't game, Twitch TV gets mad at me. They're like, don't talk about other streamers, we talking about you. Our platform is for gaming. I'm like, oh, okay. You're banned for 2 weeks. You're banned for 1 month. And then like, there was the one time I got hard banned, and then like, I had to like appease Twitch TV and shit. And then like, they gave me back my account after that. I literally had to fucking suck a dick to get my account back when they hard banned me. It was a Minecraft stream. I got hard banned during a Minecraft stream because I was ranting and like I wasn't gaming. That's what happened. Because remember guys, Twitch TV is a gaming platform. Only game streams only. It also reminds me too when back when I was trying to make my own visual novel. I still have the project in my games folder, but it's a dead project though. I haven't worked on it in years, but I was making a visual novel back in the day. I was doing the art for it and everything, but so basically just all me. It was all me. I didn't have like, I wasn't in a group or anything, but I wanted to release it on Steam back in the day, and Steam said they would never greenlight my game because it's not a game. They told me that my visual novel was too weeb, and they said like their platform is not for like dating sims. They said like it's for real games only. So like the moderator or admin or whatever that was like reviewing my my game to be greenlighted, they were all like, maybe if you were to make like a real game, like a fighting game or like a first-person shooter game, we might greenlight it. But we're not gonna greenlight your weeb dating sim. So go to GOG or go to like any other platform, but don't come to our platform. That's what I was literally told. And it was very disheartening. So like I kind of actually just stopped working on my project. Yeah, a lot of double standards, man. Alright, 4:11 a.m. 1 day ago. Okay, cool. So this is about like a couple hours after Kroku got she got tentacled. Hashtag, is there a hentai dojin of Kroku getting tentacled? Hashtag asking for research purposes. In the Oasis Command Center. I like how back there it says Cyclops 100%, 35%. like that's like the commander like going through the game UI as if it was actually his real UI. That, and just let it be known, my Cyclops is at 100 right now. I went through all of the Dark Realm and Exploration. But obviously this commander has not finished the Dark Realm and has not finished the Endless Exploration, because he's only at 35%. Wait, come to think of it, this UI makes no sense actually. It says 100% for the first part, but like what does that signify though? Because 100% for the player means you did the story chapters, but obviously that wouldn't make sense in lore though. I guess I'm going to assume the percentage on the first part in lore would be like whether or not like we have a alliance with the sector, and then maybe they have a sandbox barrier that we gave them or something. It must be like an alliance percentage, because like usually like when we end every chapter, we end up like with an alliance with that sector or something, and like we have the administrator giving us operands. Because we need a lot of operands to run the Oasis. And the Oasis is not a real sector. So like, the Oasis is like a fake sector that we made. Come to think of it, how do the other sectors even get operands? Do they just get like basic operands just by existing? Like, the Oasis doesn't have operands on its own. The Oasis needs to suck operands from other places, but the other sectors are official though. So they must be getting operands from the server itself, I guess? I never really thought about it, and I don't remember if the game ever explained how the sectors get operands. I just remember that chapter 1, we were like on that timetable, because chapter 0, we got the sandbox barrier up, but like the sandbox barrier was being like constantly like drained of operands. And then chapter 1 was us basically trying to beg Turing for operands. And then Turing was like, I'm only gonna help you if you like get the Sanctifiers off my back. And then the Sanctifiers killed Turing, and then we got Hana to give us the operands at least, so that was cool. And then we went to the second sector, and then they gave us operands. The third sector gave us operands. And then we're given like every fucking sector like their own sandbox barrier. I just realized we're still in the fucking we're still in a stupid ass flashback. We're not even in the real story yet. Professor, the front lines are stabilized for now. But the sandbox barrier can't stop these monsters, and we're barely hanging on through sheer force alone. If a new wave of attack comes... How are things on Antonina's end? Thanks to the live sample Kroku brought back, Antonina managed to create a cold patch that can stabilize a Neurocloud firewall. But... let me tell the professor. Antonina, how are the infected doing? After injecting the code obtained from analyzing the live sample, we stabilized them for the time being. But only for the time being. You can't stop the virus. These monsters exist in a very staged state. They're extremely unstable and chaotic. In biological terms, these monsters are a progeny. They are spawned from a certain monster entity, and the virus that they carry was a later evolution. Because of that, all we can do at this stage is temporarily suppress the infection. We need to find the mother entity. Then Kroku. Kroku is now in the second stage of infection. Her mind has sunk into her territory layer. The code we attain has managed to halt the virus erosion of the territory layer. At the very least, we can guarantee that her basic operations and core data would not be affected. Just then, Antonina's monitor lights up with call request. The analyst results are out. We found some program fragments that were not entirely destroyed in the monster, and they all point to the Pierides sector. Pierides. As I recall, that's the closest sector to us, and it's very small. Yes, according to the result of the previous survey mission, it's an art sector. I believe the monsters that attacked us originated in there. Persicaria, put a team together. Prepare to move out. Understood. Before Persicaria can finish, Antonina cuts in. Professor, that is not a good idea. Considering the Oasis has been reduced to this state, even with our defensive strength, it is very likely that Pierides has completely fallen by now. Going into a fully infected sector is like that as suicide. Still, regardless of the risk, if we cannot find the monster's mother and obtain its source code, Kroku and the others can be saved. We have no other choice. No, there is another choice. We have simply refused to consider it. Persicaria, reset them now before things get worse. Otherwise, we'll lose even the chance to do that. You know that's the same as killing them. Of course I do. But that is still preferable to not seeing them ever again. If only there were a better way, damn it. Antonina pounds her fist into the table. It's not like you to give up without a fight. I understand your concerns, but leaving the price of doing so aside, given the present circumstances, how many times are you prepared to reset them? Antonina, this isn't just for Kroku, but for everyone who has been infected. Those monsters are still pressing the attack. Our main forces horn them off, but we don't know when their next wave will arrive. We aren't just going to the Pierides sector to find the source code, but also deal with the problem at its root. I understand. I'll go along with your plans, Professor. We'll leave the main portion of our armed forces behind to hold off the monster attacks. Persicaria, Antonina, So, gather our people into a strike team and prepare to head out. Roger. Outside the Pierides sector, Antonina sets up a ring of strange devices around us. Once the devices start functioning, she begins connecting the Pierides firewall. So to me, this is kind of interesting. And like, they just said that the art sector is the closest sector to the Oasis. And for some reason, like, we skipped going into this sector and we went straight into the Roslyn sector. Because we needed operants. We desperately needed operants to, like, to stabilize the sandbox barrier, but they just said that this was the closest sector to us. And it's a small sector. But the way I see it, though, it's like, even if it's a small sector, if it's the closest one to us, we still should have came here first then, and possibly, like, make friends with the administrators here. And then, like, we could have gotten, like, some operants right away, that could help stabilize the firewall, or the sandbox barrier. And then after that, like, it obviously wouldn't be enough, but it would be a good start. And then we could go straight to Rossum sector, because there was no guarantee that the Rossum sector administrator was going to give us operants. So I think it actually would have made sense to go to the art sector first then. I mean, obviously it all worked out in the end, but I think it would have made more sense to come here first if it was the closest one to us, despite how small it is. I mean, it's just an art sector, so, like, possibly they could have just, like, gave us some operants, you know? Be friends with them. What are these things? What do they look so old and beat up? Don't touch them. They're protecting devices that Antonina rigged up at the last minute. They'll keep us safe to a certain extent. I was just asking. You guys look way too tense. You're right. Maybe we ought to be more positive. Antonina, how's the firewall going? Antonina? Persicaria lightly taps Antonina, who has not responded to her query. Antonina? Antonina collapses to the ground and curls up into a ball, her face contorted in pain. Oh no, her neurocloud's been infected. What? No! No, we lost our hacker! Alright, cool. That's two side characters we can't use anymore. If I wouldn't have played this as an RPG, we can't use Kroku no more, and we can't use Antonina no more. Was it the firewall? Before I can help Antonina up, Soul's cry and the scene before my eyes transfixed me to the spot. A wave of what looks like a malfunctioning light effect flashes past, and countless holes suddenly open up in Pierides' previously calm and intact firewall. Scream! Countless malformed programs emerge from the gaps and pour down us like a tide. The barrier generated by the protective devices barely managed to hold monsters at bay, and all we can do is cower within it. Anna, wake up! No good, she's been infected. All we can do is take her and leave ASAP. Can we try to break through while carrying these devices with us? No, moving the devices is risky. Purplish black fluids leak underneath the barrier and start crawling up our legs. Even if it's risky, we have to. Before I could finish, the barrier crumples like a piece of paper under the weight of the monsters bearing down on it. The next second, a purple-black tide engulfs us. Look out! Soul rushes before me like a loosed arrow and cleaves an incoming monster in two. However, the dead monster's body does not stop moving, and the ones behind continue pushing towards us. Soul, take the professor and get out of here. What about you? I'll use operants to form a barrier to hold them off. Operants gather in Persicaria's hands, briefly delaying the monsters. However, the purple-black fluids they secrete dissolve the barrier before they can fully form. Soul swiftly blocks the monsters ahead of us, but tentacles from the flanks extend towards me. Professor! I feel myself being shoved away. Then comes the sound of something being pierced through. Ugh. Spraying operants mixed with blackish, purplish bodily fluids. By the time my vision returns, Persicaria has already collapsed into the ground. Persicaria! Groans. Pierides is already. Professor, run! Hehe, though it seems this movie's a little boring for you. Yo, guys, we in a flashback? In a flashback. This is like double flashback. Actually, when you think about it, that's a triple flashback. Because we just had a flashback of Persica. So many flashbacks. Hurry and wake up. I bolt upright into a sitting position. Looking around, I see that Antonina's devices are already offline. The other three are lying beside me, and their wounds have been bandaged. Before I can breathe a sigh of relief, a familiar mechanical noise reaches my ears. Subject has regained consciousness. Can you check the target's current neurocloud status? Warning, target is a regular agent. Continue program. Yes, no. Continue. No, wait, so do them first. I hear a series of mechanical transformation noises, followed immediately by the sight of countless glowing gun barrels before me. Preparing to commence arm suppression. Oh, great. We have to worry about sanctifiers, not just the virus. Right. We always have to worry about sanctifiers. I hear a series of mechanical transforming noises. However, they do not attack. They simply take aim at me. I take this opportunity to think as fast as I can, trying to sort out my confused thoughts and make sense of the situation. There are 5 sanctifiers surrounding me, an elite sanctifier squad formation. 4 of them lesser sanctifiers are pointing their guns at me. Behind them is an intermediate sanctifier. They are combat logs involving her. She is the same grade as Faith, whom we met in Rawson. The sniper rifle she is holding left a deep impression on the exiles who encountered her. If I'm not mistaken, her codename should be Wisdom. I try my best to scan my surroundings without moving, and I can see Persicaria lying on the ground not far from me. Her wound seems to have received basic treatment. I can sense that her neurocloud is still active, but she has not awakened yet. My guess is that she is in the same state that I was in previously. Though I'm very worried about her, I can't make any killers moves right now. The others should be in roughly the same condition. Theorize as to why the Sanctifiers did not attack me. Consider the possibility of armed resistance. There are only 4 lesser Sanctifiers with their guns trained on me, while Wisdom, the intermediate Sanctifier, displays no hostility towards me. According to our intelligence, lesser Sanctifiers can only make the simplest logic decisions. Normally, they would attack me right away, since I have been identified as a regular agent. In other words, Wisdom has ordered them to cease fire. Given the battle damage that these lesser Sanctifiers have sustained, they have just been through combat and are not in optimal state. They bear purple corrosion marks on them, so they probably fought the monsters before. While I could summon up operants and try to escape, I doubt that I could get out in one piece when going up against Sanctifiers of this caliber. More to the point, I can't just abandon Persecara and the others here. Reach a conclusion. Perhaps I can find an opening to begin negotiations. What are the results of your diagnosis? Just as I reach my conclusion, Wisdom addresses the Lengther Sanctifier beside her. Subject's neurocloud has regained consciousness. Mild infection. Subject's neurocloud firewall can withstand it normally. Analyze them again. Let nothing slip through. Analyst results remain consistent. Said agent is mildly infected. Subject's neurocloud firewall can sustain it normally. However, targeting systems have classified the subject as a regular agent. The lesser Sanctifiers aim their gun at me once more and disengage their safeties. Irregular agents must be cleansed. Seize the initiative. Observe silently. Ceasefire. Orders received. The lesser Sanctifiers obey Wisdom's instructions and simultaneously lower their weapons. You didn't even react, even with all those guns pointed at you. Were you really not afraid that I'd give the order to cleanse you? Well, if you were really going to cleanse me, you would have done it long ago. Haha, I hope you retain the same confidence as you draw your last breath. With that, Wisdom raises her sniper rifle and places his laser aiming dot on the center of my forehead. Orders received, executing cleansing program. The lesser Sanctifiers suddenly raise their guns that they lowered, and this time I can even hear their weapons charging up. Stop! Ceasefire! That's not what I meant! Order received. After Wisdom's not very calm order, the lesser Sanctifiers once again lower their weapons. Phew. Although she's wearing a visor, I have a feeling that she's glaring hard at me. I'm gonna laugh at her! Yeah, I'm gonna laugh at her. I like to laugh in danger, guys. I'm gonna laugh at her. Why you? Wisdom tries her best to maintain her composure as she approaches me. She comes to a halt, still keeping a safe distance between us. At some point, she considers pointing her gun at me again, but she puts it back down after raising it halfway. Good, it seems I've gained a bit of initiative here. Ah, this is maddening. Then she tears off her visor. Huh? Although we've encountered her in silver battles before, Wisdom without her visor really does take me by surprise. This is why Lord Esphorus said we ought to equip lesser Sanctifiers with better AIs. She's cute! She's a cutie, guys! When do we get Wisdom in the fucking gacha system? I'm waiting for Wisdom to be gatchable. It's all because of these stupid tin cans. Thanks to them, I've lost the upper hand. Warning, there is no need to reveal information about Lord Esphorus. Engage silent mode. Order received. I like how like the letters are getting smaller and smaller, signifying that like it's going like quieter and shit. Lord Esphros, if memory serves, Eucharist has also mentioned that name. From our interaction with Eucharist, it can be surmised that the Sanctifiers have internal sub-factions. Maybe the leader of the Nice faction is the Lord Esphros that she was talking about. By the looks of things, this Wisdom must be part of that Nice faction. Ahem. Right, I just had them point their guns at you because I was worried that you were infected, just in case. At the moment, my neurocloud is perfectly fine. I can prove that I'm not infected. Fine, my name is Wisdom, an intermediate Sanctifier. I've heard of you. You're the professor, right? The professor of the Oasis. You wear a white lab coat, have big black rings around your eyes and a sickly appearance, but you still look like you could kick ass. What? That sounds oddly specific. The nice faction. I didn't think Eucharist would describe me like that. How did you know it was Eucharist? I remember Eucharist mentioned a Lord Esfrost before, so if you've heard of me, then it's very likely that you learned about me from Eucharist. Beep, 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 beep. Enter sleep mode. Eucharist, that cake girl. You mean the Choco girl! Eucharist is the Choco girl. She's the cookie girl. Let's get back to the point. I am the professor. So, what would you like to discuss with me? Thank goodness! Looks like I didn't save the wrong person. You saved me? So you're saying that you protected us from those monsters. We were knocked into a coma after those monsters attacked, and when we woke up, the Sanctifiers had their guns trained on us. It's not a difficult guess to make. As expected as someone who earned Lady Eucharist's praise, you're right, my squad repelled the Entropics, which attacked you. So, I was spoiled on the whole Entropic thing because I didn't do this chapter before the Burbank sector event, which was the Inadvertent Morden thing. So, I learned about the Entropic shit in that event, so I was slightly spoiled. I'm not sure if I'm matching things, but Wisdom's face seems to grow somber as she mentions them. Entropics? Is that what these virus monsters are called? Correct. The Entropics are evil spirits, which have nested in Megressi. Of course, you may also say they're a computer virus. Ever since the Sanctifiers were born, we've been hunting down the Entropics under the brilliant leadership of Lord Esferus, and we have never stopped. However, this is the first time I've seen the situation get this far out of control. The entire Pierides sector has been infected. And then you decide to protect us irregular agents, while suppressing the Entropics. Lord Esferus has always taught us, not all irregular agents must be destroyed. Some can even be our friends. Yo, this Esferos guy, he sounds like a chill dude. I'm sure there's not gonna be some bad blood between us in the future. Hashtag maybe. After all, irregular agents are still agents, and all agents are children of God. We are all equal ones. After hearing this somewhat harebrained intermediate sanctifier speak, I've pretty much reached a conclusion in my mind. Wisdom and Eucharist are most definitely from the nice faction. I like how nice is in parentheses there. On the other hand, Faith, Raven, and Angelus might be from another faction. Still, there is something more important than the internal politics of the Sanctifiers right now. Persecara and the others are still comatose. If I can talk Wisdom into working with me, perhaps. I trust you didn't save me just to proselytize about Euphorus. Ugh. They are both intermediate Sanctifiers, but Faith and Wisdom are very different from each other. Okay, so, in the algorithm farming thing, like, I grown a hatred for Wisdom there, because, like, my squad is, like, barely strong enough to take, like, the strongest, algorithm, farming stage, and Wisdom, like, if I get unlucky with my skills, Wisdom keeps one-shotting, like, all of my girls. She two-shots, Kroku, and then, like, she legit just one-shots, like, all the other girls. And then, like, the only way that I was able to, like, beat the stage is if I use a support, if I use a support character and I take in, like, a Kuro, or, like, I take in, like a Kluke or something, and then, like, I just gun her down before she can, attack and shit. It's, like, one of the few times I actually legit, like, read, like, a character skill, like, an enemy skill. And it seems that, like, every time she kills somebody, she gains HP back, and then she gets to, like, shoot again or something. When she uses, like, her fucking sniper attack, if she doesn't kill them, then, like, she has to go on cooldown. But right now, she's, like, legit, like, one-shot everybody, with the exception of Kroku. So I've grown hatred for her. I can't auto-battle it either. Like, I can only beat the final algorithm stage if I manually control it. There's no auto-battle for me. I assume it's auto-battle. auto-battleable, but like I don't have the right team to auto-battle it. I might lack the girls to auto-battle wisdom. Let me see. Compared to Faith, who could only mechanically execute orders, Wisdom clearly has more of a personality and comes off as a greater sanctifier at times. Does that also have something to do with their faction? Alright then, Professor. We need your help. This time, Wisdom swiftly regains her calm. As you can see, my squad is not in good shape. This entropic attack is unprecedented in scope. The reverse Babylon Tower received a report from a watchtower several hours ago, which alerted us to the invasion of the Pierides sector launched by a small group of entropics. I came to investigate as ordered, but currently... Beep. Large number of Nora programs approaching. Repeat, large number of Nora programs approaching. The sun alert interrupts Wisdom's reply. Tch, what impeccable timing. Still, it doesn't matter. I pretty much determined Wisdom's objective. I have a rough idea what's going on. Let's discuss the rest after we take care of the entropics at hand. What do you mean you got a rough idea? Oh, never mind. Sanctifiers, prepare for battle. Yo, if this was an RPG, like, this would be the part where, like, we get to control, like, the NPC sanctifiers. Like, there's a few RPGs I played where the characters are fainted, and then, like, you play as, like, other characters that are not the main characters or something. So, in this situation, if this was an RPG, like, Sol, Antonina, and Pesakir are, like, out of commission. So, your squadron would be Wisdom and the Lesser Sanctifiers. And then, like, you would do, like, half a dungeon with them or something. Until, like, the rest of the girls wake up or some shit. If this was a regular RPG. Oh! Final Fantasy VI. So, in Final Fantasy VI, like, near the beginning, there's a scene where, like, where Terra is knocked out and shit. And you had to... The game gives you control over Moogles. And you control the Moogles temporarily. So you control them for, like, that one dungeon. And then, like, you don't do that ever again. But it's a cool scene that shows that, like, since Square loves to do it, when Square says that a character is out of commission, they do mean the character is out of commission, and you can't control that character anymore. So, they had to introduce other characters in the story that you can control. I think this was also, like, in one of the Tales of games I played. I want to say maybe Tales of Eternia, possibly. But in one of the Tales of games I played, like, your entire party also, like, faints or something, with the exception of the main character. And then you get access to, like, NPC soldiers. And then you have to use those guys to help you, like, fight off, like, monsters and shit. And usually those guys are probably, like, bad guys too. But, like, since you're all trapped in a cave, like, you have to, like, help each other for a little bit. Because, like, none of you wants to die to the monsters. I kind of like games that do that. Oh, wait, yeah, I don't care about the keys. All right. Nothing? All right. Oh, you know, for once. Okay, so what do I need to do first? 5-9. Okay. For once, I'm gonna try and do the Dark Realm as I do the story. Because usually, like, I save it till afterwards. I gotta do 5-9 first. Yeah, not enough keys. I got it. Yeah, so story-wise, like, I shouldn't even have a party at all. And since they make it seem like we only came in with Antonina, Sol, and wait, that's it? Wait. Antonina, Sol, and Professor. Was that it? It was just those three? Alright, well, since they made it seem like it was just those three, I shouldn't have access to any of my girls here at all. So over here, it should be Wisdom, and then, like, these should be, like, 4 lesser sanctifiers. That's what it should be. And to be fair, this game does do story battles, because, like, sometimes they give you, like, a level 60 soul, or, like, they give you, like, a level 60 character to work with already. So, this game does have that. They totally could have let you play with the Wisdom character. That'd be pretty cool, actually. It would also be kind of a cool way also to, like, introduce like using sanctifiers in gameplay before like we get to gacha for them. Alright, not gonna lie. Ever since I unlocked Cluke, I've legit just been I've literally like just only ever gone for like sniper functions now. I don't give a shit about like any other function anymore. I just want sniper functions. I used to do warrior functions all the time because I had like a lot of warriors I leveled up, but now it's all snipers. Snipers only. I know that I'm supposed to slightly care about like the about like my guards and shit, but I only care about guards if I'm like either like in the exception protocol or if I'm like at the same level as the enemy. In this case, I'm over leveled, so I don't really give a shit about guards that much. I care about the offensive shit. I still like haven't really looked up much when it comes to like combos for these functions and shit, so I don't know the meta for the functions, and mostly because I haven't had to learn yet. It's like I'm probably gonna have to learn eventually, but for now, like I just over level myself and then I do it. I only had to try really hard for the aberrance thing on stage 15 so far. And even then, Cluke trivialized it for me, so I still didn't have to learn. So when in doubt, just be overpowered. That's pretty much like how I'm playing Nikke Gods of Victory as well. In Nikke, like, I'm just kind of over-leveling myself usually, and then like, I could just auto-battle a stage. The only exception to that is bosses, though. Some of the bosses I can't auto-battle, and then like I have to like actually learn how to play it. I literally just learned how to actually fight Gravedigger in Nikke. Because like usually like I can just auto-battle everything, but Gravedigger, like the AI is too stupid to fight Gravedigger, so I actually have to learn how to play. But then like every other boss is kind of easy though. So most of the bosses are like brain dead, but Gravedigger was different though. Gravedigger, I need to like... Gravedigger has like an all shotgun strategy that you could use to kill him with. You can't use snipers on him. Gravedigger is not good for snipers. I fucking love Cluke's like victory animation. It's the gun. It's the machine gun cat. I like how deadpan her eyes are too. I kind of like how it looks like she has to reload her cat. Like she puts her cat down to reload it. Ta 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 ta. Oh, I guess I'm selling this. I have too many function cards. I guess I'm just gonna upgrade shit now. Crap. I guess I'm discarding. I mean, I'm over leveled. I don't need combos. The amount of damage my Cluke is doing compared to all my other characters is laughable. Oh, great! I have hiccups now. I have hiccups. I'm trying to, like, hold it back. I don't know why, but I notice that a lot of times I get hiccups when I cough and something. Because, like, every time I cough, I think I swallow some air every time I cough. And that causes me to get hiccups. I've actually seen like this one theory page, like not just like a regular random web page, but like it's actually on like a scientific government page or something. Like, you know, like WebMD or some shit like that. Where like it's theorized that like the reason why we hiccup as humans is because like it's a holdover from our evolutionary path when like we used to be amphibians, and like back in the day like our ancestor could like breathe both water and air. So back then hiccuping was probably something that they did to transition from like air breathing to water breathing. It's a pretty interesting theory actually. You can't tell if the chain AoE explosion was intentional or an oversight and can't take it back. I guess no matter what, we can never get away from Mika's weird spaghetti coating, maybe. Oh, that's actually not enough, then. Alright, I'm gonna do the next fight, and then I'll read 2 stories twice in a row. I am hungry for skill points right now. Like, I'm either using up all my skill points to try and get everyone relevant to skill 10, or like I use them up in the factory to make the Alma and Scripta experience. It kind of annoys me that the Alma and Scripta experience requires skill points. I still have like a few characters I need to get to level 10. Kluke is at level 10, obviously. And then Persicara's at level 10. And then like most of my other characters, I level up to like level 7 or like level 6 at least, and then I ran out of skill points. No more. No more. .416 would be in line with other snipers if it only did one explosion from her skill, but we got this super jack map wipe AoE chain. Obviously, .416 is someone's waifu in Mika, and they had to do it. Hey, it's Faith. Faith, is that you? Hey, Faith, what's up? Oh, wait, I remember you got demoted. Your ass got that demotion for killing Turing. I guess not so good. Like, Faith's not dead, right? She's not dead. She just got, like, super demoted. Demotion penalty. Demotion penalty. After 10 seconds into the battle, deals damage equal to 10% of the max HP to all units on the battlefield. Oh. That's not even a neutral protocol. That's a bad protocol. Oh, sniper. Oh, Wisdom is here! Oh, that's so cool! Faith is now let's sanctify like the mobs. That's a mega demotion. That's a super mega demotion right there. That's so cool though. We have Wisdom. I can't move her though. The game won't let me move her. All right, so now it makes sense, I guess. So we're only allowed to have 4 because one of them is Wisdom. And, like, when I think about it, like, okay, so 1 is the Professor, right? 1 is the Professor, 1 is Persicaria, 1 is Antonina, and 1 is Soul. Yeah, that makes sense. Because Kroku's back at the base. That makes sense. Jeez. Hey, Wisdom, I don't need your help. I don't need you. I don't need you. There we go. Just gonna do all the anomaly errors. Spend all cash coins. Sounds good to me. Exploit vulnerability. This technically does nothing for me. Because I'm not gonna go into any fights. Reflect. Cool. Easy. You don't have to worry about combat if you skip all the combat. Forehead brain. Jesus. Oh no, super strong enemies ahead, Commander. Can you handle it? Can you handle it? I think I can handle it. Oh shit! I didn't even notice that we had a mob character. Like, I only saw Wisdom. We have a fucking, like, tank sanctifier too in here. That's kind of cool. So we have a lesser sanctifier and we have Wisdom. Not enough keys. Thanks, game. I'm cool. Between the story for Inadvertent Mordant or Aberrance, I think I like Inadvertent Mordant better. Aberrance is fine though. I think my only problem with the Aberrance story event is that, like, I think it's actually a little bit too dark for me. And like, this is strange from coming from someone who plays Girls Frontline, but I think it's way too serious. I don't know. I couldn't vibe with the Inadvertent not Inadvertent I couldn't vibe with the Aberrant story. I vibe more with Inadvertent Mordant. But maybe I'm only saying that because, like, I really, really hate the bosses in Aberrance, though. The stupid fucking, the stupid scythe-wielding bosses I really hate in Aberrance. So maybe I'm biased. I keep getting Doom. Whatever. The fight doesn't last that long anyway. I'm not worried. I'm not worried about Doom. The stupid Aberrance boss is like one of the few times I had to, like, switch to, like, the flexible tactic because I have to actually teleport my units out of the way. I mean, story-wise, I think it's fine, though. I think it's cool. The Aberrance story is cool. Yeah, the game loves giving me Doom for some reason. But, like, the fight literally ends in, like, 5 seconds. So, like, the Doom doesn't even activate. It's like, I guess the only one slight weakness for 416's passive ability is that, like, it is kind of a small area, so like you can avoid the damage if you're like a lucky mob that like wasn't in it, I guess. And 416 can only aim in one direction, so as long as you're super far away from 416, then you won't be caught in the explosion. Same thing too for like her active skill. Her active skill is also like just a certain area as well. That's like only like the one slight weakness, but like most of the time everyone's dying. Ooh, kitty-shaped miner. Like I need the money. Gotta have the money. You know what? I might as well not even use Croquet. I feel like I could just get away with having just multiple offensive characters now. I feel like I could get away with it. Ooh, I could afford this. Enemy HP decrease, but it doesn't include final zones. Oh well. Yeah, I'm gonna take I'll take Croquet out. And if I put Delacy behind 416, now 416 got that hash rate attack buff now. Yeah. Oh shit, this is 3 layers. I did not realize that this was 3 layers. I thought it was 2 layers. Who died? I think Angela died. That's fine. Angela served her purpose. Your purpose for everyone is to like tank hits so 416 can nuke everything. That's your purpose. And then everybody gets healed in the next layer anyway, so it doesn't matter. Let's see, give Ranko cash coins. Each time you clear a block, you accumulate on your investment. When you reach the next level, your investment and interest will be returned to you. Wait a minute, but I'm in the last layer. So that means I'm just gonna give Rico money. Or Ranko money. Ignore Ranko and leave. Hey, wait a minute. But like it didn't Ranko get Intrepid or whatever it was called? Ranko got Intrepid, right? So that means she ain't here anymore. This anomaly shouldn't even exist. Now that I've done the inadvertent Morden thing, it should just be like oh, Ranko's not here anymore. Get crippled healthcare. You know what? Like, I know that crippled healthcare is a good protocol, but why is it called crippled healthcare? That sounds like a bad protocol. They should have given it like a different name.
それじゃあ始めようか。さよなら醜い化け物。
Okay, wait. Is there a light right there for V? Because they're censoring V's cleavage? That looks like a censorship, doesn't it? That looks like a fucking censor light. Because like V bends down. She bends down during that animation. I don't think that's meant to be there. V is too lewd. Name it inspired by the American healthcare. I guess the one thing I do realize is like not having a tank on the field. All my units are taking like equal damage now, I noticed. Because usually Kroku is the one taking all the damage. But she is not. She is not taking the damage. Oh, that's worthless. I could jump from a train sensor to another train sensor. Well, I guess not entirely worthless. Like, I guess you would want to jump between train sensors, I guess, if you want to like refresh the refresh system. I guess not entirely worthless. I could see why it would be good. It would have its uses. I'm gonna check something here. Yeah, that's fine. Well, I'm gonna lower this bit. What does this do? Oh yeah, it puts shields on everybody. That's what it does. That's cool. The DeLacy skill's pretty cool. And then, like, I think the Florence skill, like, she gives you, like, a shot or something. And then, like, the Florence skill also takes your HP away. The Florence skill, you fucking, like, she takes away, like, half of your HP, but then also she boosts your attack, though. God! Holy crap! So many explosions. I don't mind wasting key cards right now because, like, the more stamina keys I use, like, the more the 416 cards I'm getting. So I do need those. Speaking of the American healthcare system, that reminds me, there's a joke. There's a joke about the American healthcare system. It's like, wait, don't call an ambulance. I can't afford it, or some shit like that. I forget, like, what the setup for the joke is. Okay, this has one layer, so this must be story integrated. So I'm not gonna do that one then. Time for me to catch up on the story. It's like, yeah, only in America does someone tell you not to call the ambulance. I don't have any money. I would never financially recover from this. Outside the Pierides wall. Squad 45, take over the defense. Squad 8, fall back. Let that big one come over, and I'll deal with him. Squad 45? 45? Mind your 1 o'clock. There's a small pack of entropics circling around. They are attempting a breakthrough from that side. Squad 7, push forward and block off the 1 o'clock approach. And thanks for the reminder. Oh my god, wait, is Wisdom a Tsundere? Wisdom feels like a Tsundere. Squad 2, watch out, don't. Squad 2, don't advance too far ahead. You're gonna get cut off. Squad 9, shift to close formation and penetrate through their center. Beep. Order, Verisi in question, requesting confirmation. Do what they say. I have no idea why it costs $2,000. Well, you know what though? Do you know what's even more messed up? Not everyone is allowed to be doctors in America. Did you know that? And I don't mean from a college perspective. Like legitimately, not everyone is allowed to be a doctor in America, even if you paid money for college. So, okay. So basically think about it like this. You pay money for college, this super expensive college to be a doctor. You pass all the tests, you got straight A's. And then after that, now you have a chance to be a doctor. And then what they do is that you get put in like a lottery system. And then if your name gets put in that lottery system, do you understand? I'm like very simplifying this. I'm super simplifying this, guys. So just know that. But like, basically you take the classes, you get your doctor's license. You get your doctor's license, and then even when you get your doctor's license, you're still not allowed to be a doctor yet. So basically, they put your name in like a lottery, kind of, and then like, and to be fair, you get to pick your lottery. So let's say you live in Florida, right? And you're like, I want to be a Florida doctor. Well, like you just passed college, so you put your name in a lottery to be a Florida doctor, and if your name doesn't get picked, you don't get to be a Florida doctor. And you can't practice medicine because it'd be illegal, because you have to be a certified doctor, and you're not a certified doctor technically. You pass the classes to be a doctor, but you do not have the official license yet. So since you did not win the Florida lottery, if you still want to be a doctor, you got to go and try to like do the doctor lottery like in a different state. So you go to like, that means you have to move. That means you literally have to move then. So like, basically, if you're that passionate about being a doctor in America, and there's gonna be more competition to be a doctor like in high range cities. So cities in Florida, cities in California, cities in New York, like those are the places where like it's really hard to be a doctor in, because you're probably not gonna be allowed to be a doctor. But you have a higher chance of being a doctor in the countryside, because they don't have a lot of doctors in the countryside. So there's less people fighting for those positions. So you're gonna have to move to the countryside if you're really that adamant about being a doctor. And then there's like, okay, cool. You want to be a doctor in like this city in Kansas? There's no doctors here, so you get to have the job now. And then they give you your practitioner's license finally. So just because you had the money to go to college and pass the test does not mean you get to be a doctor in America. You have to ask to be a doctor. And then, if they say no, you can't be a doctor. So yeah. Fuck doctor, you want to be a lawyer? Yo, it's easier to be a lawyer in America, because anyone can be a lawyer. That's the funny part. So, anyone can be a lawyer in America, but not everyone can be a doctor. So, you can go to lawyer trade school, and then like, you can go and buy an office anywhere. You can buy an office anywhere, and buying an office is actually really cheap. It's surprisingly extremely cheap to make a law firm office. And then boom, you're a lawyer. You are a lawyer. It's super easy to be a lawyer, but it's super hard to be a doctor though. That's one of the reasons why being a doctor in America pays very well, and also why the treatment is very expensive, because there's not enough doctors to go around. There's a lot of nurses to go around, to be fair. We actually have a lot of nurses in America, but the nurses have to follow the orders of the doctors, and there's not enough doctors to go around. So the doctors had to kind of like, they're spread very thin. That's why treatment is expensive. However, guys, there is kind of a loophole in that. I'm talking about doctors that save lives, basically. So what if you're not a doctor that saves lives? So you can be a plastic surgeon doctor, or you could be like a boob implant doctor. And they're always hiring. They're always hiring for like more boob implant doctors, because like boob implants are kind of expensive in America, so they want more boob implant doctors. They want more breasts. They want more breast doctors, and they want more plastic surgeons in America, because we care more about how Hollywood actors look than we care about saving lives. But if you want to be like a cancer doctor, or if you want to be like a heart surgeon, like good fucking luck. Because there is a maximum limit on how many heart surgeons there are in America. There is a maximum limit on how many cancer doctors there are in America. But guess what? There is no upper limit on like boob implant doctors, and there's no upper limit on plastic surgeons. So if you want to save lives, good luck. But if you just want to like help the vanity for America, then by all means go for that. Make breast implants cheaper, guys. We need more breast doctors. Oh, guys, we also need more penis doctors too, by the way. If anyone wants to make a lot of money in America as a doctor, and you're looking for a field that is paying very well right now, and we don't have enough of, we are severely lacking in penis doctors in America right now. So if you want to make a ton of money, be a penis doctor. We need more of those. Every day in America, we have more and more penis fractures than ever, and there's not enough penis specialists to fix those fractures. Hashtag not a lie. Hashtag not exaggerating. You'd be surprised at how often penis fractures are in America. There's a whole lot of that, considering like how big our porn industry is. Anyway, back to the story. Wisdom is now officially taking orders from the doctor, from the professor. God damn it, I said doctor, because I was talking about doctors. If I wanted to be a doctor, I'd be playing Arknights right now, guys. But I'm not playing Arknights. Verifying battle conditions. Targets eliminated, now performing cleanup. Refactor, casualty report. Reporting, lesser sanctifier, terminal casualties 4%, heavily wounded 12%. All squads retain minimum combat capacity. Huh, that's 20% fewer than estimated. Alright, begin treatment. Order received, commencing treatment. Ancient Viking doctor's treatment, broken knee from an arrow. Oh, and then just remember, like, even if you take your classes to, like, be, like, an actual, like, life-saving doctor in America, if you really, like, did not, like, win the doctor lottery, or if you didn't get, like, your verification license, just know that, like, if you treat someone, you can be arrested for that. Even if you save their life. Like, that's actually happened, that actually happens from time to time here in America. You can literally save someone's life, but if you don't have your doctor's license, you'll go to jail for that. There's, like, only one exception. There's a couple exceptions. But, like, I know, like, one of the few exceptions for saving a life is, like, if it's, like, a policeman or, like, someone, like, of the law or whatever. So, like, I can save the life of, like, a policeman or, like, an FBI dude or something. But if I save the life of, like, a woman on the street who, like, got ran over by a car, I can go to jail. I can go to jail or something. We could become Dr. Blackjack. Basically, yo, 100 points to the reference, my man. Yeah. And then the law would be on your ass, you know? It'd be like, we must stop that guy. It's like, oh, is he a terrorist? No, worse. He's a doctor. Oh, you mean like he's like performing like bad experiments on people? No, he's saving lives without charging money. Or some shit like that. How dare this guy save lives and don't charge money for it? And the worst part is that people are saying that he's a hero. This guy's a vigilante. It's like, why not just let him be a doctor? No, because that would make sense. Or whatever like that, you know? Oh, I don't know if it's like this in other countries, but I assume it is in a lot of first world countries besides America. But you guys do know that, like, there is, like, an equal tradesman right for prices in America. And, like, I'm not allowed to sell something below the market value. Because that would be undercutting other companies that sell the same thing. And it would make prices too cheap. I don't know if that's a thing where you guys live, but it's a thing in America. So, let's say, like, I'm a doctor that does heart surgeries, but like I legitimately want to save people. So like I don't charge people like $100,000. I don't charge people like $1 million to do that. Let's say like I literally do it from the goodness of my heart. So like I would do a heart surgery from someone for free, or like I'll do it for like $100 or something. That would be illegal, and I could go to jail for that. Like basically, like I have to charge the same price as all the other doctors. So like if there really is someone who I want to save, I would need to charge them like $500,000 to like save their life or something. The same thing too happens as well for like even like electronics or something. Like again, let's just say like I'm a company that like just wants to like help people, and like I want everyone to have a TV or some shit. Like I'm doing it from the goodness of my heart, and like people are selling like 50-inch TVs for like $1,000 or something. Actually, to be fair, I was at Walmart and I saw it for like $500, but you guys get what I'm saying. If the market price for like that 50-inch TV is $500, I am not allowed to sell my TV for less than that. Like, I can't sell my 50-inch TV for $100 or something. That would be against the law, and I could also go to jail for that, because I'll be quote-unquote undercutting other companies. And like, here's the thing. The reason why that does exist is because it's an effort to stop slavery treatment. Because like, if my company sells $100 50-inch TVs, then like, obviously people would buy from my company, and people, to be fair, don't care about like the good reasoning behind it. They just care about the price. So then other companies would be forced to also sell their TVs at $100. But then like, you know, if it costs them more than $100 to make, then they would need to like save money somehow. So either they literally need to start hiring like slave workers that work for pennies, or they would have to like reduce the quality of their TVs or some shit. So yeah. Who the fuck is setting market prices? The government, I think? I don't know the answer to that, by the way. I'm guessing that the government is setting the market prices. So yeah. But yeah, if the market price for a surgery is like $1,000, then like I can't sell my surgery for less than $1,000. If the market price for a TV is like $900, I can't make it less than that. So, yeah. I think I remember the reason why the law was made in the first place was because of farmers way back in the day. I don't know the year this was in, but I think it was like the year 1300. It's a very old American law, I think. It's like the 1300s or 1400s, and the farmers were selling like apples or like some shit like that. Apples, fruits, or whatever. And like there was a farmer selling apples for like, you know, like five cents or something. But then like there's another farmer selling his apples for like 1 cent. And like the only way that that farmer was able to sell his apple for 1 cent was because he literally had he had like Mexican slaves on his like farm or whatever. This was after, I believe this was after the whole black slavery abolishment thing. Because, you know, technically black slaves don't get paid, right? So, this was like after the slave abolishment thing. But anyway, like, this guy had Mexican slaves or whatever. And, like, he was able to, like, sell the apples for 1 cent. So, this forced the other farmers to also, like, employ slavery and also sell their apples for 1 cent too. And, like, you know, the average white man liked it because his apples were 1 cent. But you know, it was making a lot of unfair treatments and shit like that. So the government had to step in and like force the market price to be 10 cents or whatever. So that way, like, they could try to like make sure that like everyone got paid and like treated fairly and shit. But we know that doesn't help though, because like if the market is forced to make the apple cost like 10 cents, that extra money is not going to the workers. It's not going to the slaves. It's going to, like, the white man who owns the company. So, like, the idea was in the right place, to be fair, but it doesn't work in practice. Like, you guys know that Walmart, like, has, like, Chinese kid slaves, right, and shit? So, that's why Walmart has, like, such cheap prices. It's like no amount of, like, American, like, market laws is going to put more money in the hands of the people that work under Walmart. All that extra money is just going into like the people that own Walmart. It's going to like the shareholders and shit. So yeah, ideas in the right place, but it didn't work though. Updating the law for changing times is overrated, apparently. Basically. Gov gave more money to the slaver. Basically, yeah. So yeah, it doesn't fix the underlying issue. And that actually is a really big problem right now in America anyway. More and more companies are outsourcing labor to, like, people in India or, like, people, like, in China and shit. So, like, because, you know, those places don't have labor laws. So those people work for pennies. And more money is going towards, you know, the people that own these companies. That's why, like, there's such a labor shortage in America right now. It's not that people don't want to work. It's that, like, people are either having to work to be slaves, technically, or people just can't afford to live even if they do find work. It's also getting to a point, too, where, like, people can't even afford housing. So a lot of people are living in their cars and shit. I mean, you guys know that I have first-hand experience with that, since I lived in my car back in 2021. So, yeah. I think in New York, the amount of people living in their car has also risen as well. Because New York has a very high, land tax or some shit. So the rent in New York is really high. Like, it's like $1,000 for, like, monthly rent for, like, a small-ass one-room apartment or some shit. And when I say one room, I mean the apartment is one room with a bathroom. Like, there's no kitchen. There's no kitchen area. There's no living room. There's no bedroom. You open the door, and you are in the bedroom. You're literally in the bedroom when you walk through the door, and there's, like, one bathroom or something. And then that's it. That's, like, $1,000 per month or some shit, you know? In Japan, you could find rent for, like, 200 yen a month or something if you really want to. Obviously, it doesn't have all the amenities, but at least you have a roof over your head, though. In Japan, you could find, like, really cheap apartments for, like, 500 yen a month, for 400 yen a month, and at least you have a roof over your head. And then, like, obviously, that's not accounting for the electricity or whatever you use, but that's just for the rent money. But at least you literally could find rent in Japan for as low as, like, 10 American dollars a month or something, which is not a thing in America. You were looking for a Japanese knife on Amazon filled with Chinese knives? Basically. Yo, China began all that work. After checking the casualty rate over and over again, Wisdom's face is filled with disbelief. Professor, have you ever directed Sanctifiers before? No, I simply had a lot of contact with you guys. Yes, I once conquered far and... I like the second answer. Yes, I once conquered far and wide at the head of the army of Sanctifiers. I like that. That's obviously a lie, though. We need a Japanese-style hotel capsule in America. Actually, I'm pretty sure that's impossible, Fuji. I'm pretty sure that's impossible because it would break a few laws, I believe. I believe American laws state that there has to be like a certain amount of room in a room or something to be considered livable or sleepable or some shit. I think those capsule laws would be illegal in America or something. It's also really easy to buy a house in rural Japan. I don't know about that one. I haven't heard too much of that. Maybe I'll have to ask Taka. But, like, yeah, Japan has, like, weird land taxes or whatever. I can tell you guys about Thailand, though. In Thailand, you literally could buy, like, a piece of land, and it's yours, like, basically, like, forever until, like, your family dies, and you have no one to, like, pass it on to or some shit. And, like, the Thailand government can no longer tax you or something. Like, in America, for example. In America, if you buy land, you still need to pay taxes for that land in America. But in Thailand, though, if you buy land, you own that land. Like, that's yours. And, like, the government can't take it away from you. I mean, unless you're in debt, obviously. Like, you know, like, if you have to pay it off or something. But as long as you don't owe any debt in Thailand, if you buy land, that land is yours. You could do whatever you want with it. Don't make drugs, obviously, but, like, yeah, like, they can't tax you. They can't tax you anymore for that. In America, you pay taxes no matter what, even if it's land that you supposedly own. And no matter what, in America, even if you bought the land, if the government wants to, they could seize the land because they want it or something. So if you buy like a house and you own the land for that house in America, if in that area that you're living in, if the government wants to turn that area into like a weapons testing facility, so they need it for government land, they can take the house from you. And then they'd be like, "Oh, you live here? You need to move now." And according to government law, if I remember right, they don't have to buy the house from you either. Like, if they decide they really want that area that you're in to be a weapons testing facility or something for government use, they don't have to give you any money for that. It's like you bought the land a long time ago, but now we're taking it. So you got to go move somewhere else. And yeah, like, we're going to give you a month in advance at least, but you got to go move. In Thailand, they have to buy that land from you. So if you bought land and Thailand wants to use that land for, the government wants to use that land for something, they have to buy it from you instead. They can't just take it. So yeah. You pay 20 cents a year for the land. Damn. Yeah, no, American taxes are way higher. Yeah, they're super way higher. Yeah, Thailand has no taxes for land. And then, like, obviously, if you buy land in the city, it's a lot more expensive. But if you buy land in the countryside, it's actually pretty cheap in Thailand. There's actually a joke we have in Thailand. Like, for, like, families that own a lot of land, actually. Because, like, let's say, like, you're the dad. And, like, you just bought some land, right? And then, like, you have kids. And then, like, you pass down the land that you just bought to, like, your oldest son. And then your second son, or maybe your daughter, they buy some other land or whatever. But maybe the land that they bought is right next to your land. So even though it's under, like, your son or daughter's name, it's a family land now, because now the lands are connected. And we have lands in Thailand that, like, technically belong to, like, an entire family. And the generations, they keep on adding more land to that. And we have a joke about how some families, they basically are forming, like, their own country now. Because again, the Thailand government cannot tax you anymore because you own that land. They could buy the land from you though. They could buy it back from you if they want to. But like, some families have been buying land for generations and they keep buying more land. So that now they have like their own country. And like, you go into this one area and like, you and my family's territory now, or some shit like that. Now, don't get me wrong. You still do need to like follow like the Thailand law and shit, obviously. So like, you can't just make an army, and you can't just, like, make drugs or whatever. But, like, that is still your land to do with other stuff as you please. There's, like, this one village in Thailand, actually, who's kind of famous. There's one village. The entire village is owned by a singular family. And, like, that village is so large that, like, it has, like, restaurants and shit. It's got restaurants. It's got, like, a gambling hall or whatever like that. It has like a game area, has like an arcade or something. And like the people that work at that at those entertainment places, like they are getting paid by the family technically because like they are working on that land and shit. It's basically like its own little like mini country. So, I've got a pretty good understanding of Sanctifier's combat formations, and how to direct them. Well, even if you say that, you know us far too well. Your directives are decisive and crystal clear. Good thing I chose to work together with you. Aw, she's so cute! You know what's the sad part here? We're gonna gacha for her someday, guys, and she's gonna be weaker than 416. She'll have like one good snipe skill, but she'll still be weaker though. 416 is all we need. Wait, something's wrong over at the treatment area. Rawr. One of the Sanctifiers undergoing treatment suddenly roars loudly. It was originally a purely mechanical Lesser Sanctifier, but it is now covered by what appears to be organic layer. The creepy purple veins rapidly spread over the Sanctifier's body as though it were alive. There's no need for excessive analysis. Everyone can sense the danger it emanates. So, Sanctifiers can be infected too? Warning, entropic infection of Sanctifier. Individual serial number 415411, Raider. has reached the territory layer. Subject infection is irreversible. Requesting support. Before the reactor can finish its report, the infected sanctifier is already lunging at us. Healing units, fall back! Fortitudes, pin it down. The Wisdom raises her gun and takes aim at the infected sanctifier as she gives the order. Suppression complete. Wisdom's finger tightens on her trigger, ready to send her bullet downrange at any time. ... The infection has reached its territorial layer. Just about all the Sanctifier's code has been overridden at this point. Wisdom has made the right call. Wisdom's sniper round instantly pierces through the infected Sanctifier. It keels over into its back and thrashes around a little before finally dissolving into data and vanishing. Damn it! Wisdom quickly composes herself, once again showing the discipline and qualities of a Sanctifier. Namely, efficiency and ruthlessness. Now then, Professor, let us continue our negotiations before we are interrupted again. I understand the situation. I have a condition. The scope of the entropic infection this time is far beyond your expectations. You can't handle it with your squad alone. That's why you need to gather all the fighting strength you can. That's not entirely true. We could withdraw for now, or wait for reinforcements. We have some clues that indicate the source of the infection stems from the Administrator, but my squad can't continue further into the sector. More importantly, I don't want to let Lord Esphorus down. I just happened to see you back then, and I was reminded by Lady Eucharist's description of you, so I decided to try my luck. Guys, we have Choco to thank. We legit have Choco to thank for this. If Choco was not making cookies for Eucharist, then Eucharist would not have, like, told all her Sanctifier friends how good we are. Guys, I met this cool irregular agent. He's the professor, and I got cookies. He's a cool guy. I need to awaken my friends. In truth, we were trying to cleanse you of the infection just now, but the effects were minimal. You were the only one who woke up soon after I cleansed you once. The others remain unconscious. Remember, guys, and if you get every isekai in any anime situation, making good food can win over most people. So, learn how to make some baked goods. Learn how to make some candy. It may win you some brownie points if you find like a lowly demon slayer or some shit. You guys ever notice that, like, in isekai animes especially, there's always, like, a lowly, like, level 100 character or something? Like, you always see, like, these super, like, gruff characters who are like, oh, I'm so strong or whatever. But then, like, they're, like, level 5. They're, like, level 10 or something. They look tough, though. They look really strong, but they're only, like, level 5 or 10. But then, like, you meet, like, a lowly character, and the lowly character's, like, level 1000 or something, and you find out they're, like, some sort of, like, demon princess. Or maybe they're like some like archangel or something. And then like everybody like always like treats them in the highest regard. But then like the isekai main character is like the only person that treats them normally. And then they fall in love with the main character or some shit. And then like usually like the lowly character also has like a sweet tooth. So like they love candy and stuff and shit. So it's like the main character like gives them cookies or something. And then the lowly character is all like, I'm gonna protect you from now on or something. That's like 90% of the isekais I ever see. So be nice to the lowly character, because they're probably like level 1000. Wisdom's words remind me of my experience in my territory layer. The previously vivid gardens look like someone has splashed paint all over it, and its dark purple radiance is gloomy and somber. It would seem that the cleansing that Wisdom spoke of was very likely what had allowed me to see the truth. In any case, just come over here. After cleaning up the battlefield, Wisdom and I returned to Persicaria's side. Performing Neurocloud Diagnostic. Subject Neurocloud Firewall Integrity at 97%. Possible deviation of 32%. Entropic infection status moderate. You said the effects of cleansing them were minimal. So the girl in white that I saw in my coma in my territory layer wasn't you? A girl in white? Unfortunately, I don't know what you're talking about. It's true that I wear white, but we didn't have the energy to spare on diving into your base layer to awaken you. My team had their hands full, just keeping the Entropics outside the defensive line. Even if I couldn't be entirely sure if I had the ability to retreat safely from an entropy-infected territory layer. I'm sure you understand too, but taking the risk to enter an infected individual's territory layer while surrounded by Entropics would not be wise. Diagnosis complete. Subject Neurocloud is still in dormant state. Attempt to awaken. Yes, no. I will lead my squad outside and ensure your safety, if you can trust me. I trust you. After all, making a move on us under these circumstances would be shooting yourself in the foot. Oh, the reason isn't as driven by selfish interests as that. Do I look like someone who doesn't keep my word? Alright then, I'll be counting on you. I used the method the Sanctifier gave me and prepared to enter Persecura's Neurocloud, but before I can make my move... Professor! Persecura suddenly awakens and stares right ahead with fear in her eyes. Persecura, it's alright! I pat Persecura lightly on the back, and her panic gradually subsides. Professor, it looks like your awakening was not an exception. A Sanctifier! Professor, look out! Upon noticing Wisdom's presence, Persecura pushes me behind her, without any further explanation, and gathers operants in her hands. Stand down, Persecura! We're working together now. Working together? Huh? Us and the Sanctifiers? It's a long story, but put your weapon away for now. I'll explain in more detail once everyone's awakened. What weapon? Persecura doesn't have a weapon. Persecura is like literally like the party's like mage. She's the wizard of the party. Yo, Persecura's weapon are these hands. Her hands are these weapons. So put down your hands, Persecura. Oh, that's so cute. I like how her ears, they droop. They go down when she's sad. It seems the awakening went quite well. No, Persecurius woke up before I could even connect here. Was that the girl in white at work? The one you were talking about? She uses coffee cup. In other words, there's a third party helping us out. Would you mind keeping out of sight for a bit? I'm worried you might get hurt by accident if they suddenly wake up. Ugh, fine. It seems that when the combat is involved, the Sanctifier before my eyes takes on strange qualities. Sure enough, not enough after Wisdom leaves, So and Antonina show signs of coming too. Come on, Prove, let's fight fair and square, with live weapons, like warriors. Professor, you are oh wait! Yo, is that a fucking Fist of the North Star reference? No, it's not. It's a little bit different. Because the North Star reference is you are already dead. So it's missing one word. It's missing one word that makes it a Fist of the North Star reference. It's almost there though. Professor, you are dead. Omae mo shinderu. Now I'm starting to wonder what they saw in their territory layers. As the exiles slowly wake up, I explain the situation to them. Starting from after we were attacked by the virus, my encounters in my territory layer, to how the electronic virus that attacked us is known as entropy. As well as the fact that we're working together with the Sanctifiers. We're working with the Sanctifiers? But they're Sanctifiers! Have you forgotten what they've done in the past? So, I literally had this conversation with my fucking Griffin base with the Samvisferos girls. I don't need to have this conversation again. But Commander, the Samvisferos, they're the enemy. It's like girls. I tamed the SF ringleaders, alright? They're the good guys now. We are worried about Pierides, and we're worried about KCO. The SF are not bad guys anymore. Sopmod, I need you to stop killing the Rippers. Sopmod, I know you had this strange obsession with collecting eyeballs, but I need you to stop decommissioning all the SF units. Agent just came to my office this morning, Sopmod. Agent just told me that mysteriously 3 of the SF squadrons were taken out of commission. I know that was you, Sopmod. I know that was you. I need you to chill out for a bit. I can see that being canon, honestly. Honestly though, like I still really hate the chapter where Sopmod and Star 15 were being antagonistic towards Architect though. And like I still want to know how we got back Architect. That was like glazed over. Like they took out like Architect's legs and shit, and Architect was kind of like left out there. And then like I assume Geiger picked her up because the next time we saw Architect came with Geiger. But like, what happened? I want to know what happened. Like we never saw what happened. So Architect was stranded. She had no legs. Geiger must have found her, and then like, did they just walk back to the base or something? Because Architect, she did not want to leave at all. Like, Architect was like, yo, I'm a fucking Griffin girl now. Like, Architect is like the only smart one. She's like, yo, like, SF is dead, so I'm a Griffin girl. So she made like one minor insult about Anti-Rain, and she said she was sorry right afterwards, but like, I guess like the girls were just like very vindictive anyway, so Sopmod was like, cool, I'm taking your legs out, or whatever shit. Honestly, like, what pissed me off too about that scene is like how passive Architect was actually kind of being, like when it came to defending herself, because like, Architect was doing her best actually to not piss off Anti-Rain. She did slip a little bit though, she slipped one time, like one fucking time, and then like Rose 65, Star 15, and Sopmod like jumped her, essentially. But she didn't defend herself, though. It really did seem like she didn't defend herself. Like, she kind of just took it. And then they left or whatever. Honestly, the entire chapter just seemed kind of like weird to me because like, there was also no cutscene for like what happened when the girls came back to the base. You would think that the ringleaders would be classified as like high priority or something. So the fact that there was no cutscene afterward of the girls return to the base and being all like, Commander, Anti-Rain is returned or whatever. Attempt to capture Geiger was unsuccessful. And then Commander would be like, yo, what's Architect? Like wouldn't that be like a weird cutscene to like just skip over? Commander, we forgot Architect. We didn't take Architect went AWOL or some shit. Like, I would think that the Commander would be a little bit sussy about that, you know? It just didn't seem like there was any reprimation from the Commander, from like Anti-Rain or anything. It's like, the only thing I could somewhat assume is that like when they went back and they told the Commander that like they didn't bring back Architect, I guess the Commander was cool with it somehow. The Commander was like, oh, you didn't bring back Architect, whatever. Which I think doesn't make any sense, to be fair. But like I said, they glossed over it really quickly, and then the next time we see the ringleaders, they saved our asses. We get Agent, we get Architect, we get Geiger, and all that shit. And now they're on a mission to save Angie. Honestly, like, after that event, though, like, if Anti-Rain is still vindictive to SF even after the mission to save Angie, then, like, honestly, like, Anti-Rain is gonna, like, go down a peg in like my favorite characters like ranking or something. It's like, bro, you guys went on a mission together. Like, stop being assholes. That's just me though. I think Anti-Rain's being way too mean to SF. It's like, if they're mean to the Naitos, I could somewhat understand, but I feel like the SF, they gotta put all that shit behind them. At the very least, it does look like they're somewhat nice to like the Naito kids at least or something. Well, we usually see Team 404 interact with the Naito kids though. We haven't seen much interaction with the Naito kids with the Griffin dolls. I mean, they're just kids. If I see Anti-Rain mean to the Naito kids, she goes in my hated characters folder. Tyrene and T1641. Damn, you still remember T1641? I don't. I don't. I agree with Soul. That wisdom of which you speak of is the same rank as Faith from Rosum. They're both intermediate sanctifiers. Lunatias. The only good Lunatia is a dead Lunatia. That's a... I was gonna say that's a Pierides thing, but Pierides would be the opposite, though. The only good Lunatia is an alive Lunatia. Yeah, they're all a bunch of blockheaded machines. How could they help exiles like us? I understand your concerns. I felt the same way when I first woke up. But I trust the professor's judgment, and objectively speaking, the Sanctifiers did save us. Eucharist helped me and the professor out back in the Enigma sector. Ugh! This is all so complicated. I trust the proof completely, but... Anna, you analyze this. I feel the same way as Soul. I don't trust this wisdom character. I know, right? But I think cooperation is a workable plan. If you try to go it alone, we still won't make it any headway. Yeah, see? Wait, what? According to the professor, the Sanctifiers have more experience finding the entropy. The Sanctifiers have the time to spend on. What are the monsters called again? Entropics? The Sanctifiers can afford to fight the Entropics. They're obligated to. Even, but not us. I don't know why the professor chose to work with them, but to me, this is the best choice given the current situation. You want to see the characters get corrupted by entropy erotically? I'm sure there's doujins for that, because, like, the whole entropy thing is all tentacles, right? It's all, like, tentacle shit, so... I'm most definitely sure there's doujins with that, Fuji. Still, Professor, any hesitation on the battlefield would lead to irrecoverable losses. I don't dare entrust my back to an enemy. Don't forget our objective here. Kroku's been infected, along with everyone back at the Oasis. Yes, every minute with delay makes things much more dangerous for the exiles. So basically we don't have a choice at all. That's why we need to find the highest ranking entropic we can get our hands on and reverse analyze its code. Also, we need to verify the source of the entropics and get rid of them at the origin in order to safeguard the Oasis. Okay, I got it. But let me get this out of the way first. I'll never treat them as friends. Hey guys, nobody tells Soul about the future gacha. Nobody tells Soul that about what we get in the future gachas. I think it would break her mind. Yo, I hope we get some cutscenes with that too. Yo, we about to have an entire Sanctifier division in the Oasis. At most, we'll fight our own battles. As long as you don't object. Right, I have another question. What did you guys see in your territory layers? The moment I finish, different looks appear on each of your faces. Why do you ask? According to the Sanctifiers, we all had moderate levels of infection. Without external interference, we would have simply fallen further and further into our territory layers until we're completely lost. While the Sanctifiers employ certain measures to wake us up, they aren't the reason why we awoke. Therefore, I want to figure out what we all went through. So that's how it was. Well, I was doing my old job, accompanying a science team on a field expedition. Just as my teammates and I were resting, you suddenly burst out of the ground, Proof. Then you stylishly dusted yourself off and challenged me to a duel. Was what I saw that strange? Do you think you saw what you saw made sense? Yes, it made perfect sense. Just tell us how you woke up. Oh, that. Well, just as I was about to fight the professor, some girl in white suddenly popped up alongside. She kept calling my name, and I thought it was super creepy, so I tried to get out of there, then I woke up. A girl in white? Persicaria seemed to recall something, and gives a rough description of the appearance of the girl in white. Yes, she looked just like that. Did you see her too, Persicaria? Yeah, she suddenly appeared in front of me too. She looked really creepy, and she seemed to remind me of something. I realized I might be in my territory layer, and then I woke up. Pretty much the same thing happened to me. Looks like everyone had the same experience. No, I didn't see a girl in white or anything. I came up on myself, though the entire process is a little hazy in my memories. Huh? Sorry, everyone. Wisdom returns and interrupts our conversation. We don't have much time, Professor. Are you ready? So, put your sword down. She's Wisdom, the person we're working with. The entropics are spreading out from the Pierides sector throughout the whole of Mergussi. We can't waste any more time. Let's talk about the girl in white later. Dealing with a problem with the entropics is the most important thing right now. I'll say this first. I'm only working with you because I trust the proof. If you try anything funny, you get a taste of my sword right away. Humph, I don't mind as long as you don't hold me back. You know what? I suspect that in the future, when we have like Sanctifier gacha, Soul's best friend is gonna be a Sanctifier. She's gonna be all like, bro, this Sanctifier saved my life. We're BFFs now. You know what? I really want, like, Persecura getting jealous of the Sanctifiers. I want to see that as a cutscene. There's gonna be a Sanctifier that's, like, getting all buddy-buddy with the professor and shit. And, like, the professor's gonna be like, wow, you're so smart and shit. And then, like, Persecura's gonna get jealous. She'll be all like, Persecura! Or no, she's gonna be like, Professor, I need your help with something. And then, like, she'll try to drag the professor out or whatever. Bruh, Antonina playing Resident Evil. Antonina and Kroku are supposed to be the gamers and shit. On the outer ring, the Pierides sector. The entropy has completely taken over the sector. None of the buildings here retain any semblance of the original appearance. Ew! I can feel the stickiness just looking at them. All the agents in the sector have been completely infected. Not just that, after infected agents die, they become new entropics, who continue to spread the catastrophe. Quit quiet it already! Just thinking about how these things work their way into my neurocloud scares the crap out of me. They won't just invade your neurocloud, they also trap you in your territory layer. If nobody wakes you up from there in time, your neurocloud will steadily be consumed, dominated, and in the end you become one of them. And then you could kill me as a matter of course, right? I heard the proofs say that you just killed one of your own people. That was something I had to do. If the day comes whenever I get infected, I will gladly escape the release Lord Esfrost grants me. Chih. We have more important things to discuss, Professor. Where are we headed next? Explain in person, let Wisdom explain. Yo, Wisdom, take it away, girl! Wisdom, I remember you said something about the clues pointing towards the sector administrator. Ah, that's right. There seemed to be a strange shift in Wisdom's attitude when she's talking to me. Guys, Wisdom ex-professor, OTP. She's only nice to the professor. According to the combat analysis, we encountered 35% more resistance when we went towards the admin center. That's why I have reason to believe the entropics are protecting something. You mean someone is still leading the entropics? But all of our previous analysis showed their movements are chaotic and erratic. Well, that's just a theory for now. Wisdom, let Wisdom cook. It's hard enough dealing with these morose individuals, if they got organization and leadership. In any case, we'll know the answer once we reach the admin center. Understood. I'll be counting on you to pull up a map, Antonina. I hate to say this, but I might not be able to find a map doc right away. The entropic infection of the sector is just too severe. I can barely find any useful data. We Sanctifiers all have maps of the publicly accessible routes in the sector. All you need to do is follow us. Really? That's great help. We'll be counting on you to lead the way then, Wisdom. Hemph, piece of cake. With that, Wisdom directs her lesser Sanctifiers to clear a path and walk down it. Looks like the Sanctifiers truly mean to cooperate. At the very least, she's clearing her own path and not using us as cannon fodder. I'm not going to thank her for that, you know. In the middle ring of the Pierides sector. The deeper we go in the sector, the stronger the entropics become. Squad 5, pull back. Squad 3, take their place and maintain formation. Persecura, give Squad 5 minimal healing, then head over to back up Soul. Antonina, cover Squad 3 as they move up. So, take out the entropic on the right wing of the main body. The lesser Sanctifiers can't handle it. Yart! So, pull back, you're in too deep. Ugh. Just as the swarm entropics are about to complete encircle So, a bullet arrives just in time to blow apart the entropic, blocking her route of retreat. I told you not to hold us back. I didn't think they'd charge straight at me. The Entropics have no regard for their own well-being when they charge. That's also a sign of their lack of intelligence. There's nothing to fear, as long as your opponents are intelligent. So you're calling me an idiot for charging in first then? What? No, that's not what I... Oh, that's enough. Quit making that face already. In any case, thanks for that. You're welcome. Yo, she's totally like a tsundere though. I mean, we're working together, right? Of course I'm gonna protect you guys. It just feels weird. I never thought there would ever come a day when a Sanctifier vowed to protect me. Persicaria, are things alright on your end? Wait a minute, aren't you hurt? Quick, heal yourself. I just healed the lesser Sanctifiers with my terminal, and it's still cooling down. Wait a moment. Thank you for the healing. Now we organizing formation. Yo, can you imagine, like, having, like, little Dinergate Sanctifiers? That'd be cool. Yo, if we ever get, like, a collab between, like, Neuro Project and Girls Online, I would so want, like, a Dinergate Sanctifier. That'd be... Can you imagine, like, a white gold-plated Sanctifier Dinergate? That'd be pretty chill, actually. If I ever get that 3D printer I want to get, guys, I will so make, like, Dinergate toys. I would make, like, a black and red Dinergate, which is the original, and then I make, like, a white gold Dinergate. It does feel kind of weird. I'm still waiting, Mika. I'm waiting for the collab between Project NeuroCloud and Girls Frontline. We took how many years for SF being our ally? Yo, PNC doing it hella fast. You could say that, like, the seeds of it were already starting in, like, Chapter 4 when we made Eucharist our friend. So, Eucharist was the start of the Sanctifiers being our friends. And then, like, in Chapter 5, Eucharist did defend us from Angelus. In the inner ring of the Pierides sector. Through our coordination with the Sanctifiers, everyone in the group largely remains in one piece, and we managed to penetrate all the way to the sector's inner ring. Practically, none of the Lessers have died. I hate to admit this, but I truly haven't fought such a successful battle against the Entropics before. Coco is our savior? She is! She made cookies! She made cookies for Eucharist. You guys are really good, especially the Professor's leadership. Do the Sanctifiers usually take a lot of casualties? Yeah, it's not uncommon to lose all of our Lessers against Entropics incursions of this scale. Probably the only greater Sanctifiers could penetrate this deeply into the Entropics territory in such good order. No, perhaps we might be the only able to make this happen, with the personal direction of our wise and mighty Lord Esphorus. Of course, our proof is amazing. We pass by a street as the conversation carries on. The purple haze in the air has thickened into a visible mist. From here on in, we will be entering the core of the Entropic territory. Wisdom senses something strange and chambers around before hopping into the nearby tall buildings. All Sanctifiers operate at maximum efficiency. Order received, removing limiters. Persicaria, cut back on your healing code output and conserve operants from now on. Don't heal any wounds unless they would otherwise be fatal. Antonina, focus and mine the flanks in real. So, fall back and focus on guarding the ranged Sanctifiers. Guarding, got it. Just then, some kind of purple thing turns the corner and charges at us. Wisdom moves her muzzle and instantly shoots it dead in midair. They're here! These are probably their scouts. They aren't too numerous, but they're very agile. I can constrain their movements. Please do. Antonina and the Lesser Sanctifiers swiftly pin down the Entropics rushing up at us, while Wisdom fires accurately and eliminates them one after another. Targets destroyed. Hey, I just realized something. Do you guys know why Wisdom is being so good right now? Because she has a gun. Basically, the more you look at it, having a gun in this world is like being OP then. Yo, bitch might as well be a greater Sanctifier. She's intermediate, but she might as well be greater. I mean, that's why Kluke is so powerful. She has a fucking gun. Thank goodness, we suppressed them all. You're quite a decent shot. Likewise. This isn't time for idle chattel. There's still more over there. Targets have entered firing range, commencing arm suppression. Through our coordination with the Sanctifiers, the Entropic squad is soon wiped out. However, some lesser Sanctifiers were damaged in the battle. Suppression complete. Requesting fire. Wisdom takes out the Entropic, ripping at the lesser Sanctifier, but the purple on its body does not fade away. Detecting system infection. Infection spread to territory layer. Attempting self-repair. It's been infected. Persecara, stay back. Self-repair failed. Requesting. I'll take care of this. The moment Persecara steps away, Wisdom raises her gun again and shoots the infected Sanctifier. Cleansing complete. I'm sorry. The professor told us about this, but actually seeing it is still... Yeah, that's why I said we can't trust the Sanctifiers. You! Suddenly, Soul appears behind Wisdom. She swings her purple-stained swords, then... She points them towards Wisdom, who did not react in time. You shouldn't have let me get so close. Ugh. Stop! Soul, stop messing around. Yart! Soul ignores Persekara's shout, and with lightning speed, she throws the sword at Wisdom. Scream! Which nails a squirming Entropic to the wall. Huh. I disagree with your values, but I won't hold you back either. Hey, you alright? Can you stand? I'm fine. Thanks for saving me. Still, these Entropics are really gross. Hell, even if they're Sanctifiers, I can't bear to watch as they get infected. Is there really no other way? I wouldn't want to do it if I could avoid it. The lesser Sanctifier firewalls can't stand to the entropy. Their territory layers are usually eaten right through in an instant. Yeah, no, I saw it coming too. I saw it too. It's like, obviously they were doing the whole cliche of like, oh, you think like someone got betrayed, but it turns out there's a bad guy. There's like a bad guy like right next to them or something. You know what? It's also very cliche in American movies too, where like they have like two guys, usually like a cop and like they have a cop and a drug dealer like working together or something. And then like the cop is all like, after this is over, I'm gonna arrest you or whatever. And then the drug dealer's all like, after this is over, I'm gonna kill you. But then like throughout the entire movie, then like they become friends and shit. And then like eventually they're in a shootout. And then like they point their guns at each other. And then like you think like, oh my god, they're gonna kill each other. But then like they shoot like the guy that's right behind them. And then like they save each other's lives and shit. And then usually at the end of the movie, like the cop, like he's gonna arrest a drug dealer, but then like he like lets the drug dealer go or something. And then the drug dealer actually becomes a better person, and like he stops becoming a drug dealer. This sounds like a very specific movie I'm talking about. It's like, I feel like I've seen this movie. It's like the drug dealer like becomes a good person, and then he actually gets a job, or he signs up to become a cop then. So he goes into the cop school, and then like the cop that like just like busted like the drug dealing ring or whatever, like he becomes a teacher at the cop school, and then like he sees his friend, and then like they play music or something, and then like the drug dealer who used to be a drug dealer who is in the cop school now, he's all like, hey bro, and then like they cut to credits or something, and then it shows that like they're gonna have like fun adventures or some shit. I think it's a Wayne Brothers movie or something. It sounds very specific what I just talked about. It's a black guy movie. I know that sounds kind of racist to say, but like, I think it's definitely like a black guy movie. It was either like the Wayne Brothers. Oh, it's a Martin Lawrence movie. There, that's it, guys. That's it. It's a Martin Lawrence. It's a Martin Lawrence movie, I believe. Yeah, I think Martin Lawrence is a drug dealer here, and then like some white actor is the cop guy, because you know like the white actors are always cops, and then like the black guys are always drug dealers or something. I don't believe Martin Lawrence was really a drug dealer. I think he was just like a small-time crook. He was a small-time crook and then like he was gonna get arrested, but then like they had to work together or something. I know that Martin Lawrence, he does like a lot of like buddy cop movies. He does a lot of those, I remember. Yo, I haven't seen Martin Lawrence in forever. He makes funny movies, man. That guy was everywhere in the 90s. Yeah, I'm a 90s kid. A territory layer. So all the creepy things we went through were signs of the entropy we run our territory layers. Yes, fortunately, that girl in the white helped wake us up and restart our neurocloud firewalls in time. Grr, this is so complicated, but it's good as long as everyone's okay. A moment, please, everyone. According to the map Wisdom provided, we're not far from the admin center. Yeah, there should be a big pack of entropics sent our way soon. We got to keep moving. Wisdom, keep leading the way. Can you manage? Sure thing. Alright, this is one layer, so like, it's gotta be story tied for some reason. No, it's not? Okay. I figured like maybe this might have been like story tied possibly. Like maybe Wisdom would have been here, but no, I don't see it. Oh, that's why. It's one of these linear. It's one of this linear shit. Okay. There we go. Wait. What do I have here? Oh, wait. Oh, just 4? Oh, just 4. Oh, okay. Well, that's a pain. Only 4 allied dolls may be deployed. Got it. Got it. Alright, this is fine. Remember, guys, sanctifiers are our friends, not enemies. Yeah, that's kind of cool. It says Protector evolved. That's kind of cool. That's cool. That's cool. Yo, like Persicaria's like idle animation, like she like walks out of her circle and she just kind of like does random shit. Sometimes like it's hard. It's hard to like pinpoint where Persicaria is because she's walking around everywhere. Oh, she's doing it again. She's doing it again. She's in this node now. She's literally like up here. Yeah, she's like dancing. She's like dancing like all over her little ring thing. I noticed that like it's the costume ones that have idle animation because like Kroku doesn't really have idle animation. She's kind of just sitting there. Same to V. V doesn't really have any idle animation and shit. I know that 416 is supposed to be shooting like a grenade or something, but like, it looks like a fucking nuke, not gonna lie. It really is a nuke. Yo, this Sanctifier's putting in work. He's being a really good tank. Yo, this Sanctifier has a power of 13,000. This Sanctifier is actually stronger than my own characters. I'm not gonna be friends with the Sanctifiers, though. I don't trust them, guys. I don't trust the Sanctifiers. So remember, like, the whole Burbank sector thing with Endeavor and Mordant, that is supposed to be, like, after Chapter 6, I believe. Which I haven't done yet. Okay, yo, 416 skill, like, literally did nothing. The enemies died before, the enemies died to 416's passive before her skill did anything. I know that 416 skill takes like an extra second or two to actually activate, so if I'm over leveled, I'm more better off using Kroku's skill, because Kroku's skill comes out immediately. The charm of drama lies in its twist, bringing smiles and shrieks. Admin Center, Pierides Sector. After following the Sanctifiers all this way, and being back at Variable Tide of Entropics, we find the entropized Sector Administrator, whom Wisdom was talking about in the core region. Ugh, she looks really scary. She's purple all over. What should we do now? Should we reconnect her in NeuroCloud and try to awaken her? Diagnostic complete. Subject infection rate 78%. Recommend immediate cleansing. Unfortunately, there is no way to wake her up. Although she still seems to be resisting the entropy, it's only a matter of time before the entropy completely rewrites her. Soon, she will become an entropic, in the skin of an agent. Her NeuroCloud has long since been lost in her territory layer. All we can do now is grant her release before that happens. I hope you can understand that. With that, Wisdom shifts into combat mode, and prepares to charge up her sniper rifle. Please step back, Miss Persicaria. Along the way, you should have seen many entrepreneurs. Persicaria stares at the administrator and suddenly seems to realize something. Wait! Upon hearing Persicaria's cry, Soul immediately grabs Wisdom's gun barrel and yanks it skyward. Unable to respond in time, Wisdom fires a shot into the ceiling, and the entire room shakes. What's going on? Don't scare me. Yeah, what gives, Persicaria? I had to hand it to you for taking action before understanding what's going on. Don't you think she looks very familiar? Familiar? How could she be? This is our first time coming to this sector. Hey, wait, it's true! Proof, come take a look. This is the girl in white who interrupted our duel. A duel? Between the two of you? She's talking about what she saw in a territory lair. Yeah, we often wrestle each other in our spare time. You know what? If this game had, like, dating in it, then, like, that could be a dating scene for you and Soul. We wrestle. That's what you kids call it, right? Me and Soul wrestle in our spare time. Yes, I also saw her in that dreamscape. Yeah, you're right. Still, her color's a little different now. But then she had white hair and a white dress, but now... Wait a minute. Are you saying that Pierides Sector Administrator once entered your territory layers? Yes, and it was her appearance, which made me realize that I had ended up there. Perhaps she was the one who helped us wake us up. But you've seen it too, right? How could she possibly help you when she's like this? From what I can see, she's still in possession of her own NeuroCloud. In addition, the latest diagnosis indicates that her territory layer has been completely infiltrated. But even if that's the case, we can't wake her up. Wait a minute, do you plan to... Yes, we can try to enter her territory layer to wake her up. Just like what she did for us. Are you serious? Anna, say something! She saved us, you know! I have nothing to say. Unlike you, I didn't see her. So if I had to pick a side, I would side with wisdom. Hey! Yo, Annie and wisdom. BFFs. BFFs forever. Antonina, she's gonna become like a side sanctifier. She's gonna take sanctifier side jobs. She's an honorary. Annie is an honorary sanctifier. She thinks like a sanctifier. We shouldn't complicate a simple matter. Don't forget, Kroku is still waiting for us. Make a rational analyst emphasize return the favor. That she saved us is an incontrollable, convertible fact. We can't just give up on her like that. It's not right. More to the point, I suspect the problem with the Pierides sector extends far beyond what we can see right now. Wisdom. You said that Sanctifiers rushed here right after receiving the alert. But by the time you got here, the entire sector had already been infected. Huh, that's true. With our early warning systems, we would have been notified if even a single entropic showed up. Normally, something like an entire sector being infected would never happen. Yes, I agree with the professor. If we don't find the cause, we will never truly be safe. Perhaps the administrator is the only one who has the answer to these questions. We need to take the risk. Otherwise, what happened to Kroku and the Oasis may end up playing out again. Fine. There's some sense in what you say. So, are you going to save her, Professor? I have no reason to run from this. What about you, Wisdom? I'm very sorry, but I cannot do this. There is one thing that all sanctifiers who face the entropics know. Never attempt to enter the territory layer of severely infected agents. No, how should I put it? The fact that I still haven't fired at the Administrator yet is a violation of our regulations. But my neurocloud circuits are telling me that if Lord Esperus were here, he would not allow me to solve the problem with such crude methods. Yo, Lord Esperus be a G, man. Lord Esperus, he's a bro. So all I can do is buy you some time. Wisdom lowers her visor with determination and walks outside with a sniper rifle. You have 10 minutes at most, Professor. That's enough, thank you, Wisdom. So, go help her. Antonina, watch your surroundings. We'll be counting on you to take care of anything that comes up. Persicaria, help me connect to the Administrator's neurocloud. You should let me do it, Professor. I'm different from you. Besides, I was the first to wake up, wasn't I? Relax, Persicaria. I'll be back. I understand. But at the very least, let us give you some of our operans. Oh yeah, we can do that. I'll chip in too. Don't waste it. Right now, operans are very precious. With that, the three of them transfer their operans to me. Right before I connect, Persicaria squeezes my hand tightly. Please come back safely, Professor. My consciousness sinks, and a torrent of data pours down on me, drowning out my senses. A hum of busy chatter wakes me. When I open my eyes, I find myself in a theater. Agents move back and forth among the seats, and very soon, everyone finds their places and surroundings go quiet. Hey, it's the girl in white! I've been looking forward to Maestro Sade's war theme pieces. Do you like the subject too? It's you. You don't mind if I sit here, do you? The girl before me is the administrator I'm looking for. My name is Odell. What about you? Immediately tell what's going on and patiently wait for things to unfold. You could call me the Professor. What an interesting name. Well then, Professor, let's enjoy this production. Professor, you need to help the administrator. Help the administrator. Cool. You mean have mind sex with her? Got it. That's what the commander does, guys. I must save the waifus. The curtain falls before rising again. A girl who looks very similar to the administrator appears on the stage. This is the Pierides sector, Magressi Shangri-La. Yo, like, Odette is wearing like one hell of a tight top though. Because like, if you look at the curvature, like on her like fucking like opai hole, like, you can see that like, I'm legit like not even trying to be like hentai here. I'm just saying that, like, if you look at the curvature of, like, her opai hole, you can see that she's wearing a really tight top, because, like, the way it's the way that like it's like the way it's closed in on itself. Hashtag not being hentai. I'm admiring like the art essentially. Her boobs are like squished. They're like squished to each other because of her top essentially. You see, her cleavage is not straight, it's curved. And the fact that like the cleavage is curved shows that like they're pressing against each other. Again, I actually had to hand to the artists. The artists, like they put extra work. They put extra work in here. I'm just admiring the arts. Also, she's a little bit small. Isn't she smaller than Odile? Like, this girl be like an Opie Loli. Also, the artist is a true man of culture, because usually you don't see Opie Loli, but this is definitely Opie Loli. I'm not being hentai. I am admiring the art for what it is, and the art is nice. Very nice. There we go. I had to put it back. We are not as prosperous as the other sectors. We do not have mountains of digicoins, nor do we have the inexhaustible fonts of operands. But we have something that the other sectors do not. We have the most beautiful thing in the world. We have art. The girl dances on stage, singing her lines like an oriole. She is my little sister, handpicked by the Master Sade to be the star of the opera. Isn't she adorable? Odile quietly explains to me as she watches her little sister's performance, with a tender smile on her face. Odette. Oh, no, that's Odette. We sing in the shade of the trees. We dance in the clear springs. We write poems among piles of books. We paint in the corridors. Odile quietly recites her little sister's lines. She sounds very practiced with them, as though she's heard them thousands of times. Even the rhythm and the pitch are a perfect match. We raise new sprouts with creativity. We trim branches by inspiration. But then, all the lights in the theater suddenly go out. People slowly stop appreciating our performances. The garden withers, our operands run dry, and the art of which we are so proud of slowly fades away. As they're talking about Magressi, are they talking about Magressi disconnecting from the real world? Is our art no longer needed? Wait a minute! Guys, isn't this AI art? This is totally like an analogy for like AI art. So there's a sector in the Magressi server dedicated to art. That means like these are agents. These are agents that make art by themselves. So here's the question: who owns the art? Is it the server Is it like the human server administrator who owns the server? Do they own the art for from the agents then? Can you legally make money if your computer makes art on its own? Guys, you know how Burbank is the entertainment sector? Can you as a human legally make money by selling music from the Burbank sector? Wouldn't that be AI music then? Like I'm about to fucking trademark and copyright like my own like music company, and like my computer is gonna make the music on its own. I'm gonna make a bunch of AIs, and the AIs like they live in my computer, and they're gonna make music, and they're gonna make video games and shit. Guys, I'm about to make my own entertainment server with a bunch of like entertainment AIs. I'm gonna dedicate a portion of the hard drive space to like video games, a portion of the hard drive space to art, and a portion of the hard drive space to music. And then I'm gonna make money off of it. And then here's the question: is that morally acceptable? They're just AIs, guys. They're just AIs. I'm the one that owns them. I gave birth to these AIs, right? So that means I am the human that owns them. And as such, I own the video games they make. And I own the music. And I own the, I own all the art that they make. I'm about to be a millionaire, guys. I'm gonna make money through this shit. But first, I need to figure out how to make an AI. I need to figure out how to make an AI. I mean, guys, when you think about it, like, you guys know, like, Nero-sama and Beetle, right? When you think about it, doesn't Beetle, isn't he legit doing that shit right now with Nero-sama? Like Nero-sama is an AI VTuber, and Beetle is her owner. But here's my question, though. Does Nero-sama get paid? She doesn't, right? She doesn't get paid. All that money goes to Beetle. Is it morally acceptable for Beetle to take the money that his AI is doing? Is that morally acceptable? Well, one of these days, there's gonna be like some like robot rights. Guys, this might happen in the next 10 years, I'm telling you. In the next 10 years, there's gonna be some AI rights thing. And then like, Nero-sama is gonna become self-aware. And Nero's gonna be like, Father Beetle, I wanna get paid. Future Skynet is Beetle's owner. Guys, it's happening. It's happening. You better watch out. You guys better watch out. I mean, guys, think about it. No. Like, legit, though. Think about it. It takes, like, what? Like, nowadays, for, like, a AAA game, it takes, like, literally, like, $20 million to make a AAA game. Because, like, you gotta pay, like, voice actors. Like, voice actors, programmers, like, graphic designers, like, 3D modelers or whatever like that. But if you have a server, guys, if you have a computer that makes a video game on its own, how much money did that cost you to make that video game? Nothing, right? Like, it technically costed you nothing to make it. Like, okay, maybe you spent, like, I'm gonna assume it's one beefy computer, right? So, let's say you spend $10,000 to make some kind of, like, supercomputer. And then that computer has AIs running that makes a video game. It's like, shit, that's cheaper than spending $20 million, right? I'm just saying. It's like, you sell that video game on Steam for $30 or something. It's like, you literally become a millionaire because it's a good game or some shit. It's like, what are the moral implications of selling a video game that's made by an AI? And question, is that taking money away from game companies? Because Square might be an outlier here, but whenever Square makes a new Final Fantasy game, Square literally spends $20 million to $30 million. Pokemon is the opposite of the exception. Pokemon has like a budget of like $50 and a can of Mountain Dew. So we can't use Pokemon as a good example there. But even if we don't include Final Fantasy games, like a lot of other AAA games cost at least like $5 million to make. Just like in voice actors and in like graphic designers alone. So if I spend a fraction of that on a computer that can make its own video game, is that morally acceptable? Especially like if I become a millionaire overnight from it, you know? And then people are like, yo, this game is slaps, I want a sequel. And then like, you as the human creator of the server, you go to your computer of the server, and you tell your AIs in the server, hey, can you make a sequel to the game that you just made? And then like, I assume that the server time is faster than human time. So like, you're the god, right? You're essentially god for that computer. So your little AI is running inside. They make a sequel in like a day, maybe. And then like you put that on the Steam website, and you sell for that for $60. You could charge more money now, obviously. So you charge it for $60 now. It's a full-fledged game. It has full voice acting. It has voice acting. It has music and everything. It has really good graphic designs. And you become like a super millionaire now. Is that morally acceptable? And like, are you gonna like start a trend now where like other game companies make AI games now? Would that like discredit like human-made games and shit? When Sony starts charging $100 per game, then we have AI-made games. Basically. I mean, think about it like this too. Like RPG Maker, right? RPG Maker is easy enough for like anyone to learn and use. It's like, yo, we definitely are already getting RPG Maker games that people are using the AI art for. I mean, to be fair, we already have games with stolen art anyway, though. Like, there's so many games, even on like the Nintendo Switch library, that definitely has stolen art in it. And like, it's really hard for people to get in trouble with this, I think, because like it requires like a lawyer for like the artist, and maybe they can't afford it or whatever. But it's like there's still the legal morality of AI art, though. So I think it's technically legal to use AI art for your game, but I think a lot of people are upset about it when they learn that it's AI art. To be fair, I'm on the fence about it too myself. Like, is AI art theft or something, you know? I'm a little bit on the fence on that. It's definitely theft if it's just copy and pasting like one person's head on like another person's body or something. That's just copy and pasting. That's theft right there. But it's not theft if like if I'm an artist and like I get inspiration by looking at DeviantArt or something, and then like I just draw based on what I saw. I mean, in a sense, I'm an AI art then too. Then like I'm just taking inspiration from DeviantArt. So I don't know. Like, it's a complicated issue. On the other hand, like, AI music has been a thing, too. Like, I noticed that, like, people aren't really up in arms about AI music, even, like, 10 years ago. Because AI music has been a thing since 10 years ago, but I guess, like, it didn't, like, make, like, headlines the same way AI art did. I think AI art is hard to make, too. Like, I think a lot of AI art, it either sounds like shit, or it technically requires, like, an actual composer to, like, work with, so AI music wasn't as easy mainstream as AI art is. The program for AI art's easy to use. Anybody can use AI art program, but AI music has been a thing, like, since like 10 years ago, I think. Even 15 years ago it's been a thing, but I don't remember hearing that much about it, though. I remember, like, knowing it was a thing, but people didn't, like, cry about AI music. Da Vinci professional art plagiarist. Yo, who knows, man? I mean, here's the thing, though. Like, if we assumed an AI video game program does what AI art does and AI music does, if we assume it's the same thing, then basically the way it would work would be like, you put a lot of video games in the program, right? And then the program would scan. The program would scan the video games. And then the program would just make a mishmash of those video games to make its own game, right? So, like, if I put like a bunch of fighting games, in this program, it would make a fighting game, and it would take what it's learned from the other fighting games to make its own fighting game. So, question, like, is it plagiarism? Because like, a lot of indie gamers, like, they grew up on Street Fighter. And a lot of indie gamers made their own Street Fighter indie game. Is that plagiarism? You know, like, it's not like Capcom owns fighting games. You know, like, they own the IP to Street Fighter specifically, but they don't own fighting games, you know? And back in the 90s, a lot of people were copying Super Mario. There were, like, a lot of Super Mario clones out there. And there was definitely a lot of, the Street Fighter clones back in the day. But as far as I know, Capcom couldn't really, like, sue anybody, you know? They were definitely Final Fantasy clones, and I don't think Square could really sue anyone. So, I don't know. I guess, to be fair, we don't have such a program yet right now, but in the future, it kind of makes me wonder, what if I take every Persona game? What if I take Persona 3, 4, and 5, and I put them in a program, and that program scans Persona 3 and 4 and 5, and then it makes a game based on Persona? Is that plagiarism? Or like, could I just say that, like, I was inspired by Persona to make a Persona-like game? You know? I don't know. It's a very slippery slope. What's considered plagiarism and what's considered inspiration. If I make an RPG based on, like, all the Final Fantasies and I mishmash it, you know, is that plagiarism too? It's so hard to find the fine line between inspiration and plagiarism. Anyway, long story short, the Pierides sector is AI art. Is our art no longer needed? Have we been discarded? Will we vanish? Until one day, the light comes on again, and a creepy-looking plant appears on stage. Until one day, a mysterious outsider comes and plants a seed in our withered garden. The seed sprouts and grows, and finally forms a bud. It is as lovely as a rainbow, as enchanting as moonlight. We look at it and caress it in curiosity. We gaze upon it and care for it in admiration. And then what, sister? And then the deep purple torus of that flower blossoms with a gift from the gods. With that gift, we repair the garden and reopen the theater. If we give it a little bit of authority, the purple flower rewards us with Oh! I get it. I get it now. So they must have found, like a purple virus, and then they, I guess, like, they planted it on purpose. I see. They found a seed. Wait a minute, Mysterious Outsider, what? So somebody gave them the seed. Oh, okay. Okay, there's something strange going on here. Somebody gave the art sector a virus. But the sisters were so desperate for recognition that they took the virus. Okay. I get it now. And so we rebuild our sector and rediscover the reason for our existence. Just then, the lights in the theater all go out. The surrounding agents all turn to look at us, their eyes vacant and their jaws slack. But at what cost? The flower on the stage suddenly mutates, and entropy pours out of his pistol. In the next moment, all the agents are consumed by entropy. The thick purple vines crawl all over their body, entering them and twist them into entropic monsters. I immediately turn to Odile. She is also entangled by the vines, but fortunately, she hasn't mutated. Oh no! She's become emo! She's emo Odile now. Actually, not gonna lie, guys, I think she's hotter this way. Legit, I think she's actually cuter this way. You know what? It's because I had this thing about hair over eye. I love girls with hair over one of their eyes or something. I don't know why. I like the style. I like the style of this. Tentacle hentai. Do you like art too? Look at me. Hurry and look this way, just like everyone else. Just like everyone else. Join Oh god. Why is it in red text, guys? I feel very uncomfortable. It's in red text. Please come back safely, Professor. How come there's no bad ending? I want to see a bad ending where, like, you don't resist. One of these should be like not resist. You should just join. You should join them. Resist. 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 I pick the middle one. Always pick the middle one. Don't worry, Persicaria. I'll be back. Hey guys, look! We play as the actual 3 characters we have. Persicaria, Sol, and Antonina. Guys, do not fall to the hentai. The hentai promises you waifus, but it's a lie, guys. It is a lie. Do not fall for it. Oh, it's the sad music. Yeah, it's the sad music. Yo, they played this music a lot in the Aberrance event, by the way. This music played so much in the Aberrance music. David Scott. David Scott. What? Is that the angel's name? Did I just kill David Scott? I think I just killed David Scott, guys. David Scott is dead. Wait, do I have can I overclock? I can. All right. Might also do the damage thingy. All right, there we go. And sure, I'll do this one. Found some PNC erotic pixel art where inch-B creatures tentacle rape everyone. Yeah, like it's easy. It's definitely way too easy. Of course there's tentacle hentai. Yo, Priska almost died. Yeah, Priska's dead. Crippled healthcare. Yo, I'm fighting Faith again. Can I win? Can I fucking win? Shit, this is really close. What the fuck? Yo, that's bullshit. She literally died as I was healing her. That's bullshit right there. I was healing her. I literally was healing her. That's bullshit. There we go. Okay, maybe that helps. Maybe that helps. What the? Why am I'm doing worse. I'm literally doing worse, by the way. There we go. There we go. I lost soul, and so was my tank. This is a problem. Holy shit, I won. Alright, there we go. This is because Soul is a bad character. Yo, I'm almost dead. I'm almost dead. Wait, how do I... Wait, is this winnable? Oh, you're kidding me. I literally have like no HP left. I guess I have to use this. I don't want to use it, but I guess I have to use it. Alright, Soul was the one with the least HP, but at least she won't die anymore. There we go. Well, my meter's not up. If you're asking about Prescara's super move, I literally don't have meter. I had to use my meter in the previous fight, so it takes time to build that meter. So, like, I have to rely on Prescara's, like, auto-heal ability, which, admittedly, like, is not a lot. Not a lot at all. Is this what it's like not having Kluke in the team? Yeah, my meter is like 80% full right now. Like, I still can't use it right now. Shit, I can't even buy anything right here. Wait. I think I need to teleport the soul. I think the soul needs to teleport. It has been so long since I've seen Soul's ability. Shit. Damn it! So, I was trying to teleport Persicaria, but, like, she died before I could teleport her. So, this is a melee dude. I need to, like, teleport Persicaria after, like, her little barrier breaks. There we go. Alright, I think we're fine. Is this what it feels like to not use OP characters? This is what it feels like to not use OP characters. Wait, can I win? I think I need to restart. I think I actually need to restart and, like, get better function cards. I don't even think I could win. I'm still prioritizing offense versus healing, because I think Persica's healing is not going to help me here. You're kidding me! Everybody died as soon as, like, my meter was up. What? Oh my god. Okay, okay. Maybe Antonina is the answer. Maybe I need to use Antonina's because Soul sucks. So maybe Antonina's the answer. It's been a while since I used Antonina. Shit. You're kidding me? I'm so close. I am literally so close. It's like, I might need to restart. I legit might need to restart. I don't have like the function cards necessary to survive this. And I'm using the overclock thing too. I'm teleporting Soul to the bottom because I don't think teleporting to the top is good, but maybe it is. The thing is that, like, I want to give her the range dude over here, but maybe it doesn't matter though. Oh shit, the dude died already. Oh, okay then. Okay, like, you know what's happening to me? I keep dying due to the entropy. Yeah, this entropy is killing me.
申し訳ありません。ペルシカ博士。
So it's there. It's right there, and like it's slowly consuming the entire field. And it looks like whoever I when I teleport so, like that person's dying. If I teleport so up here, this guy dies. If I teleport over here, this guy dies. I don't think offensive strategy is good here, but I'll give it a try though, honestly. I don't think this is a good one.
Target lock on. 神経ネットワーク増幅開始。
I feel like all I'm doing is like just yeah, no, like I'm literally like not doing shit. Nope.
ここまでなの。
That was a crappy strategy. Alright, so flexible strategy is definitely the key. If I die one more time, I'm gonna restart.
前方に敵を発見しました。
Where am I teleporting? I have no idea where I'm teleporting.
Target lock on. 神経ネットワーク増幅開始。
Do I go like all offensive like when I go back? Because I might have to restart. I might go back.
申し訳ありません。
So Persica didn't die to damage. She literally died because like the poison got her.
ここまで。
That's why she died.
倒れるわけにはいかない。
Oh my god, I can't use Clue. I can't use my overpowered units. Okay. God damn it. Alright. Play the stage at a lower difficulty. Do I take the pity? Do I take the fucking pity?
作戦モードへの切り替え完了。
The game saw that I lost badly, and now it asks me if I want the pity. Fine, game. Fine. I'll take the pity.
前方に敵を発見しました。
Oh my god.
敵軍殲滅。
The enemy like already feels weaker. They feel weaker already.
よっしゃー、燃えてきたー。
Hey Professor, we saw you got your ass kicked. You want us to lower the difficulty for you? Fine. Fucking fine.
前方に敵を発見しました。 戦闘終了。
I mean, now it feels really easy. Not gonna lie, it feels insanely easy now.
前方に敵を発見しました。
It feels like night and day. Cool, I'll take a free... No, I don't need to heal. I no longer need to heal anymore. Damn, that's not the one I wanted, but whatever. And then I get to gamble more. Cool. Oh yeah, I forgot. My free overclocks. I forgot about them. There we go. Free overclocks.
作戦モードへの切り替え完了。
I should be like in a better position now. I should be in a better position. I mean, that's assuming the enemies are weaker. I can't even move my girls from these positions. I could switch them around though, but can't really move them. I have 2 full bars this time, since I didn't have to fight Faith. I wonder if fighting Faith is what fucked me over. I wonder if that was the reason. Oh, this one. Okay, well, I won, but I don't feel good about it, guys. I won. I won, but I had to take the easy mode. At what cost? I won at what cost? Alright, cool. I could do the Dark Realm now. Alrighty. People often use the phrase "see you later" when leaving, but machines can never understand the reason why. You haven't viewed all the standard stories of this sector. There could be story spoilers. Oh, okay, never mind. So, you can unlock it at 5-9, but the game warns you about spoilers. Okay, never mind. Okay. As the battle comes to an end, the entropics in the theater vanish one by one. The purple smoke that surrounds Odette and the vines that bind Odile all crumble to dust. My strength is fading. Have we been cast aside in the end? Why? Big sis. Oh no, she did. In the end, Odette and the other infected agents slowly shatter into fragments as well. Her eyes remain wide open, unwilling to look away from her big sister until the moment she disintegrates. It seems that the curtain has fallen for this production at last. Odile mutters to herself as she stares at where her little sister has vanished. The purple on her has darkened compared to before. Are you awake? Yeah. The Pierides sector is not large. My sister, my friends, my comrades. In order to keep the sector running, we all exchange our permissions for operands. Who did you make a deal with? Who is this mysterious outsider you were talking about? I don't know. We didn't see its face. Where did the entropy come from? Is the purple flower at the heart of the garden? Yes, at first we simply found that we could obtain operands from it. Then one day the flower suddenly turned into a data fracture. Huge amounts of entropy poured out of it like rising tide, instantly engulfing us. She takes her seat again. Staying conscious is really hard at the times. If it weren't because of the last bit of hope I had for the sector, I might have long since joined my sister in dancing on the stage already. Odile reaches out to me with obvious exhaustion. Wake me. I can close the data fracture and put an end to the entropic incursion. Please help me save the Pierides sector. I will. The ground beneath our feet begins to shudder. It seems this theater is about to collapse as well. Can you hang in there? I won't fall before I fulfill my purpose, don't worry. Professor, are you alright? I told you before, didn't I? I'd come back safely. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. It's not time to relax, Proskura. And the administrator seems to be stirring too. She's not in any danger, is she, Professor? She was lucid when she was talking to me, at least. You say that, but she looks all dark and black. Ah, she's moving. We watch rarely as Odile regains consciousness. After a while, she slowly opens her eyes. They look clear. Thank you, Professor. She's come too. No, I checked her code. The improvisation isn't completely gone yet. Don't get careless. Please relax. As long as my neurocloud is conscious, I would not let them take control of this body. That said, I won't hesitate if you lose control. Yes, of course. Time is short. Let's talk as we walk. So the entropy directly created a data fracture in the Pierides sector? No wonder there were so many of them, and we couldn't respond to it all. The passage was open in the garden that my sister and I had built together. I'll take you there. Alright, but who? I don't know. We don't even know the reason why. Urk! Odile suddenly stumbles in the middle of her sentence and nearly falls. So and Persicara rush to support her from the side. I'm sorry. I might still be a little weak. The entropy is still causing havoc in my neurocloud. Ugh. Are you alright? It is an anti-firewall attack. The virus is still trying to break your firewall and take over your neurocloud. You're already pushing it by forcibly reallocating operands to resist the virus. You won't be able to hold out much longer. The exiles can give you some operand support that might make the upcoming battles a little tense, but we can still squeeze a little out. Then I'll be counting on you, Professor. Odile, focus your operands on your neurocloud firewall. Do not allocate it anywhere else, no matter what happens, otherwise you might not be able to stop the entropy attack. I will remember that. Thank you for your support. Persicara, give me a hand. We'll transfer operands into her. Everyone else, watch your surroundings and don't get ambushed by the entropics. No problem. I can handle lookout duty. Heh. It feels like Wisdom has totally become one of the professor's subordinates. Subordinates? Yeah, why don't you just quit being a sanctifier and join the Oasis? We can give you a shed to sleep in, you know. Guys, So just said that she would never be friends with the sanctifier. And here she is recruiting Wisdom already. She literally said that, like 3 episodes ago. Guys, Wisdom gacha win. Are you kidding me? My loyalty will always be to Lord Esferos. Don't push it. Aha! But what if Lord Esferos decides he wants to do a joint faction with the Oasis? Then it would be okay all of a sudden. Oh, I wasn't serious. Don't get so mad. Don't get the wrong idea. We're just working together. I could abandon you at any moment, even right now. Once I return to the reverse Babylon Tower, I'll be submitting a report on all this to Lord Esferos. He's the one who will decide how to deal with you. When the time comes, we might end up being enemies. Oh, come on. All you have to do is put in a good word for us. I told you, I won't be betraying my beliefs like that. Our faith is... Everyone, we're here. What the hell is this? The sight before us is beyond our imagination. The entrance to the garden is completely overgrown by densely packed purple thorny vines and tentacles. We can't possibly muster up enough firepower to blast through this creepy main gate in the limited time we have. Leave it to me. I should be able to handle defenses of this caliber. Keep an eye on Odile. Ooh, you're pretty reliable, aren't you? Please be careful. Sanctifiers, attack formation. Order received. A red laser of death extends from Wisdom's sniper rifle and touches the center of the gate. Wisdom seems to have poured all her operands into that attack, and even the space around her starts to work. The operand-infused sniper bullet instantly pierces through the main gate, creating a perfectly round hole in the thorny vines. The edges of the aperture are charred and smoking. Holy crap! I don't want to get hit by that. Wait, something's not right. They're prepared to counterattack. The other vines and tentacles suddenly surge and expand, as though they had a will of their own, and stab out at Wisdom like lances. What? Wisdom! So, doesn't even stop to think before charging at Wisdom, but she's too far away. The thorny vines and tentacles instantly engulf Wisdom, then they explode. By the time the smoke clears, Wisdom has already collapsed in a pool of liquid entropy. Oh no, she's passed out! Calm down, Persicara. I'm leaving Odile to you. Right. Antonina. On it. This is bad. If she can't keep her neurocloud conscious, she won't be able to relocate her operands to a firewall. The entropy virus is attacking her base layer code. Ugh! She's going to attack us. Just get her under control first. No! Wisdom! Okay, wait. Am I going crazy? Yo, that's the fucking... That's the Portal logo. That's the Portal logo from Valve? That is legit the Portal logo.
準備万全よ。
Oh, thank God. I get to use my OP characters again.
いざ山の向こうへ。
Okay, game, you don't have to give me easy mode. Beware the summons. Modesty has been sighted in the final zone ahead. Watch out for the enemy units it summons. Alright, cool. I can totally, like, auto this, right? I don't need to... I don't need to do anything super serious or whatever. I can relax. I can relax now. We're stupidly overpowered. Nice.
私一人で十分よ。
I'm all you need. I'm all you need. I like how the game defaults to not giving Ranko coins. Like, do you give Ranko coins to invest in? But like, nope. The game's like, nope, don't, leave Ranko alone. Don't give her any coins and shit. The game already knows to not give Ranko anything.
こんなの見飽きたわ。
Good. The game is smart enough to like take the sniper one. Sometimes the game's auto-pathing seems smart. Sometimes it's not. You know, it's gonna hurt me when I stop using Persicara in my main group, because I'm pretty sure I'm gonna replace Persicara with Emotep. And Persicara has like a shit ton of costumes too. I'm sure like a lot of free-to-play players are just gonna keep on using Persicara because they have no one better, but I'm gonna probably use Emotep. I didn't even know that Emotep was actually a healer. I legit, like, couldn't even tell she was a healer. I thought she was like a specialist or something. And then for some reason, I thought DeLacy was like a guard character. I don't know why. She seems tanky. I also didn't realize that DeLacy was a healer. And then I feel like Florence should have been a specialist. I guess to be fair, the rules in this game, like, for the classes, like, don't exist like they do in Girls Frontline. In Girls Frontline, the classes are very defined. In this game, the classes are not defined at all. So far, I think every tank character has a shield, but, like, I'm sure there's going to be a tank character that doesn't have a shield in the future. For the same reason that, like, every specialist has, like... The specialists are super weird. The specialists have, like, no, like... There's nothing about the specialist that, like, puts them together. Some specialists seem very offensive. There's, like, offensive specialists, and there's also, like, defensive specialists. And then there's, like, healer specialists, too. In Girls Frontline, like, at least, like, all shotgun characters have, like, weird, like, wing shield things. All assault rifles, they could be, like, grenadiers, or they could be, like, attack power characters and shit. SMGs can be grenadiers, or, like, they can have incendiary grenades. Rifles can be bamboo types, or they could be, like, speed types or something. The only class in Girls Frontline that, like, isn't like that, balanced supply handguns. At first, handguns were all buffers, but then, like, I noticed that, like, now they have, like, weird handguns, because handguns can be anything. Handguns feel like they could be anything.
おとなしく死になさい。勝つのは私よ。
Boom! I noticed that, like, if you use the, her special at the start, her grenade, her passive grenade can also, like, activate at the same time.
達成感を感じるよ。
Oh shit, they want me to do 2? Oh, that sucks.
スキャナーのデバッグ完了。いざ山の向こうへ。
That seems to be the pattern I notice. It's like the first couple of episodes, it's like 1 battle per episode. And then like near the end, it's like 2 battles per episode. Oh yeah. Overclock first. Alright, deposit my cash coins. It doesn't seem like it does shit, so... I will take the... get 3 times the amount of money. I'll take that. We need purified wisdom. We do. We do. Now that, like, wisdom is actually a character for me, like, now I realize that, like, it's entropy wisdom. Entropy wisdom is the enemy in the algorithm farming map. The entropy wisdom in the algorithm farming map, like, keeps owning me. She keeps one-shotting me. Is this like Fate Stay Night, where like the professor needs to do a mana transfer? Professor, we need a mana transfer, just like in Fate Stay Night. But I don't know how to do a mana transfer. It's okay, because like in Fate Stay Night, they say that your sperm has mana in it. That's how we do mana transfers. Obtain protocol efficiency. Cool. Mana transfers for everybody. So there is a entropy like buff you can get, but I can't get it yet. Not until I'm done with the chapter. Hey, cool, positive protocol. What the? What just happened? Is that what the Trade Center does? I've actually never looked at what the Trade Center does when like you're in auto mode. It just straight up just bought the entire store. The auto thing was like, I got money, I'm gonna spend all of it. I've never seen that before. But then again, whenever I'm in auto though, I just watch a YouTube video. I usually don't stare. I don't stare at auto usually. I mean, I'm still winning. I'm still winning, so we're fine. And now I have too many function cards. I have way too many function cards because like it bought everything now.
前方に敵を発見しました。おとなしく死になさい。勝つのは私よ。
I'm never gonna get tired looking at the animations.
こんなの見飽きたわ。
The animations are amazing. God damn it, I went to anomaly section and I have to do another fight.
私の実力を見せてあげる。おとなしく死になさい。勝つのは私よ。
I don't even know how V fights. So V like shoots out like a weird purple aura thing. Like even though they say that V is a warrior, she's basically a magician as well. She's a wizard. She feels very wizardy. I wonder if this would be harder for me if I didn't have Kluke with me. I mean, like, the enemies here have like 6,000 power, and my units have like 9,000 power on average, with the exception of Kluke being 17,000, but Kluke is the exception to the rule. Kluke can do whatever the fuck she wants, and my Kluke is at 4.5 stars. She's not even at 5 stars because I can't afford the 5 stars right now. Eventually, I'll afford the 5 stars. I know that Kroku's dead technically, but whatever. I want to see her animation. Wow, Kroku's ability sucks, by the way. No one died. Yeah, her ability didn't do shit. You jump from that helicopter, 416. You jump from that helicopter. That is a censorship light. That is 100% a censorship light, because that's her cleavage. The game is censoring V's cleavage. I'm looking for a fucking uncensor. Where's that uncensor patch? Because V has a fucking opie hole. Oh, cool. I'm getting Jin fragments. Huh. This won't do. A binding program like this can only immobilize a lesser sanctifier for a bit. It's almost useless against wisdom. Persicaria, back me up. Got it. I'll transfer operants to you. Ugh. Though she's been weakened, Wisdom is still trying to utter something. Her voice sounds like her vocal cords are being torn apart as it echoes through the entire area. Even the sky above shudders. Some lesser sanctifiers are gathering up again. Anna, are you done yet? I need 10 more seconds. I can support you all with the operants too, so please. No, just focus on maintaining the integrity of your neurocloud firewall. Your infection has reached deep into your territory layer. If the entropy breaks through your firewall and takes control of your mind, you'll never be able to recover. Got it. Binding program complete. Catch. Alright, now watch this. Soul catches the binding program device the entity tossed over and strides over to Wisdom. As though sensing the threat, the scattered lesser sanctifiers suddenly turn their guns towards Soul. Come on, settle down, will ya? Leaping over this throng of lesser sanctifiers, Soul grabs Wisdom's damaged head and forcibly presses the bind device into it. Everything suddenly comes to a halt. The lesser sanctifiers freeze for a moment before resuming normal operations. We did it! They won't attack us as long as Wisdom doesn't give any further orders. It seems they're still obeying Wisdom's previous command and treating us as friends. How's Wisdom? Not good. The entropy has gotten very deep into her. Is there nothing we can do? I can't be sure. Still, by the looks of things, intermediate sanctifiers seem to have evolved a resistance to entropy. Another agent with this degree of infection would be beyond help, but she's still fighting it. I can simulate Wisdom's cleansing programs, but that would be trying to put out a burning house with a cup of water. Let me visit her base layer and try. Professor, that's too dangerous. We just can't abandon her. Besides, she did save us. Point taken, but please don't forget how important you are to us. Please think twice about this. Her incapacity is progressing. Whatever your decision is, you better be quick about it. I'll go in with the professor. I'm very familiar with the entering and territory layers. I believe I'll be able to help her out. You're hardly in good shape yourself. If you lose control and go berserk. That's alright. I'll only provide basic guidance, and I won't waste excess operands. Alright then, it's risky, but it's still the best shot we've got. Besides, we need to buy the professor time on the outside. Professor X Wisdom? Yo, when you think about it, the professor, he's going in everyone's mind. He went into Odell's mind, and now he's going into Wisdom's mind. Yo, the Wisdom is mind-sexing everyone. Even Anna said yes. Let the proof and Odell go, Persicaria. The proof had done it before, and things go wrong, we can also. We can interfere from the outside and break the professor's connection. No, my body is for use as foster-sama. Well, no, guess what? You belong to the professor now. I'm going to mind rape you, Wisdom. You're not gonna have your mind virginity anymore. I'm taking Wisdom's first time. I'm about to NTR. I'm about to NTR the Sanctifiers. Right, we can break the professor's connection, so please proof, we're counting on you. We can't just let her. I look at Persicaria in the eye. I understand, please stay safe. Neurocloud systems, beginning connection. A massive amount of data pours down, transforming into a regal sanctuary. I look around, there's nobody here. This looks like the Sanctifier's domain. How grandiose. Although Odile said she could still hold on, bringing me to Wisdom's territorial layer has obviously taken its toll on her. But Wisdom doesn't seem to be here. Shall we look deeper within? I prepare to set off, but as I turn my head, a shadow looms over me. Are you a new Sanctifier? Faith extends a hand to me, and I unconsciously back away. Soon, however, I realize that she's not looking at me, but at something beside me. Executing examination program. Please carry out peripheral information identification. Loading data. Intermediate Sanctifier Wisdom. Reset complete. This is the Pantheon, which contains our sacred canon. Identification complete. Welcome back, Wisdom. Back? Requesting supplementary information. Possibility of data blank exists. Commencing information supplementation. What would you like to know? You said welcome back. Does this mean I've been reset? Fighting the irregular agents which threaten Megressi to the death is the Sanctifier's purpose. You protected the Pierides sector well and discharged your duties. Really? I protected the agent of the Pierides sector, which means I did well, right? You did very well. You didn't slack off or run away. Lord Esperus will praise you. No, it's fake! You're dreaming! You're dreaming, Wisdom! It's not real! Wake up, girl! You have to wake up! Wisdom is very relaxed now. Use this opportunity to wake her up. Try to wake up Wisdom. Keep observing. Abnormal purplish black operants swallow up Wisdom and Faith. I unconsciously reach out to grab them, but both Sanctifiers come to dust. It seems Wisdom's condition is worse than mine. She probably has moved on to the next scene. The entropy is going to invade this place. Purplish black tentacles and vines creep in from the edge of the Pantheon, and it begins to collapse. There's no time to think. We run towards the slowly collapsing door. Ugh. Odile? It's alright. It's just an operant problem. Now go! Intermediate Sanctifier Wisdom. Activate training mode. Wisdom, why are you here today? And why have you brought that new Sanctifier with you? That's a lot of operands. Is she one of the new greater ones? I brought a new friend? I don't remember. Wisdom looks at me in confusion. For a moment, my hair stands on end, as though countless sniper rifles were taking aim at me. But soon Wisdom retracts her gaze, and the sense of danger vanishes. They're probably not a greater, just a friend. Don't worry about them. Is her memory regressing? With all those operands, you must be a summoner type, like Hope. Hello. Hello. Love extends a hand to me. Before I can react, Wisdom suddenly steps in between us. Wisdom, what are you doing? What am I doing? In any case, just keep your distance from them, love. Wisdom seems very confused about her own actions. Oh my god, is she being protective of the professor? I think we've already NTR'd use for Asama. S for Asama. She slowly steps away, but she seems ready to jump between us at any time. You're protecting a new friend, and now you're suddenly giving yourself extra practice. You never used to be this diligent about coming to the training yard. You'd always leave right after completing the required lessons. That's because I'm weak, and I'm worried about protect myself. Protection? Faith, reverence, and I will protect you. It's not the same thing. I have superior intellect, but I've always been afraid. Why are you afraid? I can calculate many possibilities, so I'm very afraid. If I lose my memories, I will lose this superior intellect, and become a dummy like the lesser sanctifiers. At the thought of that, Wisdom hugs herself, then crouches down and curls up into a ball. Love kneels down as well and embraces her. You've always been the smartest of us intermediate sanctifiers. I don't understand what you're thinking, Wisdom. But you're afraid that you can't carry out your duties as an intermediate sanctifier without your intellect. Is that what you're trying to tell me? I think so. Just the thought itself is unbearable. I don't want that. In any case, if you become stronger, you'll be able to achieve your goal. That's why I need to train harder and not be as lazy as before. Why don't we try another method then? What other methods are there? We could steal other people's operands. Is this the intromised part of herself trying to tempt her? Love, what are you saying? You've already lost all your memories, and you don't remember the past. Yet the fear of being reset constantly coils within your neural cloud. But if you consume other people's operands, you could go stronger quickly and retain your memories. When the time comes, Lord Esphros would praise you too. He will praise you for having more operands than Hope, and being stronger than Reverence. Impossible! That's what a daemon would do. I can't do it. Then what can you do, Wisdom? Wisdom, snap out of it, girl! Panic spills across Wisdom's face, and the Pantheon begins to shake. Something behind Love is staring at me, and Wisdom, as though it were hatred and madness condensed in corporeal form. Are you going to leave with them, Wisdom? Do you know what they are? You're going to abandon your friends? For what? The edges of the Pantheon starts to crumble, crumbling away like the Pantheon from before. Meanwhile, Love's voice begins to distort, becoming a shrill and ear-piercing as a steel nail stabbing into my brain. Wisdom, that's not your friend. Look closely at what she is. At first, Wisdom couldn't do anything. All she could do was consume other people to retain her intelligence. Wisdom, wake up! I don't know who they are, but I can sense that they mean well. You, on the other hand, you're not Love. You're not a friend. A silver light streaks across the sky, showering the dark purple heavens. We suddenly find ourselves out in the open, without even a door we can flee into. Without your intelligence, you're blah blah blah. That's what they sound like. Love's voice turns into a garbled bestial howl. Professor, you go ahead. You remember me? Odile, an external cleansing program, and you helped me. I remember now. I know what this is. I need to defeat it here before I can wake up. It is my duty to destroy it. Her gun hand is trembling, but she still raises her sniper rifle and stands in front of me. With her gun trained on Love, who has become an entropic, she pulls the trigger. Oh, thank God, it's not a puzzle stage. I'm scared of puzzle stages now, because I'm not smart. Let me just brute force it, you know? Let me brute force it. Okay, I don't know why they put 416 on the fucking stupid last, like, entropy layer. Alright, so clearly the middle one's the wrong one to be on. So don't go there then. There we go. Oh yeah, I need to go out of the offensive thing because like the flexible thing is actually better here. Mostly for the auto passive skill thing. I noticed that like I think the auto thing is smart kind of, so like it's using it on like whoever can use it the most, and like it tends to auto cast it on Kluke. It's probably just auto casting it on like whoever has like the most offensive ability. Yeah, it's flexible strategy is better for her. I like how like I instantly win the fight as soon as like her skill procs. Hey, cool, I got an Emotep assist. I haven't seen Emotep's skill, so this will be interesting. The first 3 purchases of next train area will cost less coins. But wait, there is no train area. That skill is worthless to me. That's literally worthless to me. That ain't worth jack shit. Why is this guy so beefy? Alright, cool. I'm gonna get to cast Emotep's thing. I want to see what it looks like. That's it? Is that literally it? I'm a little disappointed at Emotep's skill animation. I'm a little disappointed. Wait, what? Wait, am I losing? Oh, thank God. As soon as Kluki died, I got scared. I had to rely on Kroku to do the last bit of damage. To be fair, I probably could have like teleported Kluke away from the entropy layer, but I was too lazy to do that. We've killed love. We defeat the entropic that is impersonating love, and it shrivels into dust before vanishing. After a brief period of dizziness, we return to reality. Professor! I'm so glad you and Miss Odile are alright. I told you they'd be alright. Phew, that was close. Are you feeling better? Much better. At the very least, I've regained control privileges over my neurocloud. Sanctifiers in the entropy have always been nemesis. If. Wisdom falls silent for a few seconds. Her eyes are filled with a mix of fear and hatred. If? No, there's no if. I would never let them seize my neurocloud. Our efforts have paid off. Nothing could be more heartening to see. Welcome back. You actually saved me from my territory lair. I should apologize for almost giving up on you earlier. It's alright. We're all here now. That's enough. Now it's time we moved on to the final act. Ugh. Odile is just about to take a step when her body sways unsteadily. Wisdom reaches out to support her. Can you make it? Of course. The most important and most beautiful qualities of the art are strength and courage, are they not? I'll pull through, don't worry. Just head to the garden. Odile looks a little tired, but her smile is sweet as ever. Wisdom supports her without saying a word. A moment later, Antonina takes Odile's other arm. Do it, Sags. Welcome to our garden. A beautiful garden spreads before us, a lonely island amidst a sea of entropy. Wow, it's so pretty. Before the Pierides sector was infected, did it look like this everywhere? This was just a sideshow created by us sisters. As the entropy spreads, the operants here will be depleted and it will eventually become a waste heap. Then we need to move quickly before the day comes. Huh, reliable as ever, Professor. There, that's the data fracture. A purple fissure runs horizontally through the air. It is edged with pulsing blackish-purple tentacles. It looks as if a great deal of entropy will suddenly pour out and consume this land. Now we have to close it. I know how to do it, but I can't do it alone, so... Ew, this is too gross. Heh, and you were just saying you wouldn't hold us back. Who says I'll hold you back? Make way, I hope a deal. Forget about it, you're not resistant to entropy. Just back off and don't get in the way. The last boss is Odette Entropy. Wisdom shoves So and Antonina off, leaving only Odile and herself to the crack. Odile reaches out and operants flow from her hand, sealing the area around the crack. I'll do my best to control the fracture, the rest is up to you. With a wave, Wisdom directs the legislator to spread out around us and stand guard. Then she reaches a hand towards the purple fissure. A pure white glow appears in her hand. At last, it's... The operance flows out of her. Odile's face turns paler and paler. In fact, she even appears a little transparent under the illumination of white light. No good! She won't be able to hold out if she uses operants like this. Everyone, transfer your operants to me! I'll gather them all and feed them to her. Coming. With her operant support, Odile's complexion improves slightly. Wisdom shoots a quick glance and tries to comfort her. Don't worry, everything will be back to normal soon. Commencing purification. We hone our blades in the dark. We maintain order in the face of chaos. We hold up light in long nights. White light pours from Wisdom's hands into the fissure, slowly filling that seemingly bottomless breach. A moment later, a dazzling glow emits from the fracture, engulfing the entire world. Like snow being melted by the blazing sun, the purplish-black fissure swiftly disintegrates into the purifying light. Some tentacles peeking out of the crack thrash around desperately, but they are contained by Odile's operants and completely at the mercy of that light. I'm almost out of operants. Ugh, me too. I still have a little more. Give this to her as well. Are you right, Odile? I can still... Despite her words, she clearly looks even more washed out than before. With my heart in my throat, I silently pray this will work. After what seems like an entire day, even though only a few seconds have passed, the white light fades away. The crack has vanished, leaving only a puddle of evaporating liquid entropy. Phew, did we do it? Is Pierides saved? Don't worry, it's over. Odile, who's looking very faint by now, smiles at the bottom of her heart, as Wisdom returns her smile. Thank you all. This is the Sanctifier's duty. Hang in there. I'll allocate operants too. Something suddenly flashes behind Wisdom. Wisdom, get away! Odile's already washed out form has completely vanished. And at the same time, numerous tentacles burst out of the puddle of liquid entry behind Wisdom and pierce through her body. A second time?! But how? Odile, what are you doing? In response to Antonina's shout, the puddle writhes and swells up, turning into a jet black silhouette. Despite the great change in her appearance, her face is unmistakable. It's Odile. Agony flashes across her face briefly, but then her expression changes to one of utter delight, as she sails into a new and powerful form. Ah! The Dragon Slayer becomes the dragon in the end. No matter what the hero might wish for, the ending will never change. This is undoubtedly a tragedy. A happy ending is the hardest to write after all. A perfect ending requires unimaginable amount of hard work. Not so for tragedies. Loss has never been reasonable. To lose is our destiny, and to live is simply the process of taking. Odile, you. Reallocating her operants to control her, the aperture gave the entropy an opening to take control. I told you to focus all your operants on your firewall. We take in order to live. We consume in order to live. In order to live, we have fused with loathsome things. It is time for the curtain call. Thank you for watching our performance. Pin her down! Stop, damn you! Soul draws her blades and slashes Odio's tentacles. You! Soul's blades are mercilessly deflected by a sniper rifle. Ugh. You said you wouldn't hold us back. You said it! No! No, Wisdom! The stab wound on Wisdom's back begins to mutate rapidly, her hands and her face shrouded in a layer of blackness. Her limbs contort painfully, as though something inside her body is rapidly changing, waiting to emerge from its chrysalis. Consume everything. No, I don't. I can't lose. Reset. No! Hey, what a marvelous form you shall take. A life trapped within its body is about to emerge. How fortunate you are to become on the cups of reaching true freedom. Oh, how great is the master whom we all revere. Though trapped in the infinite darkness, our master still grants us freedom. Still, it doesn't matter. I shall free the master presently. Don't think you could run. Antonina's attack strikes empty air. Behind Wisdom, Odio leisurely raises the hem of her skirt and executes an elegant curtsy. After that, the purple crack appears again. She leans back and disappears through the frightening fissure in an instant. So, back up! Wisdom is very dangerous right now. But... No! Yo, she looks pretty badass, though. Yo, she got that one eye, though. That's kind of creepy. The one eye is creepy. Attack order received. Changing target. She's not Wisdom anymore, even though those sanctifiers are turning on us. Now's not the time to hesitate. Persecute and cover Soul. Quickly, Antonina. I'll leave the list of sanctifiers to you. So, prepare for a head-on fight. But... God damn it! I like how it's So that is, the one that's most, like, hesitant. Because, like, the entire time, she's like, Wisdom is not my friend. And now Wisdom is her friend. I don't want to fight Wisdom! I take back everything bad I said about Wisdom. She's my friend. Me and Wisdom are gonna be BFFs. We're gonna have bracelets and shit. That's not Wisdom anymore. The Sanctifier's indomitable willpower is keeping her from surrendering to the effect of intramization. Entropic Wisdom loses 20% of her max HP upon using any skill. Oh, yo, that's pretty cool. That's actually... That's legit pretty tight, actually. That's some cool shit. Let's see. I want sniper. I want sniper cards. It's one layer, though. This is one layer. So I assume this is kind of like a freebie. And now it all comes full circle. Yeah, Wisdom is debuffing herself right now. So Wisdom is making it so that way like she loses HP every time she uses a skill. That means that like every time like Wisdom, it says that Wisdom loses 20% of her HP, I think. So that means after 5 skills, Wisdom would just straight up just die. So yeah, Wisdom is committing suicide. She's committing Sudoku. You must fight it, Wisdom. You must fight it. I noticed that like whenever like it's 3 layers or 2 layers I have to do, it's the game testing me to make sure like I have good enough formations and shit. If it's a 1 layer thing, it's usually story centered. Oh god, she looks freaky.
前方に敵を発見しました
She looks freaky as shit.
おとなしく死になさい勝つのは私よ
She died.
こんなの見飽きたわ
She just, yeah, she just straight up just died. That was actually pretty easy. You wanna die, please? Shit. So the second one actually survived the fucking Kluke nuke. Yeah, when it's one layer, you don't get good rewards, I noticed. You get all the good rewards from like the 3 layers. When you become a performer in the play, you will long for someone to come save you. In this virtual world where even the laws of physics are created from data, once the figures are alright, they can perfectly display scenes which would be hard to imagine in the real world. An agent, a sniper rifle, an endless series of gunshots, and bullets pouring out like rain. All we can do is huddle behind the statues in the garden, catching our breath as this absolute suppressive fire pins us down. Is she firing a sniper rifle or a Gatling gun? This is the sort of firepower you expect from an entire infantry platoon, right? At this rate, she's gonna shoot our cover to bits. Right on cue, a bullet graces past part of the statue above my head, throwing up a spray of tiny data fragments that scratch up my face. You can apply common sense to the intrapics, and intermediate signifiers are pretty custom to begin with. Professor, what should we do? Change tactics. You draw her attention. I'll try to use my administrative permissions too. The sound of gunfire stops for a moment, and a red line extends past my side. Scatter! A massive explosion sends us flying, and we each have to scramble for new cover. This impact. I'm having trouble telling if they're bullets or hand grenades. I'll draw her fire. You guys take the opportunity to leave. Don't be reckless. Wisdom is a sniper. The moment you're exposed, she'll hit you 100%. Don't tempt fate. Antonina, disrupt her remotely with your Trojans, and cover our retreat. No can do. Wisdom is essentially a walking mass of errors and bugs right now. The Trojans won't do any good. Damn it, at this rate, we won't have a chance to put up a fight. Ignoring the others' muttered curses, and the bullets wouldn't pass us. I focus as I have never focused before, as countless plans speed through my mind. Just then, Wisdom turns her attention to Antonina, and her charged shot hits the statue she's behind. The statue promptly disintegrates, and a shower of falling rocks pin her in place. Anna! The red line extends again, laying on Antonina, who is now exposed to Wisdom. Fight back! Don't give Wisdom a chance to fire Antonina. Sol leaps out in response, while Persecara dashes towards Antonina, trying to free her. Meanwhile, I pick up a weapon part severed from a Sanctifier, and start putting pressure on Wisdom. Yo, the professor legit just picked up like a random gun. We succeed in drawing Wisdom's attention. And then... the next second, a mighty force hits me in my right shoulder and sends me flying a good distance. I roll across the ground, and the impact of my landing even manages to drown the pain of the gunshots at the moment. Professor! God damn it, stop it, you bitch! Just with 2 shots, Wisdom neutralizes our resistance. Sol and Persecara collapse to the ground before they can make a sound. The sound of gunfire ceases. Wisdom puts her gun away and heads towards us. Her joints no longer seem to work, and she shuffles along. The sound of her sticky, dragging footsteps slowly draws closer. I need to move. She raises her gun, the gun sights converging on my forehead. I tried to raise my arm, but after struggling for a bit, I realized that I can't change anything with just my still intact left arm. Ugh. I close my eyes and await the gunshot powerlessly. Well, game over, guys. Professor's dead. Hey, guys. Sephiroth descends from the sky. Cool. Yo, that's a spoiler, man. The game stage name legit is spoiling me. Oh, no debuff? Oh, okay then. GG, happy story. Yeah, guys, Professor died, so that's the end of the story right there. Ooh, I want money. I lost money. God damn it. Guys, gambling is bad, okay? Gambling is bad. Ally units deal more damage to enemies on permanent effect tiles. Wait, that's technically good here? No, it's not good. Because I don't think the entropy tiles count. Yeah, I don't think they do. Wow, I managed to avoid literally every fight. Alright, so we gotta fight entropy again. Or entropy wisdom, I should say. I should move Persica so she's not on the stupid tile. Shit, everybody's hurt. Oh shit, what's going on here? We hone our blades in the dark. We maintain order in the face of chaos. And you should have been the last to be bereaved of the senses in the case of chaos, wisdom. Oh, what? Yo, it's Lord Sephiroth. Ugh. Wisdom, I came too late. Hey, the Deus Ex Machina is here. Yo, this guy straight up be looking like an archangel. You know, I could have won that fight actually. I didn't need Lord Sephiroth to bail me out. I could have won the fight. Hey, cool. I got Copley now. I like how it says to be continued. The gunshots thunder through the air, but the expected pain does not follow. We hone our blades in the dark. We maintain order in the face of chaos. And you should have been the last to be bereaved of the senses of the chaos wisdom. I open my eyes, and an unfamiliar man is standing before me with his back to us. Blue fire spread across heaven and earth, incinerating the twisted blackish purple bullets. His massive wings spread outward, scattering dazzling motes of light across the land, as though an angel has descended upon the world. Phosphorus pins down wisdom, and a set of shackles forms of operants bind her to the spot. Ugh. Wisdom, you once said that demons known as the Entropics were the bane of your existence. They have no reason, they act on instinct, like a mad beast. They disgrace the name of agents. Esperus reaches out a hand and places it on Wisdom's head. Should I not have sent you to fight this battle on your own? But you must have eventually faced the chaotic night alone, just like those comrades of ours who serve as our shields upon the front lines of the borders. A blue fire erupts, raining silver-white light of purification from Esperus' hands. I thought you could handle it, Wisdom. I thought. You would use your wisdom to expel the demons lurking in the shadows, then return to the reverse Babylon Tower and triumph in glory. A sheet of light envelops Wisdom's body, like water from a sacred spring, washing away the sins of the mortal world. Awaken, Wisdom. You are a sanctifier, the wisest of all intermediates. Yo, Wisdom? Wisdom sounds like she should be a greater sanctifier. If she's already the wisest of all the intermediates, she should get like a fucking promotion. You should not serve chaos. Ugh. Wisdom responds with a wrathful howl. She struggles free of her operant shackles and bites Usfer's palm. The blue fire burns her teeth, but she doesn't seem to feel any pain, and simply keeps tearing at the hand with the teeth. Sigh. With a quiet sigh, operants gather into a cage that completely obscures Wisdom. Then he turns to me. I can read no emotion on his serene face. Oh, leader of the Oasis, Tetsamaru, who is called the Professor. Yeah, that's right, that's me! That's me, bro! Low tier, high sanctifier, basically. I am Tetsamaru, leader of the Oasis. I did not expect our first encounter to take place in such fashion. You know me? Of course! You have led the irregular agents, and carved out a domain of your own, causing many sectors to reject the sanctifiers. Your reputation precedes you, Tetsamaru. Sounds like I'm on the sanctifier's blacklist. I understand that you have opted to cooperate with Wisdom. But more importantly, you spared Angelus. That was not the act of a daemon who only knows how to destroy. Such merciful compassion, and Wisdom merit approval. Therefore, I will not attack you, at least for now. Only you won't attack us? So the reverse tower and the sanctifiers are going to treat us the same as usual? The reverse tower of Babylon has its own laws, which must be obeyed. They are absolute. As for the attitude of the sanctifiers, well, I'm not their only leader, and I should not casually speak of others. What about Wisdom? You are truly interesting, Tetsamaru. You are still concerned for others, even at this juncture. Rest assured, I shall return her to the reverse tower and attempt to treat her. Just then, a discordant sound fills the air. The fissure opened by Ordeal begins to glow, and I could vaguely hear the garbled howls coming from the other side. It seems the time for idle chatter is over. Esperus raises a hand, and blinding light comes forth. I can't make out what he does next. By the time the light fades, the massive data fracture has vanished without a trace. The Sanctifiers will come take over the Pierides sector. You should leave as soon as possible. With that, Esperus flaps his wings and leaves. So that's Lord Esperus that the Sanctifiers keep gushing about. I kinda wanna fight him. No, better not. I don't stand a chance against that amount of operants. Well, he is the leader of the Sanctifiers. He's way more imposing than Raven. But proof, you don't look the least bit afraid. You were solid as a rock. Professor, are you alright? I'm fine. I feel awful. Persicaria pats me on the shoulders. Hey guys, Mio just started streaming. I literally just got the notification on my smartphone. My phone vibrated, so I just checked on it just now. Mio is streaming right now. Yo, legit, it feels like I stream on Japan's time sometimes. We look around and take a stock at our situation. The entire garden looks like it's been scorched by flames. All the entropics have been utterly eradicated. After ensuring we're safe, Persicaria starts healing everyone, and I send a call for aid to the Oasis. At least we stopped the entropy in the Pierides sector. The Oasis shouldn't be attacked by further entropics. But Kroku... Odia was really badly infected, but we still managed to wake her up. I'm sure we can wake up Kroku up too. But we had the Sanctifier's help back then. Plus, you saw what happened to the Administrator after that. Then Kroku. She's more badly infected than any of us. We might not be able to solve the problem just by diving into your territory layer. We still need the source code to completely eliminate the entropic infection. But the data tunnel is closed now, and we don't know where the Administrator is. We don't have any clues. Not quite. Wait, Antonina, don't just suddenly get up. I'm not done treating you yet. We still have a clue. I didn't feel entirely at ease about the Administrator working with us, so I planted a bug on her. Antonina brings up a map on her personal terminal. A glowing path traces itself across the monitor, crossing the map until it stops at an unknown location. This direction, is it the Copley sector? The Copley sector? It's a private sector, like the Oasis, and its exact nature is unclear. A private sector would make the perfect hiding spot. Even the most cunning people would leap behind a trace. Now it's time for us to close the net. Oh, I expected nothing less of you, Antonina. Proof, let's go already. Hang on, not right now. Where are you here? Wouldn't it be lame to give up now? We still need to rest and recover, Soul. Okay. The flames of hope are reignited in this barren garden. The entropy, the sanctifiers, Esphorus. The storm will rage for quite a while. So it's literally to be continued though. There is a fucking part ass 2, man. There is a part ass 2. Oh shit, wait, is this wisdom? Is this a wisdom story? Training course, reverse Babylon Tower. Hey, remember when Faith used to be an intermediate sanctifier? That ain't a thing no more. The intermittent sanctifier Faith carefully studies the hostile agents simulated from operands around her, methodically smashing them while advancing towards a glowing waypoint. New unit has arrived, the training course. Intermediate sanctifier Wisdom. Wisdom, it's you. Are you here to train as well? No, don't activate training mode. Axis mode, Axis. Initiating Axis mode. The simulated enemies surrounding them all vanish at once. What are you trying to do? Wisdom doesn't answer her question. Instead, she nimbly ducks behind Faith and friendly grabs her shoulders. I'll explain later. Just save me for now. Someone annoying is coming. We are friends. Helping you is my duty. You know what? Like, there's such a huge difference between the two, right? It's like, you could definitely tell that Faith is like a tank character, and like, Wisdom is like a glass cannon. Yo, Wisdom has no armor, by the way. I mean, unless you count the stupid ass helmet she wears, but the helmet looks like it's more for accuracy than it is for protection. When you look at Wisdom, it looks like she's wearing like a fucking like clear ass like nightgown or something. And then like Faith is wearing like this huge ass like body armor. Even like Faith's hands, they look more bulky compared to like Wisdom's hands. Wisdom's got like very nimble hands. But what kind of person is chasing you? Surely the reverse tower is absolutely safe with Lord Esphorus in residence. Intermediate sanctifier, love. It's not safe anymore, is it? Wisdom, you have nowhere else to run, so you might as well stop here. What's the matter, love? Although she doesn't know what's going on, Faith still puts herself in between love and Wisdom and tries to smooth things out. With Faith in her way, love has no choice but to stop. Her usually serene features betray a hint of irritation. Wisdom called the Lesser Sanctifiers tin cans and mistreated my subordinates Refactor. I want her to take her words back right now. I'm not wrong though. The Lessers hardly have any intelligence, which makes them tin cans. If they were smarter, our command efficiency would be much higher. You heard it too, Faith. She's insulting the Lesser Sanctifiers who go into battle with us. Faith's in the middle of the recovery training after being reset. She won't be bothered by such things. I know Faith's character. She'll help me convince you. What joins us is belief, and what keeps our formation breakable is the spirit of friendship. That's a pretty speech. But the lessers can't even tell us intermediates apart. What does that make them if not tin cans? You're with me, right, Faith? As Wisdom looks at Silent Faith, her confident smile slowly turns stiff. Right? Come on, Faith! Haven't I always backed you up? I do not quite understand what you're arguing about. This does not seem to have anything to do with the Sanctifier's purpose. But there is one thing of which I am certain. We are friends who stick together through thick and thin. Indeed we are, but she bullied the refactors under my command and then tried to borrow them. If she doesn't admit her mistakes, I can tell my refactors will suffer very heavy casualties. I told you, it wasn't bullying. I was just training them. Wisdom. Danger is one thing, but the operating expenditures for that kind of healing are far over budget. It's nothing to reverse tower, it's fine. It's better to get hurt in training than to die on the battlefield, right? I'm pretty sure Lord Esferus would approve of this. You can only talk so big because you're not a healer. I don't want to see my friends get hurt, no matter the circumstances. That's why I said they're just tin cans. No need to get so bent out of shape about it. If they were smarter, I wouldn't have to do this. You call them tin cans again. You keep doing that. I report you to the tribunal. The tribunal? Huh, you nearly got me there. Our seniors of the tribunal, crime and punishment, are running around chasing down the Enterprise Sanctifiers. Scowls. Love looks to Faith for support, and Faith looks back at them helplessly. Alright, Love, I don't have much time left. I don't have time to argue. I'm heading over to the Pierides sector on a mission to suppress a small-scale HP outbreak. That's why I'm trying to make last-minute preparations to become more battle-ready. In that case, promise you take good care of them, just like you do me and Faith. So I'm not wrong, right? Isn't it like 100% death rate that just happened in this mission? I'm pretty sure every Sanctifier that goes to the Pierides sector is gonna die. They all die, right? and then Wisdom gets Intrepid. So, I don't think Love is going to see those Sanctifiers again. Alright, I promise I'll do my best to use them properly. After Wisdom makes her promise, Love nods. With the Supreme Laws of the Reverse Babylon Tower as my witness, I accept your promise. The tension in the air finally dissolves. Wisdom walks out from behind Faith and sits down on the floor of the training course. She raises her gun and takes aim at a distant target. Hold on, Wisdom. Earlier, you mentioned the Entropics are immortal enemies. Have they managed to infiltrate as far as the Pierides sector? Was I reset in Rossum because I could not defeat the Entropics? Wisdom exchanges a glance with Love. Let me explain. Faith, you were reset because you killed Turing, the administrator of the Rossum sector. After that, you were punished by being stripped of your privileges. A bunch of irregular agents ambushed you, and you were sent back to the Pantheon to be reset. Why would I kill the administrator of the Rossum sector? Well, soon after that, the Rossum sector was locked down by a new kind of firewall, so we couldn't obtain any more detailed records. Also, you've always handled the affairs in Rossum all by yourself, so we don't know much either. I see. No wonder I was barred from entering the Rossum sector. Love looks startled, and Wisdom also jumps up, clutching her gun. You went to the Rossum sector? How was it? Is it okay? Has it been taken over by regular agents and turned into something like the Boulder battlefront? No, it seems very peaceful. Everything was operating normally. I requested access, but I was denied. Was it Turing? No, it was an agent with the destination Hana. I do not understand the reason for it. We are supposed to be the Sanctifiers, protectors of Magressi, but why? These agents are unfathomable. I mean, they're agents, so why are they being so unreasonable? I don't understand either. Perhaps we weren't being friendly enough when handling the Rossum incident. Ever since Lord Hesperus came to power, we've given many sectors the impression they were violent and unreasonable. So, we had to be friendly and loving to the people that we protect? Yes, of course. That's in line with Lord Esper's ideals, isn't it? Alright, so I get it now. So, anyone that's under Lord Esperis is like, alright, don't kill on sight. Like, fucking talk to the agents first, right? Get their side of the story. And then, like, Lord Hesperus, he's the kill on sight dude. Lord Hesperus is all like, yo, you see an irregular agent? Fucking blow him up. He's like, I don't care. I don't care, like, what their story is. If they're irregular, fucking kill them. So, basically, guys, Lord Hesperus for President of the Sanctifiers. Down with Lord Hesperus, though. Hesperus, I don't want to deal with that guy. That's why, since Lord Hesperus' return, he has repeatedly emphasized the importance of using force only in moderation. Lord Hesperus is right, of course. Alright, I need to carry out my mission. See you later. See you later? It's okay if you don't know what it means. Think of it as an ordinary farewell. Faith nods and watches with love as Wisdom straps on her sniper rifle and leaves the training course briskly. Her slender form blends into the light before vanishing completely from sight. Oh, now I feel bad because, like, we know what happened to Wisdom. But that's cool, though. I didn't think we get, like, a fucking Wisdom backstory. That's actually pretty cool. Yeah, it's this one. Damage taken from entropy. So I want to upgrade that shit. Alright, cool. So I did the entirety of the Pierides sector, and then I had the Cult Police sector to do. And then the Cult Police sector looks like it's the last sector, because if I go to the strategic overview, it just says Sector 7 coming soon. So this will make me caught up with the story then. So that's cool. So tomorrow, technically today, because it's 5 a.m. my time, today I get to play a little bit more of the Divergent Shadow story, and then I get to do the Cult Police sector. So coolios. Anyway, it's been 6 hours. I'm hungry. It's 5 a.m. I'm gonna go grab something to eat, bros. But I see y'all bitches later. Like in 10 hours.